All right, I think we got it figured out here. If before we get started in earnest, somebody could let us know whether you can hear us and if the volume is too high, too loud. We appreciate a little help in the chat. Do we have volume yet? Let's see. There we go. All right, we've got confirmation. Cool. Welcome in, everybody, to our second annual edition of NFL Draft Live here at BroadwaySportsMedia.com. We are, of course, the Hot Read podcast usually, but today's production is for Broadway Sports Media, and we are super excited to be covering the entirety of round 1 and round 2 of today's draft, and we appreciate everybody being with us. Thank you so much. If you could do us a huge favor, it's going to be a long night. We're going to hang out all night. It's going to be really informal. We're excited to get to chat with you guys and react to the insanity that is about to ensue. If you could share this in any way that you can, a retweet, a like, send the link to a friend, text somebody and let them know where to go. And JT, if you do that and one more thing, you could be entered in for a giveaway we're doing tonight.
Yeah, so we are giving away a Titans hat that I don't have the picture now, like on.
You can find it on Twitter, right?
We have it on Twitter. But we are doing a giveaway tonight. One of you lucky viewers at home will be winning a hat, a Titans hat.
Getting a hat, yes.
But you have to do two things. One, you have to retweet any of the live stream links, either from Broadway Sports Media, Easton's account, our Hot Read account, any of them, and then leave a comment here in the YouTube chat so we know that you're watching along with us. And if you do that, we're keeping a list of everybody who has done both. And we are going to give away a Titans hat, to one of you lucky viewers. As Jimmy Fleming says,
what up, Jimmy? Ride. One of the horsemen here already. Appreciate you being here with us, man. Excited for the next 5 hours hanging out with you guys. Before we get started, and we are just 12 minutes away from the Carolina Panthers being on the clock formally, we have to talk about what has ensued in the last, about 8 hours, but really what's gone down in the last 90 minutes or so. A lot of movement, and there was a lot of excitement for a long time today. And then in the past hour, it has turned into kind of terror online. People are very, very concerned that Will Levis is a guy that the Titans are interested in. There have been a ton of reports about whether or not the Titans will be moving up for a quarterback. It started, of course, with the concerns that the reporting rather, that they were highly considering moving up, trading with the Cardinals to 3, and they were very interested in CJ Stroud, as they've been connected to Stroud for most of the draft process. But it has now become clear that I think the Texans are pulling a Uno reverse card, and despite for weeks and weeks now being somebody that being a team that was not interested in the quarterback, was telegraphing that they were probably not going to take one at 2. They are now heavily favored, and I'll check the odds to make sure things haven't changed in the last couple of seconds, but they are currently minus 1,600 odds on FanDuel, or on DraftKings rather, to take CJ Stroud with the second overall pick. So here's the thing, JT, and we were talking about this right before we came on. I think people are taking two separate ideas, conflating them, and it's causing concern. So the idea was, in the reporting that we've heard, the concern. Also, I'm just realizing for the first time at this national anthem that you can stand in the fountain. It's not actually deep.
I thought it was super deep.
So did I.
I also
that caught my attention.
I don't know. I thought that was Lizzo for first glance.
It did at first glance.
It was a little bit Lizzo, but Brittany Spencer. I don't know. Isn't that not Harry Styles from when he was in One Direction?
The guy playing guitar.
Yeah, the guy playing guitar definitely looks like he was Harry Styles from way back in the One Direction days. Regardless.
So what I was saying. We see you, RG, in the comments. Thank you so much for tuning into the stream 2 years in a row. That's so awesome. I'm excited. We'll be live today and tomorrow, by the way. Stoney Keeley will be joining me tomorrow from this exact same studio set up here in my home. Very comfortable. We're at home watching just like you are. The thing that I find concerning that I think people are conflating, and I could be wrong, right? The initial reporting was Tennessee moving up potentially to 3 because they're enamored with CJ Stroud. That was before we knew whether or not the Texans were interested in Stroud. That was what people thought was going to happen for hours this afternoon. And then when it became clear that the Texans were potentially taking Stroud, the concern was, hey, the next guy on their board, according to a lot of the reports, is Will Levis. So what if they're going up to 3 for Levis? Now, I'm not saying they're not. We don't know. We're about to find. If they're going up to 3 for somebody, we're going to find out in the next hour or so, probably less than that. But who is to say that they don't have Levis second on their board, like Levis a lot, but aren't willing to go up to 3 to get him? And the reason that I think we're leaning in the direction of that happening is because if you go and look at the odds right now for the top 3 picks, and you can find them different places, they're slightly different, but on DraftKings that I'm looking at right this second, the odds for Bryce Young are astronomical for the number 1 pick. We know that he's going to be the guy. Then it's CJ Stroud at minus 1,600 for the second pick. And then at number 3, the odds are Will Anderson as a minus number, a plus number on CJ Stroud, a plus number on Paris Johnson Jr., a plus number on Jalen Carter. And then the 5th highest odds are Will Levis at plus 800. So if Vegas thought Tennessee was considering going up to 3 for Levis, those odds would not look the way that they're looking. And just to go even further, if you scroll down to the 4th pick, the odds for Levis are minus 650, very, very high. So Vegas still believes Levis is going to fall to 4, and he's going to be an Indianapolis Colt, which many Titans fans will be very happy about. I don't think that the Titans are at this moment considering going up to 3 for Levis. I think the idea was we go to 3 if Stroud is there, or we try to go to 3 if Stroud is there. But now that Stroud doesn't look to be available at 3, I don't think they're going to do it. And I think that's what's scaring people. Now, they may still be interested in Levis. And if he's there at 11, if he falls past the Colts, past the Raiders, past the Lions, past everybody to 11, you could still have everybody's grand national nightmare and get Will Levis to the Titans. But at least that wouldn't involve selling the farm to go up to 3.
It's a softer blow, I think, if the Titans get Levis at 11.
People are just as disappointed in the pick.
No, for sure.
But it's not. There's not a ripple effect of losing future picks, potentially have to trade away a star player. And I'm gonna adjust our camera real quick because it's gonna bother me all night if it's just panned a little bit too high. So let me just get this more like.
Those are my legs. I love them.
Well, yeah. They're helpful for locomotion. But like I said, and if you're just now joining us as we're getting ready to be live here, thanks for being here. We've got now just 7 minutes until the draft.
So someone did say this here.
Yeah.
Eagles caught tampering, and Schefter did just report that the Eagles and Cardinals settled a tampering investigation today involving the hiring of former Philadelphia defensive coordinator Jonathan Gannon as Arizona's head coach, per sources. Eagles traded pick 94 in this draft and a 2024 5th-round pick to the Cardinals for number 66 in this draft. So the
Eagles have lost their 3rd-round pick. Oh, wait, no. The Cardinals are the ones that got in trouble. Wait, what?
I'm so settled.
The Eagles traded pick.
It's like a settlement in like court.
The Eagles traded 94 and a 5th year next year to the Cardinals for 66.
Yeah.
So are these 2 separate reports that they were tampering and then also there's a trade? Like I'm kind of confused.
I feel like they said, "Hey, we're gonna." I
panned it too low. I'm gonna pan it back.
Yeah, I don't. Thanks, John. I do have nice legs. I know. Me too.
Is that our boy John Mike?
Yeah.
What up, John Mike?
John Mike. I also saw your comment. If you want the hat,
go retweet,
you left the comment, but you need to retweet the show post on one of the 3 things here. But Eagles tampered with Jalen, seduced AJ Brown. What about that?
It's a good point. We're clearly focused on the wrong thing. By the way, before we get started, what are we drinking tonight? I've got a little American Apple Imperial hard cider that I'm trying for the first time.
I'm liking
it a lot, actually.
So I went to this one place on 12 South here in Nashville that just has specifically like bougie IPAs, like from
very
like all
snobby,
all over the nation. So I was like, you know what? If I'm gonna spend $17 on 4 cans of beer, I'm gonna do it for this right here. Edmonds Oast Brewing. It's a sour.
How many you had so far?
Sour apricot peach, and it's a product of Charleston, South Carolina. So
very cool. Well, that's what we're up to tonight.
That's what we're doing.
Hey, drop what you're drinking in the chat tonight. If you're drinking something fun, let us know.
Because you thought that this was going to be a non-drinking stream, like Stoney.
We're gonna be here for 5 hours, dude.
All of them get to go drink at their
5
thing.
hours?
You don't think we're gonna
crazy?
not drink? Yeah, no, we're
5 hours is roughly 3 hours too much worth of streaming for me to not be interested in being able to relax. So
however,
it won't be super formal the whole time. We'll kind of be hanging out for most of the night, but we do want to chat with you guys.
Bullet. It's always Bullet. Bullet. Bleach.
RG, they haven't picked yet.
They've
not picked
maybe
yet.
Not yet.
Let's hang on a second.
Ling Ling, which I think is terms for Yingling.
Ling Ling is what Yingling is if you had 4 or 5 already.
Yeah, I heard Stoney is drinking some kombucha. I think that was
kombucha. Yeah,
kombucha.
it's what it's supposed to be. That's not how you spell that even remotely.
So is kombucha like alcoholic?
No,
it's not.
I don't think so. I think it's like a dietary, like a cleanse drink. But I could be totally
I don't
wrong.
know. I just know, they used to sell it on like campus and like stuff like that. So like,
on college campus?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. I'm gonna zoom us in here just a little bit. That'll help us see the.
Oh, true. My weird. Too. Which is why we probably will not.
All right, D Good. Hey, can we mods kick D Good out of the chat real quick?
I see. Okay, wonderful.
Fair enough.
We probably won't be putting.
It's not even 7:00. Are we already doing that, D Good? Come on.
We're probably not going to put any of your comments on the screen tonight. We'll just be reacting with you mostly because we don't want to be doing this.
Well, unless something insane happens, or if you say something that we think is hilarious. So if you really entertain us, go for it. Hey, for those that are joining us now that weren't here at the very beginning, appreciate you being here. Second annual live edition of the show. Very excited to just hang out with you guys all night. It's not going to be super formal. We're going to just hang and chat and react to whatever happens here.
So
the other thing, JT, an update on the Cardinals thing.
Thank you, Jimmy, for doing this here. Mike Garofolo just said the Arizona Cardinals and Philadelphia Eagles have agreed on the settlement of an issue concerning an instance of impermissible contact by Arizona during its head coaching search this past January. The Cardinals self-reported. They turned themselves in. They turned themselves in.
All right, cuff us.
That general manager Monty Austinfort had a phone conversation with then Eagles DC Jonathan Gannon in the days following the NFC Championship game, period during which contact is not permitted under the league's anti-tampering policy. To resolve it, they did the compensation here. So I don't know how
does that solve it?
Well, maybe
can somebody watching plug that into a draft calculator to figure out who won that trade? Because it's a future. The Cardinals lost the trade, right? They moved 30 spots back and got a 5th in return.
Yes, that's next year's 5th,
right?
To move up 30.
Right, so that has to be a losing trade for Arizona.
It definitely is probably like the league was like, "What do you want to do with this, Eagles?" And the Eagles were like, "This seems fair," and they probably had their hands tied. Now.
Sounds like the Cardinals screwed over the Eagles by self-reporting, and they said, "Hey, if we self-report, maybe we'll get a little compensation in return." I don't know.
No touchy, inappropriate, says Jacob Sane. I agree. Hey,
2 minutes, by the way. We're on the clock here. Under 2 minutes.
What's worse? What do you think is it? Thank you, Siri.
The over/under on that happening tonight is 1.5, and it just moved the live line to 2.5.
What do you think was a worse move by Monty Austinfort this offseason? Tampering with Jonathan Gannon?
Whatever,
or signing Dennis Daly?
Dennis Daly. You could have said anything as the alternate, like the Dennis Daly, or it was always Dennis Daly. Before we begin, I do want to mention this, and this is a thought that I saw. I think it was Ben Solak at The Ringer say on Twitter a minute ago, and totally right. For weeks, JT, we've been hearing all the smoke from the Texans, and it seemed very reliable that, like, hey, they had Bryce Young ahead of everybody else, big gap, and then the next guy, and there was a ton of smoke on this, ton of reporting on this. Their next favorite quarterback was Will Levis. Now, if they take Stroud, to me, that telegraphs at the last minute ownership stepped in. You've got Cal McNair down there, who's a questionable owner at best, in my opinion, and they're never going to admit to it, right? If they go Stroud, which it looks like they're obviously going to do based on the odds, it's always going to be like, it was always Stroud. It was a smokescreen. He was our guy from the beginning. Cap, man, that's a lie. It's a lie, and we won't know what happened. But the most reasonable explanation, I think, is that ownership stepped in and forced their hand. It also, by the way, JT, is looking more and more like you'll be seeing at least 2 of these quarterbacks now in the AFC South. 2 of these top 4 quarterbacks, if not 3 of them. I mean, if the Titans end up with 1, it could be 3, and then it's just a matter of musical chairs and figuring out who hit and who didn't.
That's a tough look for the AFC South. But you know what might be an even tougher look? Buck Rising not finishing his salad at the Titans compound for their pre-draft dinner here.
He's wearing a shirt that says Rowdy.
Rowdy. And Joe Rexroad said,
I'm not asking
a draft night embarrassment here.
Yeah, that's tough.
It's tough. It's a tough scene.
I'm gonna have to ring him for that next time I see him.
But yeah, there's a really good chance that
D Good, let's get weird. I'm with you.
There's a really good chance that the AFC South next season is like in a weird world, it could be Trevor Lawrence, CJ Stroud, Will Levis, and like if Stroud were to go to like the Titans, and the Texans end up really liking Hendon Hooker and want to take Hendon Hooker at 12, it could be Hendon Hooker, and then that's
we still do not know where Anthony Richardson is. There's been a lot of smoke today to indicate that the Seahawks are interested in him.
Can we talk about that real quick?
Yes. Can I one PSA and then I'm happy to talk about that.
True point. Eagles now have 4 picks in the top 70 because of that.
And the Eagles have been rumored all day to be interested in trading up for Jalen Carter. So they've got the ammunition to do it.
Why wouldn't they? Well, that makes the trade compensation. Yes, Ryan Watson. Thank you. Comments. Yes.
Nailed it, Ryan. Well done.
Wow.
The one thing
comments
I want to mention.
show up on YouTube. So if you're watching from one of the Twitter spaces here, go to Broadway Sports Media. The YouTube page, head to our live stream there. That's where you can leave comments that we can see on our live stream and interact with you guys.
Yeah, for those of you listening, if you could let us know in the comments, this is the first time we've used these lav mics, which are awesome and fun, and I'm so glad I don't have to use a big fat mic in front of me all night. If we're like slightly too loud, slightly too soft, if you can hear the TV in the background, which we have very low, let us know. We can adjust those things so we don't have I don't have it in your monitors. So if you think it's a little bit soft or blown out, let us know. And we'll adjust that. So the saga of Pete Carroll and his clues on Twitter Day. You want to get into the discussion on what in the world Pete Carroll at 70-something years old? Like, first of all, Grandpa's on the internet. He's out here tweeting. He's tweeting all day long.
He is
tweeting on draft day.
So and this has kind of been my pick and my final mock. I have the slightly loud, but I'm old, so grain of salt. Thank you.
We'll talk quieter then. It's easy. Yeah.
Okay.
We can talk like normal people. We don't have to talk like Chris Scrimmett anymore.
So my final mock has Anthony Richardson headed to the Seattle Seahawks. And I've just I've been Richardson pilled to the Seahawks for the past 24 hours because I've just read a lot of interviews and a lot of tweets that just said how much they really liked him. And then Pete Carroll has just been tweeting all day like, hey, here's draft hints of who we're going to draft. It was
hint number one
was
the
full trailer of the new season of Love is Blind, where it's like, oh, I love you. I'm gonna marry you.
I'm never getting back, by the way, because we watched the whole thing.
I'm gonna marry you, or like we're currently engaged, about to get married, but actually I just proposed to somebody else while we're engaged, and we're like, oh, does that mean like I don't know, like. Does that mean they like a quarterback, but now they want to go with someone else? Or like, I have no idea. And then he did another one, which I think almost solidifies our take here about the Seahawks, where he sent just a YouTube video of the Seattle Kraken's goal song, where you told me, I don't know who got the interview with him.
It was Jeff Darlington.
Jeff Darlington was at a Kraken game and saw Pete Carroll, brought him aside, did an interview with him, and he talked about how much he really liked Anthony Richardson, which is building a case here.
It is building a case. I think his second clue was a Kraken-related clue, which to us read, "Hey, whatever you thought about that Kraken interview, read into that, lean into that."
But like,
now maybe we could be so off base.
Now maybe this is,
and he could just be sending things that are ridiculous.
It could also be like his kids or something, and being like, "Dad, can I have the Twitter?" and just cause pandemonium, which I think would be really funny.
It is funny.
And then Ryan says Paris Johnson Jr. is my rational, typical O-line pick, but I'd be happy with them just being exciting. True.
If it's a tout
Hayden
out,
Taylor says,
let's just move our mics down.
True, we could do that. Hayden Taylor says, been listening to the pod for months. First time watching y'all on YouTube. Very excited.
Dude, Hayden, thank you. That's awesome.
We are very excited to have you tonight.
Hang with us all night, and we would love to chat.
We're about to.
We're on
Easy Dubs is
we're
in
5 minutes
the
in.
chat.
Let's go, Caden. What's up? That's my brother. Nice to see you, and appreciate.
And if we're doing family things, now everyone gets to comment here, but my dad has a inside track to commenting to me.
It is.
In which he said, "Are you drinking apple juice?
To be
you
fair,
need a Yeti."
Everyone that has been paying attention to the show has the inside track because they have my phone number. If they listened to the show 3 weeks ago, where I randomly threw it out in like the 94th minute,
I think it's been more than 3 weeks ago.
It feels like it, but I bet it's not. I bet if we go found it, it's not, because it's
Caden, the technical like whiz he is, says they sound perfect. So you know what?
Then I trust him.
I trust him.
I'll move it back up.
So the Panthers are I wasn't paying attention to TV. Those watching at home, did they officially put the Panthers on the clock at 7, or are we kind of like NBAing it where we're making up the time?
I think we're NBAing it.
Are we a little bit?
I feel like I would have seen.
I've
Goodell,
not noticed or seen any tweets about
I would have
on the
seen,
clock.
like Goodell's be like, the draft is open. Which, by the way, I had. All right, is this when we talk about Tyler Buchner transferring to Bama?
Yeah, this is the stream for that. We're going.
This is it.
4.5 to 5 hours we're about to do on the transfer portal. So super excited, super excited about that. Let me check the odds here. JK, no. Okay, so we've got the first 3 odds off the books now, but the live odds for 4 are still out there, and Will Levis is still the heavy favorite at -650.
Yeah. This is
give
where
me
we're going to
11
start
odds yet?
getting we're going to get pick scalping here in a second, which we're giving you our live reactions, not knowing anything beforehand. We're doing this straight up.
We're not looking for the leaks. If we happen to see them, we're not going to mention them. So you don't have to worry about listening to the stream today and having us ruin those picks for you. Now, if your ESPN or wherever you're watching the draft is behind, that's on you. We are watching on a traditional cable box. We are watching the ESPN's broadcast, and that is when we will be reacting to the picks as they happen there. So if we're a hair ahead of you because you're on YouTube TV or something, sorry about it. We won't be doing the whole 2. Oh, here we go. All right.
Is this the first pick, or is this just announcing that it's open?
We don't usually.
This is definitely it's open.
There'd be the clock up in the corner. Yeah, so it's got to be. Oh, I got to turn it up for the booze. Let me hear the booze, baby.
And I don't know. Can they hear this when we turn it up like this?
I hope so.
I don't know.
If they can.
OKC Titan, welcome in another fellow horseman.
What up, baby? Good to have you.
Apocalypse.
Was he the one whose child was having a birthday today?
Yes.
Happy birthday, daughter, son.
Son.
Tell your son happy birthday. I know he's 3.
I hope that
very cool.
Strawberry cake was good.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Super Bowl winning city that I'm sure you orchestrated. You planned this all along.
It was
which means
we know that the league was scripted.
Yes.
So
the league
this
is
is not
scripted.
this is not news.
I mean they did that trial run through.
Yeah, literally
on Tuesday.
The draft is literally scripted.
Puka Nacua is going 14 overall.
Is that the chick from SNL?
Oh my god, it does look like her.
I'm not sure it's not her because I don't know who that is. Does anybody know who the girl in the like lime green white?
This is such a base
dress.
comment. I'm gonna be honest.
What is the comment? Easton, what would you do without JT?
Such a base comment.
I mean, to be fair, I did run this show for a year without JT.
True.
But also to be fair, we've experienced significantly more growth with JT. So I would say
Heidi Gardner.
Yeah, this is the SNL girl.
Is she?
Yeah. What is she
I
doing?
don't watch.
She must be a Kansas City local or something.
Yeah.
I only watch.
Jimmy Fleming
on
knows who
YouTube.
Heidi Gardner is.
Okay, so Jimmy, yeah, I guess that's
that was the point I was getting to, Ryan, is that the 2027 draft is in Nashville. That means the Titans are going to win the Super Bowl in 2026, so that they have the Super Bowl winning team host it. Eric Stone Street. Oh, is this
Yeah, this is Modern Family Guy. Awesome actor. I love this guy.
Yep.
He is a Kansas City local, huge Kansas City Chiefs fan, so not shocking. So, hey, what's the over-under on how long the Panthers make us sit through their 10 minutes with the clock? Since we've all known
Oh,
for
my God.
Who invited these guys?
Who invited these two jokers?
I mean, I know
Patrick Mahomes
they
and Travis
live,
Kelce
they live
just,
here, but can't they be training somewhere with Zay Flowers?
Right, or Jordan Addison, or which, by the way,
they just roll as a posse now. Maybe they came here because that's where those guys
I think
are.
Jordan Addison goes.
Hey, do you want to fire off some predictions before we get into the meat of the draft here?
Yeah, let's do it.
So one thing that I think that, and I tweeted about this last night, if we see one position group have way more representatives in the first round than folks are expecting, it's got to be the receiver. I think that folks are talking about maybe 1, maybe 2 guys goes in the first round leading up to this. I think 3 or 4 go. I would not be floored or shocked at all if we see 4 guys go, just because not necessarily they deserve to be first round picks, but there's a limited supply of receivers in this draft. It's not super, super deep, but also in the modern NFL, there is no position whose value has skyrocketed more in terms of positional value than wide receiver. And because of that, I think teams are going to, like, it's all relative, right? They're going to start overdrafting because they think that position is more valuable. So if it's actually more valuable, maybe it's not necessarily an overdraft. Maybe there's an adjustment in our minds that we have to make there.
So that's super interesting. D Good just said, did you guys hear Mahomes on the Kelsey Brother podcast.
You could also said he just muted that clown, Kelsey.
I mean, fair.
Maybe
She's
this
in
is
something
the Jinx,
I literally
right?
just watched. I swear to God.
A movie?
Yeah,
Oh.
I don't know what movie, but
Pat
they're on the
Mahomes-
clock. Before
right,
we do
good.
this,
What's the over/under?
750.
Remaining or 750 in?
750 in. I think they know who they want.
by
I don't
the,
think
by
they're
the
gonna...
two by 250 left.
Oh no, I meant like 750. The pick is in.
So within 2.5 minutes of the
Yes.
being on the clock. I bet they make us wait until at least the 5-minute mark. That's my bet. So we'll see who gets closer here. It's always funny to me that they make us do this thing where we just pretend that we don't know what's about to happen when we obviously know it's going to happen. Good for Panthers fans. I mean, it's my quarterback 3 who's going here in Bryce Young.
I mean, it is Bryce Young, right?
Yeah, I mean the live odds are currently they were off the board, but they were negative.
They're off the board.
They were minus 20,000 last I checked.
Easton has
so.
a real hard seltzer vibe to him. Listen,
Big
okay?
time. I didn't drink until I was 22 years old, which was a little over a year ago. And I've always had a super girly palate. I will always proudly be a hard seltzer, cider. I love like mixed drinks, fruity cocktails. Like that's my vibe.
It's bad.
Beer.
I've
I tried a
equated it-
sour for the first time today.
He
It was fine.
He said it was okay.
I mean, I would drink it if I wouldn't drink it for fun, but I would drink it if I was trying to have a good time, I guess. I think your phone is blowing up here. Nobody's dying.
Yeah, I actually source. The Titans are taking Jack Campbell with the 11th pick.
Oh, good pick. Good
Good
pick. Jack Campbell or nothing.
Uh,
I love that they're already showing Bryce Young highlights. Like the pick is already in. Like they've just gone ahead and made the assumption.
I
that
think
they were
it,
rocking
I
and
mean,
no, it
we're
is, but
pretty
it's
much
just
locked
funny
in
that we
here.
are going ahead and locking this in. Things
Which
are about
is
to go
super
0 to
interesting.
100, by the way. Like the second that this pick is in, Texans on the clock,
yes.
things are going to get weird.
Jack Campbell dance party, says Wyatt. Yes. If you look at my the only tweet I put out today, because I knew I was going to be having to do so much with
Ryan, that's right. Don't yuck my yum.
I'm not. I'm just
I
saying
know
that
you're not, but y'all out there, the girly drinks. Listen, I'm living my truth right now.
I don't think I just kind of have put out into the ether that your drink palette is the equivalent of someone only having like dino nuggies and like frozen corn dogs for dinner.
I think that's unfair. I think it started that way. I think I've graduated to like won't eat Brussels sprouts, but will eat broccoli. You know what I mean? Like it's like is.
So if I give you a Coors Light right now, you drink it?
I wouldn't like it, but I wouldn't be revolted by it. Does that make sense?
I mean, yeah. I mean, I guess we're from different paths.
Right.
I
I'm
mean,
a
you
normal.
give me any good beer in my hand, I'm fucking drinking that.
I know, bud. I know.
Yeah, but Bryce Young.
I know we're kind of at a standstill here, waiting for this to be in.
Yeah,
and
I
then
was
we can
saying
move
something
on.
before
Jack
this.
Campbell? Your
Something
tweet?
about
Your tweet about Jack Campbell.
Yes, Jack Campbell. I did the. By the way, I finally watched Draft Day. Interesting movie for sure.
I love that Pat McAfee has already announced that the Panthers are taking. It's just guys. By the way, you've already passed your time. We're getting closer and closer to me being right here. They make you wait for no reason. I don't Maybe is it like we need to make sure. Thank you, Jacob. Yeah, Easton was so right about how stupid this wait is. And I tweeted initially that I bet they make us wait 9 whole minutes. Now, maybe it won't be that bad. But, the draft should, and they should. The draft should open with the announcement of the first pick and then the clock. Because the Panthers have been on the clock for months now.
It's such a tradition thing
weeks.
by now. It's like you have to call in to the guys who are sitting at the table. They have to write the thing. They have to put it on the thing. They got to go up to the guy and give him the thing.
Make it
a bunch of things are happening.
Make it the rule. Make it the rule that when you're the team that has the first pick, you must by 7:03 p.m. Central Standard Time turn your pick into the dudes at the phone. Like let's get it started. Let's get it rolling.
Yeah, I mean it would be nice, wouldn't it? But
the only thing that makes a tiny amount of sense from a team's perspective, and from a league perspective, I still think it's ridiculous they don't make them do that. Hey, that's fair, Jordan Lowry. If you're a huge fan of Bryce Young or think that he's the best quarterback in this draft, the silver lining here is he's not going to be in the AFC South if you're a Titans fan. So that's at least good news. But yes, we've got still we're getting right at my 5-minute mark with Bryce Young.
It feels like they already know.
Let's go ahead and let's put our predictions out there. Does Arizona trade? or stick?
I think the base thing for Monty Austinfort to do is stick and pick the best defensive guy that's still on the board, which is all.
Do you think that's the best thing he could do?
I think it is. I think it's for his first move as a GM, as someone who I don't think is as established as like a Rand Carthen. Like Rand Carthen's like everything proceeds before him. Like this guy's a great evaluator. Have we ever heard of that about Monty Austinfort?
Being
Really?
a great evaluator?
Yes.
No.
Like,
No.
like exactly.
Yeah, Dave Portnoy. I know a lot of people don't like Dave Portnoy, but based, he's as mad as I am that we're sitting here having to wait when everybody knows what's about to happen. This is literally 10 minutes of everyone's life that we're never getting back.
Because at this point, like,
look at Miss Colburn in her Panthers shiny jacket. I like that.
Is she a Panthers fan?
I don't think so. I think she's just chosen a bold color for this evening, and I dig it.
And like, I don't know. I haven't seen anything, but like
about the picks.
Yeah, like CJ Stroud is very much.
And we're at the point here, now with
like,
with three.
Happy birthday, Mom.
We're under 4 minutes. Yeah, it does say happy birthday, Mom. That's cool. We're under 4 minutes. Whenever this pick is tipped online, I am.
Yeah, Wyatt. We talked about the Arizona and Philly tampering news, and more importantly, how the Eagles now have 4 picks inside the top 70 picks, which is just stupid.
But interesting considering they've been rumored to be going up potentially
to 3, maybe.
Well, going up somewhere. They've been wanting to trade up. We don't quite know. I see Peter Schrager right there from an hour ago. The buzz I've gotten from multiple teams is that now a host of teams are calling to see how to move up for positioning to select Jalen Carter, which I think is going to surprise people. But guys, go 2 months ago. Like go to exactly 5 minutes before Jalen Carter is scheduled at the combine to take the podium. We're standing there waiting for him to show up with the rest of the gaggle of reporters that are at the combine in Indianapolis. And then from that moment on, it's been a kind of a disastrous season for him. But in that minute before that news dropped that he was going back to Georgia to handle his arrest warrant, he was considered a potential number 1 overall pick. Like, hey, the Bears might go defender because this guy is truly the best football player in the draft. So the idea that now teams who have met with this guy, like they whether they're right or wrong, they are comfortable or not comfortable with him and his character concerns. They've made their mind up on that. If they're comfortable with the character concerns, he's still that dude. He's still that crazy athlete, a true top 3 blue chipper talent in this draft. It's truly just a matter of what's going on.
And it looks like he knows. Everyone knows.
Yeah, sorry, I got totally distracted, but I'm seeing the Panthers fans having a good old time.
Which, by the way, like those are your normal Panthers fans, and then you have the 5 in front of them
I mentioned this weirdos. One of my favorite things of the mega fan section in the upper crowd at the draft is how they have these mega fans that are wearing like bionicle helmets and massive chains and bling and their face painted up, and like they have insane clown costumes in the theme of their team. And then there's always that one dude that looks like his name is Jeff, and he's wearing just a standard Panthers jersey and khakis, and he's just got a beer in his hand having a good old time. Oh, here we go. Okay. The pick is in. We know we need to pay attention, by the way, because
Jack Campbell, no matter what. No,
it's Bryce Young, obviously.
Darn it!
But
Darn it!
What's the over under on how many names tonight out of 31? And he's got old Nick Saban there with him in the green room. How about that? How many names out of 31 does Roger Goodell get wrong tonight? And not necessarily butcher, but like just clearly not correct.
See, I think it's hard because like the guys that would maybe like mess that up, I don't know. Like, there's not that many here.
Do you think that's the other guys? Must be.
Oh no, that's my.
Oh, got you. Okay.
That's my big screen over here.
Breaking news: Panthers select Bryce Young. Yeah, we know.
Wow.
Thanks for the push notification.
Hold on. Did they coordinate their outfits and the lighting? No. I just really like this jacket. This is a jacket that I bought almost 6 years ago now in Chicago and never wore it until like 3 weeks ago. And then everybody just loves my jacket, so I don't stop wearing it. Although blue and red,
now your phone's blowing up again.
Is it?
Yeah.
Jack Campbell.
Who's calling you?
Jack Campbell 2 is going to 2 now.
Oh, Houston.
Yeah,
Listen,
but
stud defenders. I understand.
But What else do we have here? KC draft setup looks incredibly lame versus Nashville. I think
incredibly lame. No, lame in comparison for sure. I mean,
like,
there's
I'm
no draft setup
here with the take that the draft should just always be it should be a Nashville thing.
I mean, we're biased, but I do think one of the best things the NFL ever did was turn, because it was, it was in New York as Radio City Music Hall forever. They turned it into this traveling circus, and it's been fantastic. You get to showcase the fact that you're really the only major sport in America, besides baseball, but that's very regional. The only truly nationally relevant sport that's not super regional in terms of their fans, that is super middle America, Americana. It's not just the big cities. It's not the coastal elitism. Kansas City can have 500,000 people show up. And you can see Josh McCown hanging out in the background there. That's hilarious.
Which is so interesting because
QB coach for the Panthers, by the way, Josh McCown.
Remember the big video that kind of sent sent everybody into the spiral that CJ Stroud, you're the guy, is like
the triple back tap. They were like, oh, that's 3 taps.
We gotta find a basketball court to hoop at when you're a Carolina Panther. And everybody's like, oh, it's like signed, sealed, delivered. And we've gone so far. I'm interested. What do you think? Do you think they were ever in on CJ Stroud at 1? Do you think it was the interview that supposedly he maybe bombed? That changed their mind?
I don't think he necessarily bombed, but I do think that we're already halfway into the Houston Texans being on the clock here, which is somewhat interesting. I don't think he bombed it, but we do have reports that, and whether this is true or not, I don't know. We do have reports that when Bryce Young did go and meet with Scott Fitterer and Scott Fitterer? Yeah, David Tepper. Sorry, David Tepper and the coach and the GM over there in Carolina. I think it may be Scott Fitterer, the GM. I'm not positive. They came away from that just in love with the guy, with the intangibles. So maybe I kind of
kicks in. So here we go.
I think it's CJ Stroud.
We talked about this is a very big linchpin for the entire draft here.
Yeah, Texans at 2 and Texans at 12 really hold the keys to. They hold the keys to the top 10. And then they kind of hold the keys to the next 10 as well. They kind of lead off both cycles. I kind of expect that 13 to 19 range of this draft to be the most boring part of it, just in terms of mocking and looking at those teams and all of these things. Yeah, I see that. So we've got the Texans pick in here. Again, we are very assumptive based on the odds at negative 1,600 or negative 2,500 when they went off the board that it's going to be a CJ Stroud. And I truly do think that this is ownership stepping in and taking the reins, which they're never going to admit to, but it's bad ownership. It's a bad way to run your franchise. And it's kind of just further perpetuating the mockery that is the Texans franchise. It's just poorly run. It's a bad, I don't have any faith that that's like the Panthers are a team that is in the dumps right now, who I have faith in turning things around because of the way that they've gone about their team building, putting together their staff, their head coach hire and everything.
What are they doing?
Yeah, the Texans war room, they seem very.
It looked like a get out of here, like cameras out.
Somebody was barging in and they were not happy about it. But the Texans are the polar opposite of the Panthers to me. I don't have any faith as long as that they're running. The only thing about the Texans organization that I have any faith in, JT, is their coach. I think that D'Amico Ryans is a great coach, and I think that as long as they're not dumb enough to handcuff him or fire him earlier than he should be and not give him a long leash, that he's worth betting on. But the ownership, the GM situation, the culture in that building, this is the same culture that allowed multiple women to be sexually harassed by a former quarterback there, and they were asked to sign NDAs by the organization. Like it's just a bad team. And they're getting a good quarterback. My quarterback too, CJ Stroud. I think he's going to be a real, it's bad news for the Titans, frankly, if CJ Stroud is going here to the Texans. But I do think it's interesting now that we do have the top 2 perceived quarterbacks off the board at 1-2. We're now back to where do the next 2 guys go? I think the odds, I'll go check. I'm assuming the odds for the Colts are off the board.
This next 15 minutes here until 7 or
the odds are already
are 7:40.
Long off the odds.
7:40 here is going to be the next. Like if we get past Arizona, then it kind of becomes you kind of have the reality that depending on who Indianapolis takes, that we're kind of back in that spot where it's going to be Tennessee at 11. It's not going to be a quarterback.
I kind of expect us to find out here in a second that the Cardinals have traded, and it's going to be for a team coming up to get Jalen Carter.
Yeah.
All right, the pick is in. Here we go. So it is Stroud to Houston.
Is Stroud.
And that is, I'm sure, changing things for the way that the Titans war room is going about things. But the Texans have gotten Stroud, and he's a guy that I think I wrote in my write-up for him that I expect him to be maybe the highest floor of the guys in this draft. I think at worst case, and this is the floor, it's not what I think he's going to be. I think at worst, CJ Stroud crying. Maybe it's because he's getting drafted, and maybe it's because he's just realized he has to go play for the Texans.
But also, it could, like, they might have a plan in place here. Like, how is it a terrible idea right now to say that they're taking CJ Stroud and they're going to pair him with JSN if JSN doesn't go to the
Are you
Titans?
asking if that's a terrible idea?
Yeah.
No, not at all. If Jason's there at 12, I think that he's very high on their list of guys that they potentially take. That's not a terrible idea at all.
I kind of, the past 36 hours, I kind of CJ Stroud pilled myself for the Titans to take Stroud, move up here at 3. It's a little interesting. I think D'Amico Ryans truly wanted either a Tyree Wilson or a Will Anderson. I think that's what D'Amico Ryans wants. I also don't think it's out of the realm of not exactly the owner and GM forcing his hand, but more so saying we have 12 to take whatever blue chip prospect that you believe is still on the board, but we need someone that can play better than Davis Mills or was it Kyle Allen was the other guy?
Yeah. Long neck boy. So they still have the Texans pick in. They're not showing Arizona on the clock. Obviously they are, because they've announced the pick. Hayden Taylor saying Titans Twitter and Reddit about to melt down if they move. It's interesting. I also just got a text from a friend. Do you think there's any chance, if my theory about the ownership isn't legitimate, which I do think that it is, do you think there's any chance that all the smoke today from the Titans talking about coming up to 3 for Stroud forced the hand of the Texans a little bit? I don't think generally teams.
And this is really interesting here. So we've been on the clock this entire time here.
Right,
as
so we're
Carolina,
already halfway through for the Cardinals.
Arizona, the Cardinals have 4 minutes left. So are they making one? I've been on the record here on this stream and just before this that I think the best thing for Monty Ossenfort to do is stick and pick and take the best defensive prospect on the board. Obviously, he just got kind of clowned before this for tampering, which is a tough way to start your draft day, at least in the public eye, what the public can see.
Sure.
Maybe rectifying that is taking a Will Anderson or a Jalen Carter here, getting your blue chip defensive prospect for the next 10 years, and figuring it out from there. Obviously, they're not going to be a contender anytime soon. They just have way too many holes. They still have to figure out what they're going to do with DeAndre Hopkins.
Hey, so Caden asks, who's going at 11? Now that the past 8 hours
it's hard because,
of number 3 fever dreams seem to be over. And again, we may be about to find out. The Cardinals have traded up.
But
I don't know. I'm still not sure. I think that depending on how the next hour-ish goes, JT, I think suddenly things shift for the Titans and trading down becomes a massive possibility for them, which I would be.
What have I been saying?
We would both be. I mean, we would both be ecstatic about that.
I think them trading down from 11 not only makes them more competitive this year, but makes them more competitive in going through this. Wyatt, you have a great point here. So we also, because we have so many horsemen who have been loyal to the show, we have made a little bit of a mock draft challenge here.
Yeah.
I'm probably going to do it every 3 or 4 picks for us here.
Not a complete update to the minute.
Yeah. But
interesting that the Cardinals they're going to wait to the last second to work the phones.
Definitely.
Right? They're going to be waiting all the way down. They want to get out of this.
We do have a lot going on. But if you were interested in working the boards here, you have your scoring down at the bottom. All you have to do, if you're watching it right here, is what I do is I just fill in with a green for 4 points, since everybody had Bryce Young going.
Hey, well done, everybody. It's all downhill from here. You're probably going to get like 1 or 2 other guys, but congratulations.
Trade down. D Good says trade down for
Zay Flowers. I
Zay
would
Flowers.
be over the moon for Zay Flowers at like
17,
19. That absolutely.
Could we see?
I love Zay Flowers. He's my wide receiver too. Big fan of Zay Flowers.
Ryan Watson just says, "Holy crap!" So maybe something just happened. Houston moving back up. Is this happening?
So they're doing what Peter Schrager.
Texans up to 3. Buck Rising just said it. So
good for them. They're
trading for the Texans. So management did not say no to D'Amico Ryans here.
Well, no, I still think they told them don't take Levis. I think they said take Stroud.
And I think this is Will Anderson.
Yes. It's either Will Anderson or it's I mean, it could be Jalen Carter based on the smoke we've heard today. It's either Will Anderson, Jalen Carter, or Tyree Wilson. It has to be one of the 3 guys. I'm
very interested to see now what the trade compensation is going to be here.
Yeah, moving from 2.
That's not me. That's not me.
12
Sonny Weaver Jr.
3.
Yes, Jimmy Fleming. Sonny Weaver Jr. The pick. The Cleveland boy is heading. The Cleveland boy is heading to Houston here. So
say what? Sonny, what are we talking about? Sonny Weaver.
It's a Draft Day reference.
Oh yeah, I've not seen it in years. It's a bad movie.
But like we've been talking about this the entire time, right? And if it's somebody, it's going to be Will Anderson, I think. Personally, I think.
I'm with you, except in the last 12 hours, there's a lot of doubt injected into my thinking. I think that Jalen Carter here could absolutely be on the table. Now, the Texans pick is in, and I think we're about to find out. And there's a dude on a stepladder for some reason, which is interesting. This Cal McNair
maybe their draft board.
making a phone call.
Burn all the mocks.
That's got to be what it is. Yeah.
Burn all of the mocks.
Hey, I mean that. Did you expect anything less?
No,
we knew within 4 or 5 picks at the least.
Which, by the way, hold on.
All the mocks would be dead.
Hold on. If Houston takes Will Anderson here, it's still right team, wrong position.
Sure, it is technically. A lot of us still get points.
A lot of us still get points for it. Thank you very much. I really like this. But I mean, we talked about this. We talked about this a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago now, that the Texans could very well do this. Everybody thought it was way too just a fever
aggressive,
dream,
yeah,
way too aggressive. But they're going to do it here. I want to know. I want to know what the compensation is here. And I'm going to start looking here to see.
Once we get a report,
find.
Good for Arizona. Good for Monty Austin for it, former Titan here. Here's the compensation. Number 3 and 105 to the Texans for number 1233. Wow, 1233 and then a first and a third next year. That is hefty.
So a first and a third next year. What was also this
first
year?
And a third next year. This year's number 12 and number 33, I believe. Yeah, 33. And they get a 105th this year in return.
Wow. So who's it? Yep. Will Anderson. The guy D'Amico Ryans wanted.
And as it should be. I'm so glad we can finally get over this nonsense of Tyree Wilson, best edge rusher in the class. The whole league thinks he's better than Will Anderson.
So
no,
now,
man. It was Will Anderson 2 years ago, dude. It's still Will Anderson.
Leaves. It is a no-brainer for the Cards, as RG just said. That's a good deal for them.
Hey, now.
Monty Austin-Ford doesn't look just like a seasoned pro. He looks like he's coming out of here with his future in hand to build on that.
As he should be. That team is probably like the worst roster in the league. They need that capital for the next couple of years. Hey, the Colts on the board now. Do they go Levis as it's kind of been presumed today? And every Titans fan can breathe a deep sigh of relief. The great national nightmare is over. Levis is not available. In fact, he's on your arch rival. Or do they surprise people and go with Anthony Richardson? I don't know. I think it's probably Levis.
I think it's Levis.
But I don't think it's 100% Levis. I think it's probably 90-10 Levis in my mind.
I just kind of want my prediction to be right this entire time, and what I've told you from my gut feeling ever since we went to the combine, so that I can have one take that I was at the combine, I heard him say this, and I was like, this is going to happen. And it would be the Colts taking Levis.
It's true. You can take a big victory lap. We'll have to go find that clip from the show earlier this week.
But I also definitely probably said it at the combine.
If we go find it, you're right.
There definitely is one there, for sure. So let's go back to this trade compensation here real quick. It's number 3 and 105 for the Texans, so they get a early first or early fourth. I mean, so they get number 3 and an early fourth for 12, a first round pick swap, moving down 9 spots.
The first and second this year, first and third next year, in return for a first and
Will Anderson, maybe maybe number 1, number 2 defensive prospect in this draft.
100% number 1 or number 2. Yes, it's him and Jalen Carter. It always has been. Hey, I'm sure this will come out like ESPN stats and info. You think a team has ever had consecutive picks or had 2 of the top 3 picks in the NFL draft?
Surprising.
I bet it's never happened, which is a big deal. I mean, the Texans, they're gonna be getting a lot better, a lot faster. So the Titans have more than just the Jaguars in their division.
Now that the Cardinals are behind them there.
Colts still on the clock here.
Really makes interesting move.
Jalen Anderson has a whole basketball court with the people back home. Look at that.
Is that Jalen Jalen Carter?
Wait, no. Oh, it's Will Anderson's alma mater in junior.
Mater.
Gotcha. In Georgia.
This kind of gives me the vibes that JSN to the Titans is now the path of least resistance in what I think is going to happen.
Least resistance, yeah, but I think that if Paris Johnson, if surprisingly Paris Johnson Jr., I think it's down to the 4 that we thought it was about 2 weeks ago. I think it is down to JSN, Paris Johnson Jr., Peter Skoronski, trade back. And my wild card is all the love for Zay Flowers that they've been connected to in the last couple of months. So, but like for Caden, who's asking what's happening at 11, right now I rank it in order of most likely.
So here
least likely. Yeah, let's find out what the Colts do here real quick.
Well, we're not gonna. Well, are we gonna know right now?
They're panning to it.
The pick just went in. They just.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll go ahead and say this. For Caden, for those that are wondering at 11, right? As of right this second, this is probably going to change 7 times between now and 11. I would say most likely to least likely. Well, actually, I'm not going to order them. One of these 5 things: JSN, JPP, or PJJ.
PJJ. There you go.
Paris Johnson Jr., JSN, Peter Skoronski, Zay Flowers. I think it's truly a possibility, and then trade back. Which I think of those 4 things. I'd probably rank them. Let's rank those things in terms of what you'd want. My number 1 rank would be trade back, and then JSN, and then Paris Johnson, and then Skoronski, and then Zay Flowers. That'd be the way that I'd rank it.
I would do JSN, PJJ,
then trade back, then Skoronski, Flowers.
Yes.
Yeah, that's understandable.
That's probably my.
I think the vast majority of Titans fans will be happy with 4 of those 5 things. Obviously, the Flowers thing got people in a tizzy last night, which is funny to me, coming from a fan base whose team has for a while now been. Okay, so I think it looks like the Colts are starting to get ready. I just don't want to talk through it and then not realize what's going on because we don't.
What are the fire from? Why does everyone? So hold on.
The Colts sent their cheerleaders.
D-Good here. And they're Shane Steichen. D-Good has the 2000 Washington Commanders.
Look at that draft board, bro. That's awesome.
Oh my God.
That is so cool. A double wall corner.
Is that Jim Irsay right there? Sitting at
That is crazy, Uncle Jim. Yeah, there he is.
Man, he does look like he's done a couple bumps in his lifetime.
A couple bumps today. What are you talking about? That's what he looks like. Yeah.
And that is Anthony Richardson.
It's looking. I mean, the pick's not in. We're not tipping it because we've not looked, but they're showing Anthony Richardson. I think Shane Steichen and all along got the guy that they were thinking. This one is the one that Titans fans truly should be upset about because my quarterback 1 and 2 in this draft are now in the AFC South, and the Titans. Bad news, folks. Will Levis. If this isn't Will Levis here, he's still on the board. Who's taking him? Who's taking him between here and the Vegas is a possibility? Somebody trading up is a possibility. Here we get the announcement.
There he goes.
So the Levis smoke was just smoke. It was just smoke.
Which is really interesting to me.
I'm seeing people on Twitter saying worst case scenario for the Titans. I'd say it's one of the worst case scenarios, but it's a scenario. It's just the way that it works. You know,
it is.
You got 2 really bad teams in the division. They're going to they're going to be doing that.
I really think
getting good quarterbacks in the draft.
Think,
Like that's how it works, right? So
I mean, we just saw a team go up 9 spots.
Real quick, let's read this from Diana Rossini from 3 minutes ago. The Houston Texans just made a wild move. The Titans were fighting to get to 3, but once Houston picked CJ Stroud at 2, the Titans pulled their offer from Arizona. So what I was saying at the beginning, I think, rings true. They were not interested in going up to 3 for anybody but Stroud. And clearly, even the Titans weren't privy to the idea that the Texans were interested in Stroud, because as of today, they were actively trying to go up there for him. I would love, and the next time I'm at the press conference, I'll potentially ask if it's a topic that comes up. I will love if we have what was it? I forgot what he was talking about. What were we just talking about?
I don't know what you were talking about.
Okay, I got distracted by the TV.
And I was dealing with Twitter here.
My Colts friend is calling. You know what? I'm gonna.
Our
answer.
Colts. Yeah. Should we? Okay. We have a Colts fan on the line here. Someone who's very close to us. His name's Wilson Smith here. Wilson, you are a Colts fan.
Resident. Sorry. Yeah. I mean, I am the host of the show. Resident Colts fan. What are your thoughts on Anthony Richardson to the Colts? Are you surprised and are you excited?
I have 2 bullet points for you, Hot Read Podcast.
Okay.
Number 1, the national media is a bunch of frauds. The draft cycle very closely. And guess what? Not one of my trusted Colts sources ever said Will Levis is a likely move for the Colts. They're in love.
Yep. You're right. You're right.
Here's my second bullet point. Let's go, baby. We just got the most electric prospect in the draft in the last 5 or 6 years. This man's ceiling is higher than the Bass Pro Pyramid in this. Not 2, not 3, not 4, but 5 Super Bowls.
Yeah.
It took him a couple years to develop, and it's game over. We got our guy. It is the N15 era.
So, hold on.
Is this Jim Irsay on the line right now? Is this Jim or Wilson? I can't tell.
This Wilson.
Okay, I thought it was Jim Irsay because you were starting to sound like him there at the end.
One more thing before we let you go here, and you can go celebrate. Who starts the first game of the season, Anthony Richardson or Gardner Minshew?
Oh, good question.
Gardner Minshew.
Hey, and the electric mustache man himself. It could become a contentious situation if they do go with him out of the gate. It'll be interesting. But congratulations, Wilson.
It's time for 8 games of Minshew mania and the most electric 4-4 start you've ever seen the NFL season.
I was about to say,
very excited.
Do you expect the Colts to compete this year? Do you expect them to try to compete this year? Or do you think this is the load up year?
I'll turn off my radical persona and give you a serious answer.
Okay.
It honestly all depends on where Richardson's at. I think if they go the Minshew route, I think they're going to try to compete, right? There's no reason to just sit and try to tank with Gardner. I think if Richardson is good enough, at least good enough to go out there and not embarrass himself on day 1, then it's probably a tank mindset. You know what I mean?
Yep. And you don't draft a guy at 4 and to not play him. I can't think of the last quarterback who was drafted in the top 5. So that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I mean, I think about Fields a couple of years ago
at 11,
I remember just feeling
right?
But it was still Fields. A lot of people thought he was 2 in that class.
Right.
I feel like
when people were mad, they were mad at Chicago for not playing him.
I kind of hope they let Richardson roll, but I feel like we'll get at least 6 to 8 games of Gardner.
All right. Well, thank you for your insight, Wilson. We appreciate you calling in.
Absolutely. We've been listening in for the last 15. You guys are doing a great job. So keep it up. And hey, drink a man drink. Drop the cider.
Goodbye. That was great. I know that we have at least one more fan of a team calling in much later in the draft. Looking forward to that. We will have a Buffalo fan calling in here. By the way, just to tune back into what's going on, we've got the Seahawks firmly on. Hey, pour one out for Pete Carroll. If he truly wanted Anthony Richardson.
What if it's Will Levis?
What if it's
the bulk white boy wonder, Will Levis? There's a lot of white boys on Levis Blind.
Yeah.
Who are bulked up.
You're
just
right.
Like Will Levis.
You're right. I will say it's funny. I think I saw Paul Karski tweet this a second ago. I'm with him on this 100%. I mentioned it a minute ago. Titans fans seem to be surprised by what has gone on here.
I'm not.
Were people not aware of,
No,
of the fact that two of the teams in the division were at number 2 and number 4? Like, this is what happens. The quarterbacks go to the bad teams. You had two bottom of the barrel teams in the league in your division. So they're probably going to go get good quarterbacks. And they took, shocker, JT, as much as Titans fans wanted to read into all of the smoke on, they love Levis. The Hendon Hooker question mark. Hey, Texans aren't even going to get a quarterback. That's wishful thinking, man. It turns out they went with the good quarterbacks.
Do you think the Houston Texans paid Max Kellerman today to just go on a full-on? The Houston Texans to take Jalen Carter at 2 and then take Hooker at 12. Like,
is that what the take was? I didn't see this.
He was loud and proud about the Houston Texans taking Jalen Carter at 2 and Hendon Hooker at 12.
Hey, here's an interesting thing, and I tweeted this out earlier last night. Actually, I was like, "What is going through the mind of Ryan Tannehill right this second? What do you think Ryan Tannehill is thinking?" I think it's relief. Because he's got at least a job for this next year. Even if they go Levis at 11, God forbid.
What if it's anxiety that Rand Carthen went to him and said, if Will Levis is there, we're taking him?
I mean, then that's potentially still anxiety. But the idea still has to be, unless he was unplugged today, and would not blame him, honestly, for being unplugged today. He probably saw a lot of that fodder about CJ Stroud and tightened up a little bit, no pun intended, but got a little tight on that one.
Yeah,
which would not have shocked me. Tim Robinson in a draft commercial. I like this. We're big Tim Robinson fans. A Dodge Ram commercial. Dodge said, "Who do we need for our next ad?" Tim Robinson.
Hey,
pour one out for Mike Herndon too, who seems very upset that he didn't get his guys. Understandable.
Yeah. It's Jared Stillman just said pain on Twitter. So
because Stillman's guy was Richardson.
Yeah, he was. Yeah. Which, by the way, very interesting mock draft that they had.
We don't have to talk about that
yesterday for sure.
It was interesting. I'll tell you this. It was a very terrestrial radio situation. I will tell you that.
Dr. Knockers, welcome back.
Hey, welcome back, Dr. Knockers. Keep them occupied. I'm gonna get a drink.
I will.
Quick.
Let's run down what happened so far, and if you have any questions for me on the stream here, I'm back, boys. Did Easton answer why he drinks beer so weirdly? Easton, apparently you drink beer weird.
Yeah, what does that mean? With my mouth? Like, is that not how it's...
I don't know if it's with your mouth.
Are they so drunk that what they actually mean is, why does Easton drink weird beers? Are they referring to my tendency? Who asked that? Logan.
Side mouth drinker.
Yes. Okay. I was about to say, is in reference to the way I drink it sideways. I drink everything out of the side of my mouth. And
I did too for a long time. I got made fun of it.
They made fun of me and I just didn't care. My parents say it dates back to, I would like drink out of a sippy cup watching TV as a small child. And I would want to constantly drink, but not miss the television. So in order to do that, I would hold the cup up to the side so I could still see the TV. That's just the way that I've been built.
That the Colts fan who just crashed the stream said that the media was a fraud for not thinking that they would take Anthony Richardson, or like that he wasn't was this actually a thing that like it's a stunning move? But here we go.
I mean, based on Vegas or the Seahawks, here we go. It's gotta be a defender, right?
Wow.
Interesting. I mean, we expected him to go very high.
That's not but
this is a team that last year had 2 rookie starting cornerbacks that were above average. They were above
Legion of Boom 2.0. Like, that's been their call sign this entire time, has it not?
Sure.
They love their corners. Honestly, very decent pick here. And now I'm realizing that I have to catch up here, and this is going to be very complicated all night.
You know what? Eventually we're going to take a 5 or 10 minute break when things get a little boring, just so we can regroup and we can adjust then.
And
but
real quick, our if we're looking at all our
dadgummit.
If we look at all of our
buddy
mock
Wilson
draft challenges here, Colts fan Representative Wilson is taking a strong lead here, getting 3 of the first 4 correct, and then having Will Anderson 1 spot behind. So he takes an early lead. All of us here, maybe besides Sean, we're still in it. But Will Levis continues to fall here.
I'm just honestly, JT, the reason I'm being kind of quiet right now and trying to focus in, this whole evening is going to be way more fun for me once we get past 11 or where the Titans pick. Because like then we can go into draft analyst mode and talk about some of these prospects. Who Devin Witherspoon was my my cornerback 1.
2.
No, you're right, 2.
Yours was 2.
It was 1A. I was saying they were 1A, 1B. He was year 1. He was technically my 2. Him and Christian Gonzalez are both studs. Witherspoon's size, I believe he comes in at like 5'9.5" or 5.
He's a smaller corner.
He's like 5'10", 186, I believe, off the top of my head. Certainly on the smaller side. But when we had, was it James who we had on the show the other day who was saying the best thing that ever happened to Devon Witherspoon was Tyree Wilson, the cornerback drafted. He was an undersized guy to the Seahawks last year. And clearly they think that what they were able to do with Tyree Wilson worked so well. Let's just take the guy with the same body type. I love that the Seahawks draft room has one of the JBL boom rolling party boom boxes. They don't like that's what they're going with.
Yeah.
Sure. I guess.
Devin Witherspoon comes in at 5'11 and a half, 181 pounds, and a wingspan of 73 and 5/8. So not your prototypical corner here. So like, I mean, it's the tape. It's the 2022 tape. He had one of the most dominant seasons of any corner in the NCAA ever. And obviously,
arguably the best.
I found that as maybe a little bit of a concern because before that he wasn't at that level. And it's hard to go off 1 year, but clearly the Seahawks are not worried about that. Adding Devin Witherspoon to Tyree Wilson and company back there is going to be a great secondary. Not to mention they do already have another pick in the first round. So I wouldn't be surprised if they take a defensive lineman. Where that's going to be very plentiful.
Which makes sense. And that I think that had to have gone into their calculation here, right? Because I think that I don't want to say that because the depth in this class by position was edge and cornerback. Clearly they liked the Adetomiwa Adebares, the Felix Anadike Uzamas, the Will McDonald, the fourths, like the guys that are going to be there around their pick in the 20s. They liked that better than the cornerbacks that would be there, so they went with a cornerback here in the top. Titans fans, let's see what we got going on here. Caden asks, what do you think about the Titans possibly taking JSN? I think it's one of the – I don't know if you were here a moment ago, Caden, but we were talking about the things that we think are likely to happen at 11. I think that the 5 things that are likely to potentially happen – well, I'll say 4 that are likely and 2 that are wild cards. These 6 things, I'm confident one of them will happen at this point. Either they're going to go with Jackson Smith and Jigba, wide receiver. Offensive tackle, Paris Johnson Jr., if he's still there. Offensive lineman, Peter Skoronski, if he's still there. Trade back, get more draft capital, get a player or something, get something in return, and get some more value for your team where you can fill some more holes. And then 2 wild cards, Zay Flowers, wide receiver out of Boston College, my wide receiver too. Somebody who fans certainly do not want to take an 11, but I think the Titans would consider it. I think he may very well be their number 1, if not number 1, definitely the number 2 receiver on their board. And then Will Levis, if he's there, he has to be a potential option. He has to be on the board for them.
Yep. He has to be on the board here. Jalen Carter going to fall out of the top 10. I still doesn't
scroll back down there. What Airy up to 6? Did Arizona just trade back up? Did they turn some of that return into going up to get
trade? Yeah, Arizona's going back up to 6.
Which
so
means they're trading the Lions.
The Lions trade pick number 6.
Good for the Lions. I like
the
this
Cardinals
trade.
For 12 and 34.
Hey, how about I love a good clean draft day trade like that where it's just so easy to understand. But a great trade for the Lions. I guess the Cardinals moved back despite the fact that they wanted a lineman.
No, the Cardinals are moving up.
I think they traded back originally
to get a lineman, but now that Jalen Carter's there,
I was about to say, I think no. I think that in my mock draft 3.0 on the podcast earlier this week, I think that this is for Paris Johnson Jr. I think this is what they're about to do. It's not been tipped as far as I'm aware. So if it has, and I'm right, I promise I'm not pretending to be Nostradamus.
Yeah, we don't know yet. We
found out some of these early, but we've not found out this one yet. I really do think this is for Paris Johnson Jr. Could be wrong.
So real quick, let's look at what the Cardinals have given up here. So the Cardinals have traded pick 3 and pick 6. The Cardinals have traded pick 3 and pick 34 in this draft.
They have I'm trying to net all of these things. In the end, they started out with pick 3, and they now in return have a second and a third next year from the Texans. And
they still have a second. They have the pick after. They have the pick before the one they just gave up.
Yeah.
Because the Texans just gave up their 33rd.
D-Good, I think you're right, D-Good. I think this is Paris Johnson Jr., but we will see. I will not be surprised at all.
Very interesting that I think because the Cardinals now would have 33
happy about Will Levis. I understand,
and 34 here. It would be very interesting to see maybe if they really did like Jalen Carter, to see if they can get a blue chip prospect here. But also, like you said, you've been very adamant that Paris Johnson Jr. is someone that the Cardinals would very much like. I would not like it. I would like Paris Johnson Jr. to be a Titan.
Every Titans fan would like that as well. I will say, if this isn't Paris Johnson Jr., I still maintain he won't be there at 11.
So the Cardinals just traded
12
4th pick for
6. Yep.
Which, I mean, Monty Austinfort making money moves all day.
Wheeling and dealing out here. I understand it.
So how many trades has this been? Three now?
We have seen, let's see, we've seen Texans stick
Cardinals.
and pick at 3, so it's just been 2.
2.
It's been it's been Cardinals back up. It's just been 2 Cardinals trains.
True.
It feels like 3 because we had the tampering trade before the draft began. All right, here we go.
And I don't hate this for the Lions either.
Yep, Paris Johnson Jr. the Cardinals. I've been saying for how long now, JT? Weeks, that I don't think Paris Johnson Jr. will be there anywhere close to the Titans.
Logan, you'll know this too.
Option.
Paris Johnson Jr., fellow St. Xavier high school bomber graduate, part of the long blue line here, is headed to protect Kyler Murray. Was also a stud baritone in our high school choir. Dude had those pipes, and now he takes his stud pipes, let alone his football ability, to Arizona. Your thoughts?
Logan.
He
was the most impressive guy that we saw in
if
his
you can
session.
believe this, Logan, Paris Johnson Jr. is actually 2 years younger than me. So
is he really?
Yeah. He was 2 grades below me, man.
It's not
tough.
surprising. It's just depressing a little bit, to be honest with you.
It is a little depressing.
Look at that guy.
Yeah, and look at me.
Look at us. Look at us.
Look at us.
Look at us. Who'd have thought?
Who
would have thought? So now we've got the Raiders on the clock here, and I think Titans fans should be seriously lobbying for them to go with Will Levis, because if the Raiders,
could you imagine if Jalen Carter's at 11?
I can't, no, because he's not getting past Philadelphia at 10.
You don't think so?
No, absolutely not. No, I think that that's what's going to ultimately happen. But we've got the Raiders on the clock here. I think Titans fans, can you pull up the board just to remind myself? I know we've got Raiders, then Falcons. Never mind, I have it in my head. Raiders, Falcons, Bears, Eagles.
I want to take a.
Hang on. Let me ask this question. Raiders, Falcons, Bears, Eagles before the Titans. If Levis does not go here, somebody has to trade up, or Levis will be there at 11, and that will be the most tense 10 minutes in the Titans world. Since
I could see the Bucs making a move here to 9 or 10.
The Bucs or Minnesota,
because the Bears guy that's been highly touted, that every Bears fan is like, we need Paris Johnson Jr. to finally protect Justin Fields. Well, he's gone, guys.
Hey, here's a Logan Grady question that I think you should field.
Which one? Paris Johnson versus Coop? Oh, Jesus.
Luke Kuechly.
Kuechly. Who wins the matchup? Kuechly.
Yeah, it's
I think it is.
I think Paris would probably maybe tell you that himself. I mean, maybe not. So. These guys are wait. He had PJ earlier, and now it's just P. What happened to the J?
No, the PJ is on the chain there. Oh no, he did.
He had 2 separate lapel pins.
I think he lost it.
Maybe this is like an announcement. He's Paris now. He's like Beyonce, Drake,
or Chosen Anderson.
Chosen Anderson.
Which, by the way, is Robbie Anderson.
That's Robbie Anderson.
He
thought
he was like, hey, I'm a wide receiver. I will follow in the footsteps of Chad Johnson and become Chosen Anderson, or Meta World Peace, who was that beforehand? That was like I was like 8 at the time.
I've forgotten we were too young for that.
But Chad Ochocinco, AR had those pins too. Interesting. Maybe they gave him out.
What did he? Oh, maybe.
Maybe
am I mistaking Richardson's pins for Johnson's? I could have swore Paris had 2.
You might have.
All right, so we're already halfway through the Raiders a lot of the time. Hey, a big hat. We love a big hat in the crowd.
The big hats
are out in force.
Wyatt Miller Lite over here. Hell yeah, brother. I'm with you on that one. Easton would never be caught dead with the Miller Lite in his hand. But you know what?
I mean, I'd hold it.
You would, but you wouldn't drink it. Who do you think the Bears are taking now that Paris Johnson is off the board?
The same person I always thought they were taking, Skoronski.
You think so?
I'm very confident they're taking. I mean, the only guy that wouldn't surprise me they took over Skoronski is if Jalen Carter's there. I would disagree with the choice, but it would not super surprise me. No. Let me go. I want to pull up the poll that I did
Hendon
on
Hooker
outcomes
over Will Levis. Oh yeah.
And see where we're at in terms of what's left on the board, a deal or no deal style. What options are left?
Before this, I do want.
Who's this? They're showing.
This is Christian Gonzalez, which also is maybe the pick for the Las Vegas Raiders.
That's kind of what I'm thinking. I mean, I've not seen it yet.
I haven't seen it either.
It does. They seem to be tipping this a little bit with the ESPN broadcast. Maybe. I mean, they did that with
Bryce Young.
Yeah, we knew that with Young.
CJ Stroud, I think a little
Stroud,
bit.
They did
that.
Hey, I love that, putting the big hat on. That is funny, man.
No, but I'm not going to be able to say it any longer. Like, Paris Johnson is maybe one of the most ready-built leaders. The Cardinals could not ask for someone better on that team.
No.
He's gonna come up on that line, and he's actually maybe gonna give Kyler Murray a chance
when he comes back and is healthy.
Yeah.
Who's gonna play quarterback for them while Kyler's
gone? Did they sign someone? I know we were talking about backup quarterback.
Trace McSorley.
Throw it on a dime. He went somewhere else. Trace McSorley went somewhere else.
Did he?
He signed somewhere else.
Stoney Keeley with an update
first
on
ESPN sob story.
I don't care. We're not talking about that on this.
That's on ABC. We had the difference. It was like ESPN was like, ABC is showing all the picks, but then we're going to learn about their backstories, and we were like, nope, no, thank you.
Yeah, I don't want to hear about my favorite prospect's brother who's in jail for 4 consecutive life sentences because he killed somebody.
Tough.
Yeah, I'm out on that. Actually, I don't love airing everybody's dirty laundry on one of the biggest days of their life. Not my thing, but yeah. So yeah, welcome to hell is the quote from Zach Lyons after the Colts drafted Anthony Richardson.
Logan, I promise you that's not a Yingling for sure.
What I'm drinking?
Yes. Yeah.
No, this is I'll let you know. This is an American Apple Imperial Hard Cider, made in the USA, baby. Small batch, locally made in Michigan. If you think it's super girly, it is 8% ABV. So it's not a super girly drink in that way. It's stronger than your average. I'm drinking something stronger than you. It's just a little. It's a little sweeter.
It is.
It's a lot sweeter if we're being honest.
Yeah, just by a bit.
Yeah, well, it's designed to be apple flavored, and yours is literally called a sour, so that's how that works. The Raiders have their pick in here. We're about to find out.
So Diesel, what can you give me a little bit more? Because you're probably the first person that I've heard say that.
I've had some responses to this.
It's
only Kentucky and Titan fans that are a huge fan that I've seen, I think, but I don't hate the value of the pick by any means. I've said all along, JT, that the group think on Levis is bad and wrong. And is he a first round quarterback in the NFL? Yes, I think that he absolutely, without a doubt, is a first round quarterback. Is he a guy that the Titans should be taking at 11? You could definitely argue no. And he's got the biggest risk of failure of the top 4 quarterbacks. There's a reason he's my quarterback 4. If his accuracy does not improve, then he's going to be a bust. It's really that simple. If his accuracy, and some people say decision making as well, I think it's more accuracy. Here comes the old commissioner himself to let us know who is off the board here. What do we think? Are they going to pass on Jalen Carter? Go. Okay. So Tyree Wilson. This dude, he's dressed like a bust tonight. Look at this. I am so out on Tyree Wilson. It's not even funny. It is so fitting that the Raiders would swing on a guy that
It's just a Josh McDaniels pick.
Oh, I disagree. This is so much flashier than McDaniels. This isn't New England. New England would never sign Tyree. They would never draft Tyree Wilson. Hard disagree. It's a super Raiders pick. But I think Josh McDaniels, I don't see this.
The Hot Read podcast did say don't draft Levis. However,
my don't draft Levis was always based more in don't draft him because you have too many other needs. And also he's a risky proposition. But just in terms of value in the draft at 11 for Will Levis, it's not bad value. This is a guy that was a potential first round pick for the past 2 years, really, or first overall pick for the past 2 years, who has fallen a bit, but it would not shock me at all if the Titans do it. Prepare yourself for it to happen.
Over under 2.5 years before Tyree is out of the league.
Hey, so we finally, sorry, say that again.
Over under 2.5 years before Tyree is out of the league.
No, Logan, it's not like that. I think he's going to be a good NFL player. I don't think he's a top 10 pick talent. I think he's going to be a starting level edge. Like I like him. I'm just really low on him compared to the consensus. I still would have taken him in the first round. The traits are undeniable. But would I have taken him over certain guys that he was just taken over? Would I have taken him at 6? No, absolutely not. I would not. I would have taken him in the teens at the earliest. And I think that the odds of him becoming a super high-end prospect are lower than a lot of these other guys, lower than any of these other guys that we've seen go in the top 10.
Wyatt asks,
hey, Atlanta on the clock.
Bijan at 8, do you think?
I was about to say, is it Bijan o'clock? I think it is. Is that who you mocked them with in your competition mock? Who'd you mock them?
My competition mock, because I just overthink all the time, is Peter Skoronski.
That's not super overthinking. It could happen.
Because as I told you earlier today,
it's a very Falcons fit.
Is short and athletic. And what is the rest of the
versatile?
And versatile. What is the rest of the oh my God, Tyree Wilson just absolutely picked Roger Goodell off of the floor.
Roger Goodell, he's got 2 slipped discs now. Roger
I feel
Goodell
like he
needs
has
surgery.
to have 1 or 2 every single draft season.
Do you think they shoot up Roger Goodell with Toradol, full body Toradol, like the players in games before he has to go out there and hug these guys? They may very well.
I don't know.
Yeah, me neither.
But also, this is what I was talking about. So we're looking right now at a picture of
the crowd is big. The setup is bad.
You think it's the setup?
Look at up in the upper area. More than 50% of from the green berm up, more than 50% of the space that is prime real estate for fans is taken up by this massive fountain and whatever this walkway is. It's a bad setup for a draft.
You think if that was people instead of a fountain, you would still think that
it's that filled out? No. Wait, sorry. Ask your question. What were you saying?
I was going to say, if this was still filled with people, would you say it's packed? I wouldn't.
I mean, it's all relative, right? Because it's literally hundreds of thousands of people. But in comparison to what we saw in Nashville, no, absolutely not. It's not. It doesn't hold a candle.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, we got the math here on what the Cardinals ultimately have gotten.
Okay.
So New Arizona GM Monty Ossenfort turned the 3rd, 34th, and 105th picks into Paris Johnson Jr., 33, and a 1st and a 3rd next year. That's fantastic. That's well done. He's done a very good job to start. And I said at the beginning of the stream, I don't have any faith in him being a great GM. I don't, but this is a fantastic start. And prove me wrong, Monty. Prove me wrong. I'll be happy to be wrong about that.
I mean, he's setting up clearly for the future of this team.
As he has to, because they're not going to have their star quarterback for the first half of the year at least. The back half, he's maybe going to play, and if he does, he might stink. Yeah, okay. So we have got the Falcons pick is in now, which means we've just got three 10-minute seconds left. 3 10-minute selections.
So who's the best on the board for them? Could they take Christian Gonzalez here?
Are we talking about the Falcons or the Titans?
Yeah. Could they take Peter Skoronski?
Well, no, best on the board in terms of talent is Jalen Carter.
Jalen Carter?
In terms of talent? Yeah, of course. What are you talking about? Yes. In terms of talent, he's the best. Now, it's a character concern thing that makes you wonder, but in terms of just pure bet, like BPA, ignoring position.
Now let's say that Bijan, as everybody is saying here, is going to the Falcons at 8, right? in the
Everyone's
chat here.
saying that. Well, I
RB
mean,
alert,
we
Robinson here at 8. Yes, Bijan at 8. It seems like everybody's pretty certain here that
we both mocked him there, right?
we did.
Yeah. Or I did.
Well, you
at
did.
least.
I did.
You bailed at the
Skoronski.
last minute, and it's going
I
to
did.
cost you the competition. I'm very sorry to
but
announce.
this year, it's funny. I've been so close to the competition the last 3 years, and the first second that I actually start paying attention to it and like understanding these players, I just got no idea. I guess on my competition mock here.
Well, it's kind of like March Madness, where you can be the world's biggest analyst, and your family draft or your family bracket pool, grandma's still going to win because she picked the teams whose colors she liked better.
Sure.
Like it's how it goes.
But that's
especially
this draft.
Yes,
like every other draft, I feel like we've had a decent like idea of like
at
what
least the
every
top
team.
10. Yeah.
So let's say Bijan's going here. Leaves a very interesting argument for Chicago, but let's say that Chicago passes on
Skoronski.
Jalen Carter and
Oh.
takes Skoronski. Now let's say
I'll
the Eagles were totally
I'll put it on the
smoked.
record.
Let's say-
I'll be floored if they don't take one of those guys. But if they do, what do you?
Let's say the Eagles, it's been all smoke with them for Carter, and they take Christian Gonzalez. So that leaves you with the top prospects on the board here: Christian Gonzalez, Will Levis, and JSN. What are you doing?
We're talking about the Titans or
For the Titans at 11.
Okay.
Let's say. Well, no, hold on. Sorry. Christian Gonzalez goes at 10
Okay.
to the Eagles, which means Jalen Carter, Will Levis, and JSN are the top 3 on the board right now.
If I'm the one picking, it's obvious. It's JSN. I'm running the card up there. Sorry. Yeah, I forgot because you didn't.
Jalen Carter.
You didn't present this. No, you didn't present this as an option, but it is.
Oh.
It's an implied option.
Trade back.
Trade back is still my choice, but it's like 1A, 1B, JSN trade back. I think both. It depends. And trade back is so ambiguous, right? Like how far do you go? What do you get? Is it for next year picks? Is it for this year picks? Like I don't know. But assuming you can get some draft capital this year and next move back, or at least this season, then I trade back 1A, 1B, JSN. Happy with either. Here we go with the Falcons pick. It's going to be Bijan.
You think so?
I'm pretty confident. I mean, I've been confident for how long? When did I send in our group chat that it's going to be Bijan? It was always Bijan. You got the big brother pitch here going on first.
Thank you, Shane and Chris.
Hey, we've got a trade. I don't mean to. This isn't. Yeah. Okay.
So they traded up one
Philly-
spot.
One spot to get ahead of Chicago to get it's Jalen Carter. Jalen Carter's next. And Philly is officially about to become the team that I've said they were going to be. They're going to be the team everyone hates after tonight because they got a draft haul, and that's the way that it's always going to have happen this way since I thought it 2 weeks ago. I think that we're about to get phase 1 of it. We're about to get phase 1.
And do you think what do you think the draft capital would be to take Jalen Carter here? You think it's their
move one
you think
spot?
It's their
I don't know.
second first round pick?
Well,
You think
let's look at a
second?
draft capital. Maybe a third to move
one spot. It's a top 10 spot, so the point values are not exactly
right. Let's see. So according to the old school chart, right, the Cowboys chart, to move from 10 to 9 is it's only a 50-point difference, which equates to
maybe like a fifth.
No, it equates to a mid-round 4th round pick, mid 4th rounder. So I bet because these things get inflated, it's I don't know who the Eagles had. I think they had a pick in the 90s. Didn't they have a pick in the 90s, like a 94? I think I wouldn't be shocked if that's what they had to give up.
I probably would think so.
So here's the compensation. Chicago. Wow. So Chicago only gets a 4th round pick next year to swap back one spot. I suppose
still not the worst thing in the world. You get one pick
it
because
makes sense from your perspective.
for a guy that
if Philly calls and says, "Hey, we want to trade up with you. We don't know who you want. We promise this is who we're taking. Like we're not taking your dude. We're taking Carter. If you don't want Carter, which again I'm assuming they're picking him, but I'm very confident they're doing this for Carter. It's free. It's like it's free real estate, right? It's either Chicago takes who they wanted at 9, or take who you want at 10 and get a free 4th rounder next year. So of course Ryan Poles, the GM of the Bears, said yes. That makes a lot of sense. We are officially in scary hours for Will Levis and the Titans.
We are. And
I'm
gonna take a bathroom break real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Before we have to do everything, because we are in scary hours.
Yep, we are we're about to be probably live for a while. So guys, if while we're kind of taking a break here for just a second, let me know how you're feeling. If you're in the chat, if you're watching live, appreciate you being here. Let us know what are your thoughts? Who do you think the Titans taking at 11? How on a scale of 1 to 10 in the chat? Let me hear you. How 10 being the worst, you're terrified. How scared are you that Will Levis is about to be a Titan in two-tone blue here in about 20 minutes or so? Let me know in the chat. I want to see the numbers here. All right, so we and I don't think did we announce that it was Bijan? If we didn't, it's Bijan, obviously. Hopefully you're watching. That offense is going to be so much fun to watch. Now, you can argue whether or not Bijan is the correct value pick there. I mean, it's a fair question to ask, but in terms of just fun football, it's going to be a very, very fun team to watch. And I think that, Desmond Ridder at quarterback is an interesting choice to roll with going forward. But just in terms of watchability and fun, I'm talking about how just electric the Falcons are going to be this year from a skill player standpoint.
Oh, for sure. And if
hey, and I've got some responses to the question I asked. I don't want to ask and then ignore.
How scared you are?
On a scale of 1 to 10, DCYFX3, great name, is a 10 out of 10 scared for Levis. RG's a 4. Jordan Lowry's a 3. Bridget McDonald is a 4. Yeah, I'd say that around a 4, 5, 6 is probably fair. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
The Eagles pick is in, shockingly, because we know that it's going to be Jalen Carter. This part is not surprising, really.
I mean, everybody in this chat probably can go back and find your number. So, if they do take Will Levis and want to take angry calls, you can call into Easton's phone number and give your honest reaction.
You really are going to have to go do some hunting. We're not going to tell you what
digging.
episode it's on, and it was many episodes ago, but it does exist.
But if
out
your
there.
hatred for Will Levis is that big, and you have something to say, you can go ahead and shout us out here and give us your thoughts on Will Levis. However, this has to be Skoronski. I think now that they've moved back one pick, because the Eagles were probably, I don't know, Christian Gonzalez is still there. Christian Gonzalez could be the pick here for them. They could take best available.
Dadgummit, Logan, our buddy Logan Grady, one of the horsemen, just texted me. Clearly, he found my number a while ago. There's no way he got it that fast.
From an episode?
Yeah, no, he had it. He probably had it saved. That's funny, man.
So yeah, the for a 4th round pick next year, as you said. So Mel Kiper has Christian Gonzalez as the 3rd best available player here.
For the, again,
on the board.
I'm already assuming it's Eagles at Carter. I'm already on Chicago. I'm on Chicago. I'm on Cincinnati here. I think that Eagles go Carter here. Who else are they trading up for that Chicago would have gotten? It's Carter. It has to be Carter.
It has to be Carter, I think.
And everyone should be mad, frankly.
Yeah. Interesting.
Do you know this whole thing? The character concerns are a psyop by the Eagles always to get Carter. They staged the arrest warrant. They said we're gonna have a fake arrest warrant.
I don't want to get too tongue in cheek with this because I know it can go down a road with given.
We're joking. It's all right.
Given how we joke, but who knows?
This pick has been in for a while.
Logan Grady says, "I'm calling it now. Caleb Farley breakout season. I hope so.
What's he breaking this season?
I don't know.
What did he say?
Out.
What did he say he's breaking? What part of his body?
Out.
All right, here we go. Here's the pick.
So it is Carter.
Never in doubt. I get that pick right on my
Eagle-
mock. Nailed it. Always was Carter. Always was Carter.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. It was always Carter, man. It was always
really was.
Carter. Hey, Who's on deck?
Who's on deck?
Titans.
The Titans. It is scary hours here.
Titans fans should just resign themselves to the fact that they're going to have to change their opinions on Will Levis, whether they want to or not, because this is how this works. Teams are going to have their opinions on a player, and they're not going to do you think Rand Carthon or Mike Vrabel cares one iota about how Titans fans view Will Levis? I mean, maybe they care a little bit, but enough
Chicago,
to not take him. Well, yeah, I mean, and this isn't shocking. Chicago moved back. They only would have moved back like they did, having known.
I mean,
having known that their guy was there, right? So the Titans are on the clock now.
What was the surprise pick here for the Bears? Like, what would be a surprise pick if they didn't take Skoronski?
Nolan Smith, Lucas Van Ness.
Or they took Jason.
A top defense, or I mean, sure, to get a weapon for that would not be the craziest thing in the world. Now it would be weird considering they traded the 32nd overall pick for Juju or not Juju.
DJ Moore.
No, to the Steelers wide receiver Claypool, and then they got DJ Moore in the trade back.
My mic on this entire
yeah, I'm sure people were. No one complained, so they must be pretty all right.
It feels like it has to be Skoronski, doesn't it?
So the Falcons and Arthur Smith under Arthur Smith and Terry Fontenot, the Falcons have now selected 3 offensive skill position players in the top 8 picks in the past 3 years. Kyle Pitts at 4, Drake London at 8, and Bijan Robinson at 8.
And I think 2 of those 3 are going to work out, which isn't a terrible hit rate.
Who do you think?
I think Kyle
are you
Pitts
saying
still
anybody,
could
or
work out.
Oh, so Pitts is the one you're questionable on. Okay.
Because I'm very just high on I'm just very high on Pitts. I've always been ever since.
Things are about to get very interesting for the Titans. Things are about to get very.
Can we just talk about this?
We're not. We're gonna. We can admit we just happened to see the tipped pick for the Bears. We're not going to say what it is, but things are about to get interesting. It's going to be a fun next 15 or so minutes.
Fun
10
minutes.
If you're watching still with us, we appreciate you being here. Now is the time. Share this with a friend. Share this with somebody as we react to the craziness that's about to ensue. Send it to a friend. We still got the. Let's remind people we've got a hat giveaway.
We do have a hat giveaway.
There's no the time period in which you can enter this draft is now until the end of the night. Right? It's a tonight thing only. So you got to comment on this stream. And you have to retweet or share in some way, prove to us that you shared this show with somebody. If you're not on Twitter, but you want to send the link to a friend and then prove it to us, go for it, man. Go for it. That counts in my book. So the Bears pick is in here. Still is in. It seems like they are taking their time.
Why y'all being sus? Lol.
We're only being sus because we promised not to tip any picks, and we happened to see who the Bears picked, it's not a crazy shocking pick. It's not shocking pick.
It's tough when Justin Mello just says it right there on the board.
Yeah,
it's hard not to look at, but man,
doesn't it feel like ESPN is particularly behind this year? Like they're a full 3 or 4 minutes behind if that's the rate that we're going here.
I think this is such an interesting.
Are you nervous? Are we nervous to find out how are we feeling, guys?
You thought we knew
Ben
the
Bible,
Titans.
most insane possibility for the Titans at 11.
Nolan Smith. They go Nolan Smith.
That's not the most insane.
No, it is
insane.
out of the.
No, most insane is Keon White because he's here.
Oh,
yeah, Keon White. That's the most insane. Georgia Tech, Keon White. That's the most insane thing. The most insane thing that could happen, truly, I think, is Zay Flowers. I think that's the thing that will be the most, in terms of reaction, people losing their minds. Obviously, this Diana Rossini text. Just texted with a source in Houston who said, quote, fooled the world. Okay. No, your owner stepped in. We all know what's going on here.
Is anyone getting IBS right now?
Many Titans fans, thousands of Titans fans around the world.
I think it's kicking in right now because look behind the scenes. We decided to get some food before this, and we ordered Chewy's. So Chewy's is now giving,
which was very good, by the way.
It was very
I
good,
really enjoyed it.
IBS kicking in right now,
which may or may not have anything to do with the food we had,
yes,
and maybe with the fact that the Titans here are on the clock and things are getting a little testy. I need the Bears pick to be freaking announced so we can talk about this. This is rough.
It is.
Can we break our rules once just for the Titans?
I don't know. If someone says yes in the chat, if we can break our
Give us
rules,
permission to talk about this pick so we can talk Titans, because this is we need to talk about this.
As soon as I see
Anybody,
someone say
please
YES,
speak for the group. I'm begging you to tell us yes.
This. But until then,
They may not even beat the.
Break the rules. All right, Wyatt says break the rules. Okay.
So the Bears skip over Peter Skoronski, hometown fella,
yep,
for Tennessee offensive tackle Darnell Wright, who we were for a while there thinking really, really, really going to
maybe Pittsburgh. Maybe.
Well, no, what I meant was really, really, really going to surprise people with how high he goes. And then in the last 2 weeks or so,
we didn't do it too far ahead.
Yeah,
It's about to be
and
announced.
it's been announced on line for a full 5 minutes now. So
yeah.
I promise the rest of the night we will not break that rule again. But for the Titans' sake, it sets up now.
I mean, for the Titans' sake, I'm not looking at my monitor to the right.
No, I think it's a 1, 2, 3 options here. So for folks who are wondering what the Titans do here, no, 4.
So now Skoronski's on the board.
It's either Skoronski, who I would
5.
He's been my guy this whole
5
time.
Options.
Okay, well, you say the 5th after I say the 4, because I don't know who the 5th you're referring to is. For me, they're either going Will Levis, Jack Smith and Jigba, Skoronski, Peter Skoronski, trade back, or Zay Flowers. I forgot. Was that your 5th?
No.
Who's your
so
6?
Mike Vrabel gets his first pick and takes Christian Gonzalez.
Obviously, Mike Vrabel takes over the draft room and does not want to collaborate.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
He does not want to.
Okay.
He does not want to collaborate, and he says, "I want the best defensive player on the board still, which is Christian Gonzalez." And that's also an interesting. It's an interesting proposition.
It is,
right. We have so many different. What was the dad joke? I want to more like Darnell wrong. Yeah, exactly. Boom.
Okay, this has been the Hot Read Podcast. We appreciate you guys tuning in. Until tomorrow night.
Go see Jacob's set over at Zany's next week.
Yeah. If you go, he's sold 0 tickets so far. We're begging
Pick us in, so they did not trade.
And they did not take their time, unless I wasn't paying attention and the time was already down really low, which it may have been. But they didn't consider trading back. So no trade back. At least obviously they can trade back later in the draft. You could use future capital to move back up in this first round.
Apparently, we've seen it.
Last year we saw it.
Yep.
Last year we saw it. So that is an interesting proposition. And we didn't see it in the first round, but we did see them trade up last year. We saw them trade, not trade back. We saw them trade up last year.
Yep. They had 9:40 left. Logan says. They used 20 seconds.
I wonder if is that time the official time, or is it ESPN's time? If that's official
hey guys,
time,
it's Ross. Are you excited to take Levis? Says John.
Ross. We love people being in the stream. Ross and John, respectfully leave for the next 20 minutes, and you can come back.
I hope it's JSN. I don't know. We're going to commercial beforehand, of course. Yeah, the pick is in, and ESPN is headed to commercial. So there's 6 options on the table. Realistically, if I had my outcome here and what they've kind of have been building up to, I think Skoronski is probably the play. If you're anti-Levis, totally. Peter Skoronski falling to you here is a home run pick.
Well, now that Skoronski is there, I'm 1A, 1B, 1C. I'm happy with JSN. Skoronski, trade back. Pick us in. Just kidding. I'm 1A, 1B. Skoronski or JSN?
Yeah.
I keep thinking trade back's still an option. Not an option. Could you rescind? Never mind. We take it back. The pick's not in. We found an offer. But here's the thing. If they go Levis here, obviously that's a whole. We're not going to open that Pandora's box until it happens. Okay. But if they don't, if they go Skoronski or JSN or anybody else, then Levis may be in a little bit of not a free fall mode necessarily. But falling.
The next place you could see him going is probably Tampa Bay.
Yeah, you could see Minnesota come up to get him if they really wanted him.
Yep.
New England, not huge fans of Mac Jones. There's been a lot of rumors this offseason that they're not in great shape in terms of a relationship. So
Jacob Sane says JT isn't a Titans fan, so what does he know? However, I'm not a Titans fan. However, I have willingly given I don't know how many hours of my life.
I'll say this: JT's more knowledgeable on the Titans roster and construction right now than maybe 50% of the Titans fans I encounter. Probably more guys who they're actually fans of the team. So he knows what he's talking about.
Whenever I say something, I say
Logan says, "I hope it isn't Scrubonsky." Oh, you mean the guy with the second highest ceiling in the entire draft? No, I
and
think
this is
Skoronski's
where my point was, right?
Okay, go ahead.
If they truly we learned this from Peter Skoronski. I heard this straight from his mouth at the combine here. Peter Skoronski said, I want to try my hand at tackle. However, I'm totally willing to be a guard in the NFL. Like, he said that to our faces at the NFL combine.
He said, I'm going to do what my coaches want me to do, but I think I deserve a chance to play at tackle, which I agree with. I've agreed with this whole time.
And if the Titans were to take him here, boy, do we have a great August where it is Andre Dillard versus Peter Skoronski in a cage match. And you know what? The loser of that situation is Peter Skoronski as maybe a top 3 guard in the NFL next year. Like, that is if they were to go Skoronski here. Like, that is the worst outcome I believe could happen if Skoronski was the pick. However, it could be pretty cheeky to take like JSN here, Zay Flowers, which I also wouldn't disagree with. However, I think if they were finally able to solidify their offensive line here, it makes tomorrow's 2 picks very intriguing because that's where the wide receiver and that's where the tight end value truly is. And it could set them up to finally have like the national media here be giving the Titans maybe like, let's say Darnell Washington falls because only one tight end goes in this first round. Let's say Darnell Washington's there at 2, and then Tyler Scott or a Jaden Reed is there at 3. Tell me that draft already is not like a home run knockout of the park for the Titans offense to be revamped next year.
It absolutely is, and I think that's going to probably be the idea. We've got a live shot now of the Titans.
Oh, let's look at
I'll tell you this: Mike Gribble looks a lot happier this time around than he was last time
year, yes.
when he's walking around wanting to punch a hole in the wall.
Yes.
So Titans pick is in. It's been in. Let's see if they announce it here.
You know how funny it would be to just see like Stoney or someone there in like the grouping of like Titans fans right there, because I feel like he would totally fit in to that group of like NFL crazy fans. But like
he could if he wanted to. No doubt in my mind he could if he wanted to.
Who was Captain Comeover?
Did we mention a Captain Comeover?
I'd like to be the CEO of my company, but that doesn't mean I'm capable. Fair.
Are we talking about Skoronski?
I think so.
Well, okay, but what if you had 3 years of tape that did nothing but demonstrate that you were capable? So that's the argument.
And here we go.
We'll talk more about it if that truly is what goes on here. He's my guy. He's been my guy. He was my tackle too. He remains my tackle too. This is a stud. Peter Skoronski, by the way, for those that happen to be listening to us for draft announcements. Titans, you're first of all, Titans fans, and
take a breath.
Well, watch them trade back up to 19 for Will Levis. They can probably breathe a sigh of relief here. You don't have Will Levis. We're done talking about that as a possibility. Okay, now, amazing that they go with a guy that from the beginning.
And by the way, I just like looked at Broadway. By the way, we're doing great coverage here. We also have some other guys over here doing a reaction to the Titans,
who are high-fiving and celebrating, which I guarantee, based on I know the opinions of these guys, they are not happy that it's Skoronski. They are ecstatic that it wasn't Levis. And when Mike Herndon puts his hand on his heart, takes a deep breath, that is exactly what I would expect as a reaction.
I mean, look at these guys.
They're having a good.
They're having a good time now.
They've maybe had a little bit too good of a time so far, but I'm glad they're having a good time. They'll be on live for a little bit, not the whole night, but for a little bit reacting. Let's react here. So Skoronski, I can give my spiel on him. Let me pull up my write up on him because I think it's really poignant as to what we're talking about here. Oh, we got a big call. Who's that from? Not
No,
somebody worth talking to. Okay.
No, it's my source on Jack Campbell, who says Jack Campbell's
Next
the
up?
next pick.
Okay.
And he keeps calling me
Not to tip too many picks. Not to tip too many. That's number 2. I'm really sorry. It's Jack Campbell next, guys. I will say, hey, this just crossed my mind. Lions on the board. Forever it was Christian Gonzalez to the Lions. They moved back to 12. Wow. If they want Gonzalez, he's still there.
It'd be a home run.
And then you go get a stud defensive rusher later in the first round, and you come away with a Motor City MCDC and the Motor City Kitties this year are. I'm a big fan. I'm jumping on the bandwagon. They are a lot of fun. Now,
are they the number 1 contender if they take JSN here? Are they? What if they take Dalton Kincaid here? What if they?
Do you mean number 1 contender in the NFC?
Yes, in the NFC.
South, I think
in NFC North. If they take
no.
JSN or Dalton Kincaid here.
Just NFC, just the NFC. I think
so.
that they, based on how the draft goes, could be a contender. Now there are some, like the Eagles are going to be tough, right? I get that. The Niners are going to be tough, but and if we should probably start boosting people to come in here on Twitter. I just realized it's probably a good idea.
Yeah, probably not. Tell me how a guy who doesn't have 34-inch arms can play left tackle. He doesn't have to.
How about I read my? He doesn't have to, but let me read my write-up on him. Okay. Here's what I wrote in our draft guide, which, by the way, you should definitely be tuning into right now because it's something that is great to follow along with.
As the Lions are picking.
Okay, let's get the Lions pick in real quick. Wow! First big stalker of the night. Jamir Gibbs is the second running back off the board. Not even there at the draft. Now, we've been hearing all week, guys, at least these 2 guys are going in the first round. They're going in the first round. The Lions offense is, and here's the thing. If they're trying to shore up their offensive firepower and they still need a cornerback, this is the deepest position group in the draft. They can still get a stud running. They could get Emmanuel Forbes or Deontay Banks in the 20s. Like they still can shore up that defense, but this is going to make that offense so electric. I cannot wait to watch the Lions play football.
So the Lions have Roll Tide, I guess. He's probably the only Alabama player I'll ever root for because I think he's just that dynamic. And I'm happy that he's going to the Motor City Kitties here. I'm happy he's going to a team that's going to use him effectively. I question why they took him still.
I love this PFT commenter. Titans have a Peaky Blinder in the war.
Oh, he does.
he does look like a Peaky Blinder.
Why did the I don't know, man.
All right, we'll talk about that more in a second. We're a Titans focused show, so let's talk a little bit more.
Why did the Lions just take DeAndre Swift with a couple more pounds on him?
Well, they don't think that he is that. Clearly,
so they have
if they took him at 12, they don't think that's
DeAndre Swifts then, basically.
Swift's not there anymore.
DeAndre Swift?
Yeah, he got traded.
He did?
Yeah, I'm almost positive. Yeah, or no. Sorry. It was the backup that got traded, wasn't it?
Jamal Williams?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
the one. I'm sorry, I got the wrong. Holy widescreen monitors in the Lions draft room.
Wow.
And they are
ecstatic that
they are
fell there. Fell there.
Dan Campbell with his hand on his heart. They were worried he wouldn't be there. Clearly, JT, what we're learning here is the league all knew that the league was much higher on Jamir Gibbs than the public was. Now, let me read my write-up on Skoronski, okay? Here's what I wrote in the draft guide. Oh, thank you. Perfect. I said, Skoronski is the most talented offensive lineman in the draft, and with that, very few disagree. The very large sticking point on him is where he'll play in the NFL, tackle or guard. A phenomenal tackle in college, Skoronski allowed an incredible 1 sack, 2 hits, and 3 hurries all season long in 2022. Over the course of his college career, he faced a number of edge rushers who are now already finding success in the NFL and dominating. Go watch the Peter Skoronski versus Aiden Hutchinson tape, for example. But his 32 1/4 inch arms are severely below the traditional 34-inch benchmark for offensive tackle length, which raises significant concerns about his ability to consistently win against insanely long NFL pass rushers on Sundays. I have maintained all year long that his floor is what makes him a do-draft player. Worst case, Titans fans, Peter Skoronski is a day one starting guard with legitimate all-pro potential out of the gate. And for a GM, and this is the biggest thing right here, JT, that I want to talk about. For a new GM making his first ever pick, looking to hit at least a double on their first ever draft, Skoronski may be the best bet in the entire class. And so I think the big element of this is when you've got a brand new GM like Rand Carthon, on the heels of a guy who got fired for things that arguably he did during the draft. I mean, really, because of what he did during the draft. This is the kind of thing where you cannot strike out big time on your first pick. A Will Levis for the Titans would probably be more of a risk in this situation if John Robinson was still around, for example, or Ran was 4 or 5 years into his tenure. But like you mentioned on the pod, what was it, yesterday or the day before, when you're a GM and you draft a quarterback in the first round, you start a doomsday clock for yourself, right? And so that's something that he chose not to do. He went with the guy that was a guaranteed double. Is it a home run? Maybe. If he ends up being the tackle that he was in college, which, guys, here's the thing about Skoronski and what makes him such a fascinating evaluation. In the draft, when you're evaluating players, when these scouts and front offices evaluate players, the big deal is how do you balance valuing traits and valuing tape? Those are the two elements boiled down to the most broad possible thing. Those are the categories you're looking at. What is the guy's traits? What is his athleticism, his build, his size, his burst, his speed? And then what has he produced already on tape? What does he look like? Functionally, how athletic is he on the field? Functionally, how strong does he play? What's his technique like? How well did he do against guys that we've seen in the league? And like I mentioned, with a guy like Skoronski, we saw him for years. JT, in the past 3 years, how many stud edge rushers or defensive linemen have come out of the Big Ten? A bunch of first round guys, a bunch of guys like that, like Aiden Hutchinson, for example. On tape, I did not find a game in which you could get to the end of that tape and say, he lost. Skoronski lost. Every single game against these guys who have now come into the NFL and been studs at the NFL level, he won as a left tackle. So if you're a tape guy, if you value tape over traits, then you consider Skoronski, while the biggest, truly, and this is the thing, truly the biggest outlier in terms of length at the tackle position ever, in terms of guys that can succeed, right? We've got guys that come out with his arm. Most guys that come out who played tackle in college with this arm length immediately go to guard. They're even scouted as guards.
Yep.
But if he is succeeding in the NFL as a tackle, he will be the biggest outlier in terms of length that we've ever seen. That doesn't mean it's impossible. It just means it's unlikely. If you're basing it on the tape, he's going to be that outlier. The tape demands that you say he's going to be that outlier. If you're a traits person, then it's really clear, right? We do you remember when we went through in Indianapolis on the day that we got to speak with Skoronski and we looked at all the mock draftables since 1999 in their database, how many guys had his arm length or lower that played tackle in the league? And it was a list of like 7 dudes, and they were all disasters. The Packers pick is in here, by the way. Let's see who they take. Wow! You got it!
Lucas Van Ness, let's go!
One of your 2 Iowa boys is off the board, frankly, way earlier than we thought.
Yeah.
I want to finish this thought. We'll pause, and then I promise we'll get to Van Ness. If you're a traits person with Skoronski, it is really, really clear. I love that shirt on him, by the way. That's a very cool old school shirt.
That's a very St. Xavier high school shirt. Like I'm surprised that
shirt would work.
I'm surprised
on the main
he's not
streets
like
of
he's
Green
not
Bay,
like
Wisconsin.
It is like he's
okay.
Finish
Yeah,
your,
sorry, I'm the one sidetracking us now. If you're a traits person with Skoronski, he's going to be a guard. Now, again, I don't understand in terms of positional value. Yes, at 11 in the first round in general, almost always drafting a guard is bad positional value, and certainly within the top 15 picks, it's the tackles you're looking for. We're going to find out shortly what the Titans view him as, right? We'll get press conferences. We'll get speaking with the Titans, all of these things they're going to do in the coming days. We'll hear what they think. I'm sure whether they actually believe it or not, they're going to say, we believe he can play anywhere on the offensive line. We think he can be a great tackle like he was in college. We think that he'd be, one of the best guards in the league. We're going to see. And as much as Titans fans probably hate this, JT, they're not huge fans of this at all. We are setting ourselves up. Get ready for July and August. It is going to be battle palooza on the offensive line with these not tweeners, but like really, really versatile linemen they brought in. The guys they brought in free agency, Daniel Brunskill and Andre Dillard. And then you add Skoronski to this mix. You've got Aaron Brewer, who's been moved around a lot. The assumption is he'll be a center. You've got Nicholas Petit-Frere on the right tackle side, who seems to be the most solid guy who's going to be one of the tackles on the right side, but he absolutely can move inside. He's a guy that could have played guard coming out. He still can play guard. I think he'd be a really good guard. all 5 of these guys are not locked into a position. Not a single one
No.
can you say
The
you're
New England,
sure.
Hold on, the Patriots just traded the pick to the Steelers. So
Now
Steelers.
this is weird because what did we talk about coming in? Oh man, Green Bay moved up to get above New England, and they're going to steal Jackson Smith and Jigba because the Patriots are in it for the receivers. Clearly not, because JSN is still here. Are the Steelers coming up for? Who are the Steelers coming up for? A lineman? Broderick Jones, perhaps.
Maybe Broderick, like Logan
they've been
just said.
connected
No.
to.
This is where we get weird. I'm gonna start looking at my mock draft challenge. This is somewhere where like we're about to get weird. Like if you want draft content solely, like we're about to give you everything you want to know about every single one of these players. If it was me, like but it doesn't make sense because, well, no, it does.
Okay, explain.
If the Jets, who are behind the Patriots now, wanted Broderick Jones, this is the perfect solution for them to go up past the Jets here.
Oh, I see.
And take Broderick Jones.
I see. Yeah, no, that's fair. I think so. Who's the guy that people are most surprised is falling? It's JSN, right?
Will Levis.
Well, okay, yeah, I keep writing that off. You're right. It's Levis.
JSN.
It's Levis and JSN.
Where's Mike Tomlin?
Where is Mike Tomlin? He must be. Is that him facing away from us?
No. Well,
I think it might be. We're so used to seeing him with a hat on. I think, and we don't see him in suits ever. I think this is like the one time a year he wears a suit. I think it is him. I think it is.
Maybe
they've got their guy.
Which might be
ESPN still thinks they're on the clock.
Which, by the way, Logan Grady says, Easton, I'm trying to like you, but I'm still so pissed that they took Peter Skoronski.
Logan, okay, I'm not trying to have a one-way conversation here, but before I respond to you, elaborate. What are you mad about? Are you mad about the positional value? Did you just not like the player to begin with? Are you mad they didn't go with something like, I get it, in general, linemen aren't the flashiest pick. What exactly are you mad about? And I can address that because there's a number of things you could be mad about, I guess. Did you see the guy with the giant Kenny Pickett head?
No,
dude, the massive Kenny Pickett head.
Though, man. Well,
wherever he sits in the Steelers stadium, the guys around him hate him. You know, that's such a wide hat. Oh, cool fountain. They turned it on.
This is an interesting idea. Let's say Zay Flowers falls to the late 20s. I think he's a guard. You don't take a guard at 11.
Okay, so Logan, I question, and I'm not trying to demean you or call you out. I question whether or not you are buying too much into the group think of you can't take a guard at 11. You can't take a guard at 11. You can't take a guard at 11. The nerds pound this till the cows come home. Like you tackle in the first. You don't take anybody but tackles in terms of offensive linemen. And in terms of positional value, yes, I get it. But you are making assumptions, first of all. You are saying he's a guard when you do not. You think you do, you do not. Nobody knows because the two most important elements, like I said, of football evaluation, tape and traits. I've not covered the draft for long, but I have never covered anybody in any round, studied anybody in every round whose traits and tape more aggressively, directly contradict each other than Peter Skoronski. It is a coin flip, and it is entirely dependent on whether or not you believe in the tape or whether or not you believe in the traits. But Logan, you watch the Titans. You know how bad this offensive line has been for a couple of years now, and you have I'm sure watched the Colts for years with Quentin Nelson. Sorry to pause this thought. Steelers have the pick in here. Okay, so they get their tackle.
That's the answer though. They knew that the Jets were going to take Broderick Jones, which I think was a fair assumption.
Sure.
I
want the Jets to go DeWan, baby. Too big to fail. Give me too big to fail.
Could happen.
Hey, I'll tell you this much: the tackles are going.
Have you found trade compensation anywhere on this deal? I'm interested to see.
Wait, what deal? What are we talking? Oh, the Steelers deal. Oh no, I've not seen that. But sorry, back to what I was saying, Logan. Jordan says automatic Dennis Daly grade. Hey, I can tell you this much: even if Skoronski isn't a tackle, even if he fails as a tackle, he will be if they force it and play him at left tackle. He'll be twice as good as Dennis Daly was. But I'll say this, Logan: you are close enough to the Titans to have seen how bad they've been. You are close enough in terms of the people that I'm assuming who you watch to the Colts to see the first couple of years, the first 3 or 4 years.
So the Steelers gave up 17 and 120 to move up to 14.
So they move up 3 spots and have to give up a 4th-round pick. Okay, that makes sense.
Late fourth.
Mid to late fourth. Mid to late fourth.
Yeah.
So Logan, you've seen what Quentin Nelson with the Colts,
Honestly,
a stud All-Pro guard, did for them. Now, has he had an off year or two? Yes, but it's largely been, I think, because the talent around him has been so bad, it's been forcing him to do so much that's just impossible for him to succeed. But you saw in those first couple of years what having a stud, not a good guard, a bona fide out of the gate, no assembly required. This is not an IKEA package with Peter Skoronski, okay? This is not a developmental pick at all. It's one of the least developmental picks you're going to get. He's going to be a good NFL guard day one, and by the end of this first year, there's a very good chance he's a stud guard. And that can work wonders for an offensive line. Can it work wonders in the way that a stud left tackle out of the box can? No. And that's where the positional value comes in. Is it something that, is it something that can buoy your offensive line? There are offensive lines out there, JT, where they have 2 good to great tackles and then a bunch of in between them, and it doesn't matter, right? We've seen with the Colts, like if you don't have at least decent tackles on the outside, having an amazing guard isn't going to buoy your offensive line. So that, again, those are the pitfalls. But worst case scenario, man, you just got a perennial All-Pro player, a perennial Pro Bowler, a guy that this first year you're not going to see. Like, this is not about to be NPF, where it's a growing pains first year, where it's I don't know like quite if he's going to work out. And NPF had a good first half of the year, kind of fell off in the back half of the year, a lot of growing pains. That is not going to be the case with Peter Skoronski. He's going to compete with Andre Dillard for that. It's going to be Andre Dillard and Skoronski, left side of the line, either guard tackle or tackle guard. They're going to compete all summer. We're going to have to talk about it, and it's going to be annoying to folks, but it's going to be fine because those two. I mean, JT, today the Titans' left side of the line is Peter Skoronski, who is a first-round offensive tackle, maybe a guard, and Andre Dillard, who 2 or 3 years ago was a first-round offensive tackle that some say struggled, some say didn't really get a chance. He certainly has not yet lived up to the billing, but was a first-round talent in terms of tape, in terms of traits. So the upside is there. This is a left side of the line now with Andre and with Peter, whereas a month ago or 2 months ago, JT, your left side of the line was Corey Levin, Brewer and Dennis Daly. Your left side of the offensive line is 7 times better today than it was. 7 times better.
The pick isn't sexy,
and it's
sure.
And it's a force multiplier, right? Because
yes.
how helpful is this going to be for Ryan Tannehill? How helpful is it going to be for Derrick Henry? How helpful is it going to be for Treylon Burks, who now might have the time to get down the field to get open?
And
he couldn't get down in time.
We're taking a live look at the Jets room right now.
Why is there? Because of the cameras. They erase it all. They put it digital, probably. Does it make you an official draft nerd if you look at these and you're like, I want to do this to my house? Like, I kind of want to put next spring. I'm sitting here thinking about in my office making a draft board.
For reference, like a guard like Kenyon Green last year went 15th overall.
Yeah. It's
so
like I think the perceived value is like top 15 picks got to be a tackle.
Wyatt said, I don't know who's watching ABC, but they have had the Jonas Brothers on there for 15 minutes.
I love the Joe Bros.
I know you do.
But
still, Jesus, what are we doing?
So the press conference with Rand and Mike is about to begin. They're going to do a brief presser with them.
That's probably why.
On Peter Skoronski. Yep. And we're going to find out what they think here in just a second. But don't tune out of this for that. We know we can get those sound bites. You can find them on Twitter. But
Dillard got injured and the guy behind him developed into a stud. Dillard has a shot at being very good for us.
Paul, 100%. And that's, I'm aware of this obviously, but I brushed over that. I appreciate you elaborating on that.
Easton, I like having my butt kiss / I like the Jonas
Brothers. Is it bad to like the Jonas Brothers? Is that a bad?
I don't know. Very interesting that they've taken this much time though. The Jets.
You can say you hate the Jonas Brothers, but if I gave you truth serum and said, how many Joe Bro songs do you know?
Do you want this?
Oh yeah, thanks.
Okay, you're welcome.
If you got truth serum and I was like, how many Joe Bro songs do you know? Everybody and their mom knows at least 4 or 5 stud Joe Bro songs.
Okay, do you want to Okay.
Year
Put
3000.
me on the
Burning up.
3000. What is burning up?
Burn it. You don't know burning up,
No,
bro.
I don't. Oh, that one.
Yeah.
What about the one where it's like red dress?
Yeah.
That's
Now,
3.
yeah. There's a number of Camp Rock
Why?
songs.
So, do you know this? I need Titans Nation to tweet Justin Mello with a bolt.
Logan, what do you mean?
I'm so confused on this one.
Did Mello break some news? Also, Titans Nation. Oh, just Titans fans?
Titans
Okay.
people. I'm so confused on this one. This is not something.
Logan, help us out. Elaborate on that.
This is
Oh, real quick on Paul's point. I didn't mean to brush over this. For those that are wondering on why Andre, and this is old, but the way that the career of Andre Dillard has gone is he got hurt early. Lane Johnson comes in as a guy that wasn't supposed to be a stud. Turns out he's just a generational
Yes,
stud.
they did. Give me some. Guess what, Logan? I'm sorry. I'm a Lightning fan. So let's go.
Logan
Wait,
meant the
Justin
Lightning.
Mello is a Maple Leafs fan?
Yeah, he's a Canadian boy, man. He's from up
Oh,
there.
He's
from up there.
I gotta tweet his ass right now. Okay.
Are the Jets? Why are they still on the clock here? What are we doing?
I don't know. There it is.
Do you want to?
But,
We're at the
okay.
point now where I don't know what's going to go on. Do we know what's going on here? Is it Nolan Smith?
so
Is it
for them?
just a pause because they're about to tell us? What do we think they're going with here?
What
No.
if
They have
JSN?
9 starting
What if
receivers
it-
on their roster.
What if it's JSN?
They have 9
What if it
starting
is?
receivers
What
on
if
their
it is?
roster.
What if it is? Like,
Some Titans fans think that the dawn is darkest right, or it's the night is darkest right before dawn, and they're posting pictures of Caleb Farley. But I want to reiterate one thing. Sorry, were you about to talk about something when I cut you off for the Jets? Do you know what you're talking about? You're talking Joe Burrow still?
give me a second. I'm gonna
Tweet your. The thing about this new offensive line situation for the Titans is it is a not sexy draft day pick, but it is a really fantastic. I'm about to have to take a victory lap.
He's about to have.
I'm about to take a
Bolts tried to
victory
blow it, but
lap.
pulled it off. So yeah, I just need everyone in here to hit Mello with a
Just a
lightning
bolt. Yeah,
bolt.
hey, our guy
Hey.
Justin Mello with Broadway Sports Media. Go find him.
Logan,
at
I'm about to tweet him. So if you want to retweet it,
at
and,
Justin
like,
M
join in on the
NFL, I think
clowning.
is his thing. Just tweet him a lightning bolt. What is that series now? 3-2.
3-2.
Coming
We
back to
back to Tampa. They finally. By the way, if the Lightning do not blow those games, the first 2 home games, this series is over, and the Bolts win 4-1.
You think so?
They,
That was the pivot point.
what do you mean? Like, so the Lightning won game 1.
Yeah.
Leafs take game 2.
Yeah.
Lightning are winning game 3 with 30 seconds left
To go
They
up 2-1.
to go up 2-1. They
They-
take it to
right.
overtime. They lose.
So they go down 2-1.
The Lightning in game 3,
Yeah.
Go up 4-1 with 10 minutes left, lose that game. Should have been 3-1. They win tonight. The Lightning have played them out. They have outplayed them last 3 games. Yeah, I'm sorry. We're getting off track, but I'm a diehard Lightning
This is an
fan,
NFL show. I promise the NFL draft is still going on.
So,
Are we? What's the most? Are we super like? Okay, is the draft going so far as crazily as we expected it to go? I think so. I think there's been. It's not been pure, unadulterated chaos, but there've been a ton of really surprising things. Lucas Van Ness already off the board.
Jameer Gibbs
At 12. The
And
Texans going up and getting a back-to-back double dip in the top
what
3.
are we doing here?
I love that. Did you see that kid in the press conference for the Jets the other day?
Oh, is it the ice cream guy?
I don't know.
The ice cream kid?
I don't know what his back. So Kyle here, he's a Make-A-Wish kid. In the press conference they did the other day with him, the pre-draft press conference, it was right after they had traded for Aaron Rodgers.
Okay.
And so the media were like saying he's going to be up there with us for the first pick. And the media was asking him, who do you think the Jets should pick? He goes, I don't know. They don't need a quarterback, which was a gas answer. And everyone thought that was very funny. So this kid is fun. Who was the guy last year that everyone fell in love with? Do you remember that guy? It was like a third round.
Wasn't it the Giants guy?
Yeah.
Kayvon Thibodeau?
Yeah, that dude was awesome. He was just super hype with Kayvon. Oh, he gets to announce it. This is cool. Here we go.
Thank you, Mr. Goodell.
This is sick to get a first round pick announcement. That is so cool.
Dog, I can't believe we're not doing a stream for James Draws on day 3.
Who said we're not? I've said all along day 3 stream is TBD. So, hey, here we go. T-S, Jets. I feel like I deserve a high five for that one because I've been a big Will McDonald IV fan this whole time. I've been saying since a month ago that Will McDonald, the more you watch him, the more you realize he's going to be a first-round pick. Here we are. It's Will McDonald. He's a stud. He was always being underrated. I underrated him. I kept mocking him in the end of the first. I wasn't even giving him enough credit. He goes here at what 15, middle of the first round. Well done from Will McDonald IV.
We've talked about he's had the traits the entire time. If we look at your board here, where did you have him on your board here?
Skoronski?
No, Will McDonald. So you have
he was my edge 2.
Your edge 2. Okay.
Click sheet 2 there at the bottom.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah. Then you'll find the actual, and then scroll over.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so my edge board was Will Anderson Jr. and then Will McDonald and then Nolan Smith out of Georgia, Lucas Van Ness out of Iowa.
Yeah.
So far we've got. Hang on, go back to that real quick for me because I want to see on the edge board just for reference. We have my edge 1, 2, 4, and 5 off. So we still got Nolan Smith is the best edge remaining out of Georgia. Tyree Wilson, Keon White out of Georgia Tech, then B.J. Ojolari, Miles Murphy, those guys. Feel like, hey, here's a question, JT. We've been Jacob Sane with a quote from Ran Carthon in his interview. Hey, thanks, Jacob. He said, I told you people we were being nosy, and that included me. We targeted Skoronski from the beginning. Thought he'd go a little higher. We all did. Vrabel said we value versatility, durability, and violence in our alignment, and that perfectly describes Peter Skoronski. JT, here's my question for you. Look at my edge board here. Look at the 9th and 10th guy. We have consistently seen those two guys mocked in the end of the first round. Do you think there's a chance that like 9 or 10 of the top 10 edges are all gone in round 1?
Maybe, but here's an
so
even
far
better
we have
question.
4
Guess
gone.
who's still on the board?
Will Levis?
Will Levis, also.
Jason?
Also.
Zay Flowers?
Also.
What position are we talking
Christian Gonzalez is
oh my
still
goodness.
on the board.
Wow. Yeah, how is Christian Gonzalez? I'm going to tweet about that. Have we forgotten? Is Christian?
Vrabel said, did you say this other thing about versatility, durability?
Yeah, I said, yeah, that's perfectly
okay.
describing Peter Skoronski.
I probably didn't listen because I already knew that as fact. But
Mhm.
what is the word that we've said probably the most? Wow, Will Levis is going to be the guy. Hendon Hooker.
Hey, do you remember me asking you earlier today, how would it blow your mind if Hendon Hooker ended up going before Levis in the first round?
You did ask me that.
And I
said, no.
Yeah, it wouldn't blow my. I mean, again, listen, I still, even if he falls out, and if people do a dance on my grave on Twitter, like, oh, we were right all along that Will Levis. Hang on a second. Just because the NFL
there's
views
still
him differently,
teams that want to come up.
I'm going to say I may end up being wrong about how the NFL views Will Levis until he plays. I'm not wrong about the fact that he deserved to be in the first round. If I had said that about Dak Prescott years ago, and he went in the 4th. People dance on your grave, and he plays like this. Like Dak Prescott actually should have been a first-round pick. So we'll find out when he plays when and where he goes. Also, I'll say this, JT: the further that Levis falls, the more likely he is to succeed in the NFL because the teams just keep getting better the higher we go.
Yeah,
and we know that fit in the NFL is the number one thing, not even close, Grand Canyon-sized gap between this and the next most important thing.
Wyatt says
for
quarterback
prospects.
to Washington, but not Gonzalez. So it's a cornerback, but I have not seen anything.
Can I just guess? It's
Deontay
Banks. It's Banks. Well, it's either
so.
Banks or Forbes. It's one of those
Porter?
two guys. Oh wait, Joey Porter. It could totally be. I forgot. There's only one cornerback off the board.
I'm guessing
that's the most surprising thing of the night so far. That there's only we're on pick 16 and have one cornerback off the board when we were considering 2 or 3 by the top 12.
I mean, Christian Gonzalez is overall on the consensus board 6.
Mm-hmm.
So interesting. But Logan says if they're doing a press conference right now, are the Titans done for the night?
I believe they're required to do a short presser immediately following the pick.
Every pick?
Well, I mean, so it's dependent. So so like for the Texans, they chose to trade right back up.
No way.
I was hearing word that he may go there. Hey,
no way.
Pour one.
Way. You need another one because I need another one after this.
I'm still working on mine. Hey, we had heard rumors of this, but pour one out for James Foster, who was not a fan of this guy, or maybe happy for him that this guy's not going to be a Titan. But Washington,
There's no way he goes this.
well-run
Is this our
organization.
guy?
Well-run
Is this our guy who
organization.
goes way before.
Find
he
where he was
should?
on the board. Find where he was on the board.
So if this guy were to go,
We're
the guy
not
we're
tipping the
looking
pick,
at,
even though in the comments it's been tipped. We're not tipping it.
if this guy were to go,
Hang on, just real quick. Jacob says that Carthen was asked about trading up for a quarterback and said the bit about him being nosy. Called everyone apparently. Well, yeah. I mean, guess what? He came in. What was the number one thing we said? This guy is a communicator, baby.
Yep.
He's which was I think a knock on, a little bit of a knock on the last GM that was here, Don Robinson, who maybe was a little insular, not to the pleasing of a lot of people in Titans brass, but yeah, he has a relationship with everybody, so it doesn't shock me that he called everybody. But your question about whether or not they are forced to take a press conference, they have to at some point in the night. So if they want to right after their pick, they can. Most teams do. Like the Texans, for example, when they went up back to back, they weren't immediately going to the presser.
what am I drinking? I don't know if this is a rhetorical question or not, but I explained it earlier in the night. I went to a.
I will be right back.
Okay.
I'm sort of.
Oh, gotcha. I don't know if you were going to like say hello to your wife who's been here ever since like 2.5 hours ago. So here's the Commanders pick here, which is not a cornerback that, okay, no bathroom for you.
I'm going to wait because I want to react to this.
Emmanuel Forbes.
Okay. So that wasn't tipped in the thing. He was
No.
just guessing. Logan was just guessing.
Logan was guessing just like.
Maybe Logan has been drinking a little bit.
Maybe.
Emmanuel Forbes. I've been saying all along that he deserved to be a first-round pick. I think he's a stud. He is a two-dimensional
Despite
human
being
being.
an outlier.
Yeah, he's Flat Stanley. He's a 2D human being. He's 6 foot, almost 6'1", 166 pounds of muscle. But the dude is a ball hawk. In my write-up on him, I was talking about how he and I'm sure you're hearing it on your TVs now, set the FBS record in his time.
Already, so they knew who they wanted, and he was going to fall.
Who do we think it is? Nolan Smith, Christian Gonzalez.
JSN.
They wouldn't have done that if they wanted JSN, would they? Not with the
I
Jets
don't
there.
know.
Well, wait, not that you're the one who put that in my
know.
head. That's not right.
Say Flowers?
Maybe.
I think this is a wide receiver.
Okay, now I'm going to the question.
Okay.
You keep them on.
You did. Dorito Lover 101. You predicted it. Yep, you did. Emmanuel Forbes to the Washington Commanders. I don't know what you knew with the Commanders going on here. Personally, I think they're crazy. Now, I would love to hear what you say about this. I think the Commanders are crazy to take Emmanuel Forbes when you have Christian Gonzalez still on the board. Now, honestly, I don't know. Maybe the Patriots took their pick in so fast because they knew they wanted a wide receiver. But man, if Christian Gonzalez is still on the board here, like Stanley just said, before Gonzalez, that's crazy. I agree. I'm very interested to see why, if we maybe ever even get anything that comes out about why Christian Gonzalez is falling here. He's obviously maybe the most athletic corner in this class. He's the most versatile corner in this class. And this is something that I was gonna ask Easton, as the Patriots already are getting their pick in here. Let's see who they take here. Christian Gonzalez. Okay, never mind. Christian Gonzalez falls to the New England Patriots in an absolute home run pick for Bill Belichick here. They finally get back on the board here. Christian Gonzalez, I mean, now that in hindsight, he does feel like a Patriot, and this is kind of just a weird way of Christian Gonzalez falling to them here. I mean, this is a home run pick for them. This is totally a Bill Belichick pick. Like, I think they put it in so fast because I think they were looking wide receiver and then realized Christian Gonzalez is still on the board. Like, are we crazy not to go with Christian Gonzalez here? Like, Christian Gonzalez, especially after the McCourty twins have kind of went on and have retired, they do need help in the secondary. And Christian Gonzalez is going to be in that secondary for quite a while. He definitely fits the Patriot system, the Patriot way. As Jacob Sane just said, Patriots select a high-end cornerback. Also, water is wet. Yes, it perfectly sums it up. Jacob also says Minnesota is going QB right, Hooker or Levis. You kind of feel that way, especially if Will Levis is falling this far. I'd find it hard to not believe that Minnesota takes a quarterback here, either Levis or Hooker. Hear me out. Lions take fancy. I would have been with you on that if it wasn't for how this board has dropped. I don't think Kalijah Cansey is the best defensive prospect still on the board here. I think we have Nolan Smith. I think we have a lot of more interesting prospects here for the Lions, especially a top tight end is still on the board here and is still in play. Jackson Smith and Jigba is still on the board here. And also, I mean, we haven't talked about this. No wide receiver has gone yet. We were told that 4 to 5 wide receivers could go in this first, and this might start the run on wide receiver here. We might get crazy here.
The run's about to blow up. I'm telling you, the receivers are about to go so fast and
Welcome back.
furious. Thank you. Yes, I am back.
Welcome back.
Look, that is such a sad shot of
This
Levis.
board
His
has
mom,
this board's
did you
been
see that?
absolute dookie. Yes, Dr. Knockers, I agree. It's been interesting. I mean, there's always one, isn't there?
What do you mean?
There's always a quarterback.
Yeah. And the Hoover.
Okay. Forbes is Samari role like. I agree. It's
Yeah.
a fair comp.
Sure.
I think.
Yeah, I'm with you, Paul.
Yeah, but I don't know. Do you think if you were the Lions right now, knowing what you know on the board right now, would Kalijah Cansey cross your mind?
My mind, no.
If you're the GM of the Lions.
Okay, if it's still me, still no.
Okay.
no.
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 Well, yeah. I mean, you have Deontay Banks. Where do you
Sorry,
think?
wait. Who's on the board? The Lion. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Where do you think they have to go? They have to go defense here. I think if they took Jamir Gibbs at 12.
Yes. Yeah, they do.
But like, also,
And unless they want to just go heavy offense. But I expect them. I'm trying to think who's on the board. Nolan Smith is the number one guy I think left, in my opinion.
let me see what the consensus board looks like. So if we're looking at the consensus board, let's see who's left. We have Will Levis, Jackson Smith and Jigba, Joey Porter Jr., Nolan Smith, Miles Murphy, Deontay Banks. Basically, rest of the list. But those are guys who were ranked before the on the consensus board. The guys that could go here, or should have gone before the Lions, who could possibly go here. I mean, it's setting a dude. If the Bengals get Dalton Kincaid,
If who?
Like,
The Bengals?
the Bengals get Dalton Kincaid.
That's who I mocked them, I believe. I think they're going to.
It'd be.
So we have no tight ends off the board. We have no corner or wide receivers off the board.
Yep.
That is the end of that list, I believe. Yeah, that's the end of that list.
Justin Mello just tweeted me back saying, "Bring it for let's say Saturday. I think. What's today? Thursday.
What is today? Thursday?
Friday.
Yeah.
Maybe it's Saturday. Maybe it's Sunday. I don't know, but be interesting." So let's look at the board here as we kind of take a mini break. I feel like we're in like a lull right now. You know, we're about to like pick up either there's going to be a run on wide receiver or people are going to finally be smart. We're just going to like kind of see things like happen, you know?
Wait, I was not listening. What were you saying?
I was just saying we're kind of like in a break. We're in a lull right
Well, and
now.
this is the period of the draft that I was like, I think this is probably going to be the most boring section.
Diesel says
Now-
QB room of Baker Mayfield and Will Levis is
Well, I was about to
nuts.
say it might start to get interesting here in just a second. Once the pick for the Lions, it's already in. But once we know the pick for them and Tampa Bay has a pick, can we pull up the board in terms of picks remaining? Where do we think the last stop is for Levis in terms like just who's left up on the actual in the order? Because obviously Tampa Bay is a decent guess.
Tampa Bay, Minnesota. I don't know. How Bengals will have a great shot at tight end. How about DeJuan Jones?
DeWandre the Giant, too big to fail, baby.
I mean, yeah. I mean, he would be great. I just think this tackle class is kind of shaping up to be a little deep. They're maybe not being as valued as highly as some teams might have been mocked to value them. So I wouldn't be surprised if they take an absolute luxury pick here in a tight end for the Bengals and just kind of go in on that offense. Jacob says Derrick Henry didn't get traded, so it's been a good night.
Is the night over?
I don't think the night's over. However, I wouldn't be.
Are there more rounds tomorrow?
There might be.
And then the next day,
where he actually might get valued.
Right. Well, and then also, when does the season start?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not out of the woods yet on Henry, bud. You're not out of the woods on Henry. Is that Will Levis's girlfriend right there? She looks like looks like his mom younger. All three of them look like they're.
That's Zendaya.
They look kind of Mormon, to be honest with you.
I think that's
Zendaya.
Right
where?
Right there.
Oh, right here. Yeah. Will Levis rolls with Zendaya in his squad for sure.
So what I'm drinking tonight, I went to a place on 12 South here in Nashville that only sells like snobby IPA brands from like companies you've never heard of, because I was like, I got to do something special. And if I'm going to pay $20 for 4 beers, like, might as well go all out for the NFL draft. It's from Edmonds Oast Brewing. It's a sour apricot peach it's an American sour ale brewed with apricot and peach from Charleston, South Carolina. So peaches from South Carolina region. I'm sorry if I left you hanging. I meant to. And then my host had another Peter Skoronski question, which, of course,
this is a Titans show, man.
Well, I think this is more of.
Hey, here we go with the Lions' next pick. What are they doing? Cornerback?
JSN. Give me the luxury pick. Give me the all offense.
Yes! Yes! We got a family next door. We need to not wake their kids up, but that's amazing. You got both Iowa guys in the first round. Let's go. That's amazing. Hey, you've been saying it all along that Jack Campbell is a guy worthy of going in, well, maybe not the first round, but worthy of going very high. And here we go. Hey, the league, well, at least media,
I'm so happy.
They started to really be out on both of the Iowa guys in the last month or
did.
so, and clearly the league was not interested in that. So that is really fantastic. What do you think about the pick? Leaving Nolan Smith on the board, leaving the edge rushers on the board.
I think he's a great pick for the Lions. I think he's a Dan Campbell guy. I think every Iowa guy is a Dan Campbell guy.
1,000%. 1,000%. Yes.
Oh my God. I'm in shock. I'm like, I've never been this happy. This is crazy. From the moment I saw him, I knew he was going to be in the first round. Buffalo fans might be crying to know that now that I feel like Buffalo fans actually were wanting him. Why do I like Iowa so much? It's not that I like Iowa. It's because as someone who's never covered the draft before, I went to the NFL Combine and it was very just kind of everything was happening. And we had the first I'm shocked they drafted the soup man, Jack Campbell.
Campbell Soup Man.
Campbell Soup Man.
He also just kind of reads as like if he turns into a stud in the NFL, he'd be an awesome spokesperson for Campbell Soup because he seems like a hearty meal in a can kind of guy, you know?
He does.
A Midwestern hearty meal in a can, cold winter's day, rough and tumble football player.
Before I start talking about Jack Campbell, this beer is good, okay? This sour is good. Guys, stop.
I believe it. You're about to be 4 down here?
Yeah, I'm about to be 4 down.
And that's all 4. You got the bust
4.
of the reserve. That's time to drinking my girly drinks. So I'm not sure what we got left.
I might have to finish this just to celebrate Jack Campbell, brother. I tell you.
I mean, listen, you were the truther all through the process, and here we are. But what did he go? You're not even in the 20. He was in the teens.
He went 18th. In
Unreal.
conclusion, Levis does Levis.
Levi's ads.
Levi's ads,
Okay.
and Campbell does Campbell's ads.
I
Yes.
mean, they're easy. You got to hit on those. It's right there.
You have some antihistamines for this. My stomach is a tank. Okay, Jack Campbell ahead of Drew Sanders. Based. I don't care what national. He's got heart.
I
He's got
had
heart.
Drew Sanders above him for versatility reasons, but Campbell was my linebacker too, and he definitely is a stud. So
to finish my story, Jack Campbell is the first prospect I've ever talked to face to face, and he's maybe the prospect that has impressed me the most, and maybe that's why first impressions mean so much. However,
are you gonna?
Jack Campbell supremacy.
Okay.
That's all I can say.
Okay, I'm gonna say,
I don't know.
Are you gonna
That
elaborate on
Vontae
that?
Mack, no matter what. Jack
Where did I put
Campbell,
my
no
drink?
matter what. I mean, my bad.
No,
But that was
it's both of us. It's
crazy.
both of us.
That
I
was
get it. I get it.
crazy.
I get it. All right, here we go. Buccaneers pick us in at
Levis.
19. Okay, so all the talk about him going in the first was reasonable. Obviously, he's going in the teams
Elijah
here.
Cansey. Look at those arms. They're short.
Elijah Cansey. I mean, the next Aaron Donald. What can you say?
LVS.
Lucas Van Ness.
Lucas Van Ness. Oh, yes. Lucas Van Ness just, I think from the get-go, was someone that I immediately knew was going to, no matter what the scheme was, he fits a certain scheme that the top 15 were going to take, either if it was a Dan Campbell scheme, a Mike Vrabel scheme, the New England Patriots.
He's an old school football player.
He's an old school football
like
player.
like all the Iowa
He's
guys are,
athletic.
like Jack Campbell.
He was going to test super well, and even though it wasn't a Georgia guy,
And what have we been saying this whole time? Size does in fact still win in the NFL, and he brings that size. We saw him in person at the combine one of the first days, and I think he was actually the first guy. He and Tyree Wilson were the first two guys where, I've been around NFL players a lot. Like I'm in the locker rooms at the Titans games and stuff.
T-Rex battle, yeah.
But you still, every time you're around those sized guys, JT, I think you can attest to this. It sets you back. Like you're taken off guard when you're around somebody that is that big. And when we walked over to the stand where Lucas Van Ness was talking, it's like, oh yeah, this is an NFL player. This is an NFL sized dude.
He was.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean,
hey, sorry if you're gonna finish that thought, then I have an idea.
What's your idea?
I just realized, I think in my first mock draft, I had Skoronski the Titans. So can we pull up my, I think I shared that with you on Drive. I just want to see in terms of the rest of that first round mock, if it's even like remotely accurate. Because I may have just been right a month. I may have been right a month ago and then just convinced myself I was wrong.
It'd be interesting.
Who did I? I don't think I didn't. I had CJ Stroud going first overall, but he went second. So I mean, it says mock draft template, the third one.
This one?
Mhm.
Okay, yeah.
So 1.0, I had CJ and Bryce 1, 2, and then Will Anderson 3, which was all correct.
Anthony Richardson 4.
Jalen Carter Seattle was wrong. Christian Gonzalez to Detroit. I got that right. Right team, wrong spot. Levis to Vegas. I'm obviously very wrong on that. Tyree Wilson to Atlanta. I was wrong. Paris Johnson
Not
going early.
super far off.
No,
because Las Vegas took it.
Joey Porter very wrong. Skoronski to Tennessee right on. Van Ness going. Where did he go? 13,
He went to 13. 13 with the
yeah. Broderick Jones going that high. Witherspoon, I was wrong about it. So my first 15 picks on my 1.0, if I had submitted that,
yep,
I for sure would be leading any and all.
If the Chargers get JSN here, could push them over the top.
I think that they're more likely. I think they're more likely to end up going Addison. I think honestly,
Why?
I wouldn't be shocked if on their big board they have Addison, Flowers, JSN. Just because of what they need. Like they're a team that needs a guy who's a flanker or a slot guy who can be an outlet for Justin Herbert. They need a really good tight end or a really good intermediate route runner like Zay Flowers or Jordan Addison. Also, remember me telling you this the other day, JT, the color commentator during a number, I think it's like mostly in the preseason, but like he's employed by the Chargers, Daniel Jeremiah, the draftnik of all draftniks at NFL Network. His number one receiver this whole time, and he has been hyping the Jordan Addison train up this whole time. He's been the number one supporter from the beginning. That's a guy that if he's in the building with the Chargers, yeah, they don't employ him to Jim. Why are you doing Peter Skoronski like that? Where is he? Was at the draft, right?
I guess maybe I don't know.
There's no way Skoronski wasn't invited to the draft.
I don't know what this is.
Where is he? Is he in a bar? Is he celebrating?
Maybe
like, he's already having a good time. That doesn't strike me as no. Buck was right. Jimmy, why you do this man like this?
That's so funny.
He lives in a submarine. I saw one person comment.
Oh, here it is. He was on a Zoom call.
Yeah, so the first round prospects, they do a quick zoom with them.
However.
Oh, and by the way, I don't know if you saw
Jim
this.
Wyatt just took the worst picture of him possible.
Heart on his forehead or a red dot right in between his eyes. Maybe it's just weird.
I have no idea.
I will say this. I don't know if you saw this, but Paul Kaharski was clowning Jared Stillman on the Zoom call because he couldn't figure out mute, which is hilarious because you forced me to listen to Stillman yesterday for reasons. We don't have to get into this story, but you forced me to tune in briefly while I was working. And Joe Rexroad was going on Stillman and Company, and Stillman was yesterday clowning Joe for being an old geezer who didn't know how mute worked. And then today, in the most important Zoom of the year so far, dude can't figure out mute. Jared Stillman. Where is my next drink? This is empty. I had another one.
Did you?
I think. I think
we're getting into the part of
I hit it behind the
start talking about
local media rumors.
Local media personalities. We 19
had
picks so far, 0 wide receivers, 0 tight ends, 2 running backs. Yeah, it's very surprising.
The most surprising part
goes against very much the grain.
Well, I was about to say, what's surprising about that is that last part, that 2 running backs have gone when no receivers or tight ends have gone. I will say this, I'm not giving up on my take on 3 or 4 guys going. I think we're about to see a run on them. I think the Chargers here after the Seahawks pick could absolutely, hey, Seattle could absolutely pull the trigger on Will Levis. They've been considering a backup quarterback. And they're showing Will Levis on ESPN right now. I don't know if the tip's been picked yet, but
I have not seen anything. What are the odds Will Levis scary hours resume?
At 41?
If the Titans trade back in at 29.
Or if he just falls out of the first and then tomorrow he keeps falling.
Would you
like the pick?
Would you random question. Not random. Random but not random. Would you like Will Levis at 241?
I would, yes, because I think he's a first round. I think you're getting a first round caliber quarterback early second.
Line now.
Yeah, and at 41, you don't have the 5th year option, so financially, if he hits, it's less advantageous. But you let him sit behind Tannehill and develop for a year or 2. Like that is absolutely something that can be done here. And I don't expect Levis to fall that far, but if he does, I don't think it's Levis scary hours. The people are still going to be pissed, but it's another one of those things where if he falls there,
if the Titans were to give up a 2nd round pick here to go get Levis in the back half of the first, how much does that change?
Sorry, I was reading something. What did you say?
If the slap him, JT slap him, okay. It will.
For Levis at 41.
If they were,
I'm not saying it's the pick I would make. I'm just saying if they were to make it, I would be happy. I would think that's a very, in terms of value.
Do it, JT slap him, says Dr. Knockers.
Dr. Knockers can. This is a family-friendly show.
Is it? Are we getting to the hours?
It's almost anymore? 10, but no, I'm demanding 4 drinks in. We are still a family-friendly show. Mainly because we do have family, I think, on the stream, so we have to be a family-friendly show. And we're back with the JBL rolling boombox here. I'm very curious to see.
Where's Pete?
Yeah, where is Pete? Is he on the phone with? I'm not.
Pete's definitely that guy right there. That's Pete.
That's Pete. Yep, there.
Yeah, it is. I could tell him by his button.
He was walking to the JBL. Was he going
Skoronski
to get ox?
Looks the type of of guy to forget to tie his shoes and then end up on the IR for a season.
Hingle McCringleberry. That's a terrible take. Do you think Pete has ox on JBL? You think 71-year-old Pete Carroll is running ox?
If he does, you know what he's
pitching straight gas on the ox in the war room.
He's listening to Steely Dan.
Oh, he would be a Steely Dan guy. He would be a Steely Dan guy. So the Seahawks pick is in at 20.
Who's the other one?
What do you mean the other one?
Oh no, Stealing Dan. Yeah, no, he definitely. I was trying to feel like what the Torque Lewis.
Torque Lewis, Nevada State Penitentiary. It's actually Torque Construction Noises Lewis, but anyways.
I Pete Carroll definitely listens to Steely Dan. Like,
Yeah, I would if I ever got to do next year if we go to the combine again, which I hope that we do. You know, remember Pete? We could have potentially spoken to Pete in his. Do they give the draft card to somebody? That's pretty cool. And Roger signs it. Sick.
nice.
How do they decide who gets that?
Maybe they
They
just like
throw it.
they throw it. We got a lot of high school players up here for something.
Pioneers. I get it. Yo, they're playing flag, but Pioneers number 13's already got her knee brace on.
So if we're looking real quick, sorry.
No, what's up? We're looking at the
So if we're looking at our personal one, not the Horseman, because I haven't gone back and done the scoring, and I will, I promise.
Hey, by the
We
way,
should-
those of
we
you
should
that have been with us the whole time,
thank you.
thanks for hanging out with us. We're having a really fun time tonight.
And we're gonna let's do the giveaway at like 25 or 26 or something. Let's start getting that
You
together.
want to announce it on the okay? Maybe we take like a 5-minute break, figure out who the winner is, and then we'll come back.
Yeah.
Okay,
Wow.
That's fantastic. Listen, Seahawks offense now: DK Metcalf, Jackson Smith and Jigba, and Tyler Lockett. That is a really awesome trio. And now we finally does this begin the run on receivers? Do we start to see?
I think so.
People.
I think after we see this run on receivers, we'll do our giveaway.
Zay
And then
Flowers, Addison, Jordan Addison.
But the tight ends
Quentin
could also be very
Johnston.
much in play right here. Like we're
Well, they will be. I mean, Kincaid and Mayer absolutely will be off the board at some point. I think one of them will be off the board in this first round.
So the interesting thing, let's talk about our super competitive mock draft challenge.
Yeah, real super quick. If anybody's joined us, do you want to just mention there is a giveaway that you can still enter?
Yeah.
We appreciate
sure.
you being with us so much that we've got a Titans hat, brand new Titans hat we're giving away. All you have to do is comment in the YouTube chat section of this live stream. Go to Broadway Sports Media on YouTube. You'll find this live stream. Shoot a comment, say whatever, hang out with us, stick around. Okay.
And also retweet.
And then then retweet one of the posts of just any post or one of the live stream posts on Twitter.
One of the live stream
Yeah,
posts.
okay. So go find one of the live stream posts. We've kept re-upping them. So they're all up and down our feed on at Hot Read Pod on Twitter. Do that and you'll be entered into a giveaway and we'll ship that hat to somebody.
This is super interesting here.
Yeah, what's up?
I'm still winning somehow with 27 points.
Wow.
You have 23 points.
Okay.
Wilson, the Colts fan, has 25.
Unbelievable.
Ross has 18, and Sean, the Bills fan, who is joining us a little bit later, has 15. So I'm still in the lead somehow.
Has anybody nailed a pick besides Bryce Young?
Jack Campbell at 18.
Team and
Jack Campbell 18.
unreal.
Wilson.
Great.
That's crazy.
Oh, everything's coming up Wilson Smith tonight. That's so disappointing.
It really is. But I'm doing just enough
is
here.
that the only other one?
Yeah. Besides Bijan, after that, no one's gotten to pick right.
Wait, so what's the key? Is green right?
Green is right team, right position.
Well, then why are there so many greens? Everybody's gotten a bunch of greens. Oh,
Yeah, but
Atlanta. Oh, you mean late?
Late,
Yeah,
like
outside
Jack
the top 10, he's the only one that somebody's nailed.
Yeah, after everybody got basically Bijan Robinson. Here.
Wilson has nailed 4 picks.
That's crazy.
It's frustrating.
It's a little frustrating.
Logan says Mayer goes right here to
It'd be interesting.
yeah, I mean, I'm hoping he's just guessing. Jacob Sain says Tyler Lockett replacement. It absolutely could be. I'd say this year they probably. I don't know I'd have to go see what the contract situation is, but I would not be surprised if the idea is he's going to eventually be that guy.
I'm actually going to do that right now as we look at these next couple picks. I'm going to start getting the groupings of people together that have done both
Okay.
this and that, and we'll start getting our giveaway.
Okay. Well, then I will occupy the folks here.
You should.
All right, let's ask a question because I want to talk to some people in the comments. If
Kringle
you're,
McCringleberry knocked up my sister, and that is unforgivable.
I have a hard time feeling bad for you when your nickname and last name is Dr. Knockers, and so that's unfortunate. You were kind of asking for it with that name. Let's ask a question. Based on getting Skoronski at 11, we're going to look ahead just a little bit to tomorrow night where we'll be live here. I'll be back with Stoney Keeley. JT will be producing from afar, maybe even crashing the stream via phone or via StreamYard live from the Citi Field. What's the name of it?
Citi Field.
Citi Field in New York, watching the Mets lose to the Braves tomorrow. But I'll be here with Stoney Keeley, who's a stud. Tomorrow will probably be much more. I mean, it's hard on night one to really focus on like traits and big boards because there's so much drama. Tomorrow we're going to be going. Stoney's got one of the best, if not the best, big board just in terms of content, quality and quantity of content. He's got like something like 30,000 words worth of write-ups on his Patreon. It's not too late to go get that. Having that tomorrow would absolutely be a valuable thing to do. So I'm going to shout him out before he comes and joins me. But I'm enjoying having him here tomorrow. What do you want the Titans to do at 41? If you are watching the show on Twitter, go over to YouTube where you can comment on Broadway Sports Media's YouTube page. Find this live stream, find the chat section. Let me know, based on getting a lineman, potential tackle or guard in the first round, in my opinion, a stud pick. What do you Titans fans want the Titans to do at 41 based on that information? I'm assuming receiver is the answer, but
Darnell Washington.
if Levis is Darnell Jacob Sane, listen.
Nathaniel Dell, you were a Titan.
Oh no, please not Tank Dell. I'm not huge on that. But yeah, let me know who you think. Darnell Washington could absolutely be that guy. Stoney is Dono from Big Sky. I'll be honest, I don't know that reference. Maybe should we look that up? Dono from Big Sky. Who does that look like? Dono, Big Sky. Maybe he acts like him. It doesn't look like it. Oh, that's based. Look at that. Look at that fifth picture. That is
Yeah,
wow.
That's him.
Who said that? Logan. Tomorrow, I need you to you're probably going to watch tomorrow, but at the very least with Stoney here, please come back in the chat and bring that up because I'm going to forget it. We have to ask if he's had that comp before because it's a great comp. It's
perfect.
He has to have gotten that before, right?
Probably,
There's just
I
no
think
way
so.
he hasn't gotten that before. So the Chargers pick is in
JT,
here.
Can we get some info on the Keeb? I don't know who Keeb is. Who's Keeb?
Yeah, hang on. It's a trap.
Oh, is it? Oh no.
Admiral Akbar. It's a trap.
It's a tree.
Don't fall for this again. It wasn't Wyatt the same
Darn it.
one who got us earlier. Maybe it was Logan. I don't know. Somebody
know.
got us earlier. No info on the key. And
Someone-
if that is a serious thing, let us know.
Keyboard.
But
Okay.
Wyatt,
they
I'm
can
not
hear my
gonna lie.
keyboard?
We had some like D's nuts style jokes earlier. We were trying not to get tracked.
This
don't know.
This is a.
I'll tell you this much earlier. This is great draft content. JT got here with his stuff, and I was like, buddy, you need a canned air bad. Oh wait, Chargers pick is in here. Let's see what they got.
My keyboard.
Run on receivers.
Run on
Now,
receivers.
this
Where does Baltimore take?
This is
Zay
a-
Flower,
this-
Jordan Addison,
I think
Miles Murphy. Someone.
potentially in terms of receivers, both of those next two receivers feel like Raven style players to me.
Yep.
I mean, I think in one of my mocks I had them.
This is a hype.
I think go to my mock drafts. I think in my first two mocks I had them taking Flowers and who did I have for? No, you were right there. You're right there. Yeah. Who did I have for Baltimore? The first one, Jordan Addison, and then Deontay Banks. Okay, I had Zay Flowers going right before them in the second mock, but still, that is absolutely a Raven style player, and I think we could see 3 in a row here. Or oh no, Minnesota's next, but you know what? They could use a receiver too. Just ship Adam Thielen off. All they have. Jacob says, "Look, Washed is an athletic freak." Well, you're talking about Washington, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Run blocking is no problem, and he can size up opponents on man coverage. I think he's a play action nightmare. I expect Levis, Hooker, Kincaid, and Mayer all to go before that. So I'm with you. He's a stud. You've been listening to the show. You know, we've been huge fans of him. The one concern, JT, I don't know if you've seen this in the past couple of days. People have brought up this point, and as much as I love Washington, I can't in good conscience disagree. Do we, not to go to TikTok meme on you here, do we truly love Darnell Washington, or are we just in love with the idea of Darnell Washington? Because truly, in terms of tape and production, and it's not his fault that Georgia had, who's going to be probably a top 5 pick, and Brock Bowers next year playing tight end alongside him. Like, they left a bunch of meat on the bone with Darnell Washington. There's no doubt. But it would not shock me if, a team uses him in a way that maybe folks aren't expecting. They use him more as an inline blocker at the NFL level, like he was used in college. There's a lot of projection there. I'll say this, Darnell Washington. As much as I love him, and truly I do, if you're sold, do it. But if you're not sold and would rather take a player that's like a Payne Durham or a Sam Laporta who's kind of a do it both guy later on in the draft. Thank you.
It's what we're covering after all.
You get to this point and words come harder and harder.
Yeah, did they?
Did you see that second to last tweet with go back and scroll down one?
He can't stop talking about the Adam Schefter.
Well, Adam Schefter looking like a Nazi, frankly. I mean, it's not his fault that screen cap looks like that, but it's that iconic picture of when Aaron Rodgers came down, the trade came down, and every one of the 5-person box on ESPN was all crazy. So JT is going to continue to do yeoman's work. Hey, so how do we want to do?
Oh,
What's up?
This is a HyperX.
Oh yeah.
4 years ago,
when he got here, you couldn't tell what it was because it was caked in so much dust.
You can do it again.
We got most of it off, but still stuff is flying off of there. This dude needed canned air so bad. He said he ran out. I don't know if that was 2 or 3 years ago, but what was I about to say?
Sam Laporta would be it'd
be a home
run pick in the third.
Where is he on? Remind me on the consensus board where he is. I think he's like 60 something, 60. I think maybe 60. Period.
Sam Laporta. And by the way, I just want to point this out.
Yeah.
We appreciate all of you guys still hanging out here. The fact that we still have 20 viewers after
and the Titans picked an hour and a half ago.
It just proves how much that we appreciate you guys.
Well, it proves that the NFL draft is king, regardless of whether your team's been drafted or not.
Right?
But yeah. But you guys rock. And
thank you guys for listening.
We put our heart and soul into this draft in the past 2 months. So this is a culmination of all of it. We're jacked.
From the money we had to put up ourselves to go to the NFL Combine to the hours that we've done here in the studio, doing everything from editing to do content. Truly
like 100 hours worth of content in the past 2 months, and probably 5 to 10 times that work behind the scenes to study
everyone.
I'm about to say 300 to 350 players in this draft, watch tape on at least 100 or 150 guys, put together these lists, get guests. Like, it's been a lot of work. It's been so much work that even if no one tuned in, we would still be doing this for our own pleasure.
Yep.
But for you guys to be here with us, it's a ton of fun.
It's crazy.
And interacting is a ton of fun. Paul, you're the man. Yeah. Thank you. Good stuff. Tanner Sexton. Hey, Tanner, is this Tanner Sexton from I went to high school with Tanner. He's awesome. Okay. Tanner, if that's who you are, if you're not Tanner Sexton, then I know. Still appreciate you being here. But if you're a big sexy, then love having you here, man. Thank you so much.
Do you want me to look up Sam Laporta?
Yeah, so where's he on the big board? Or on the consensus board, rather.
Where is Sam Laporta? Sam Laporta is
60. I was on the nose, 60.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, at 41, obviously, it would be a good pick. It'd be a reach, but it'd be a good pick. Although at this point,
Engelman Kringleberry says, "I enjoy your content of two guys talking about other men."
Well, it's not just talking about other men. It's analyzing their bodies in depth, talking about length and size, girth, penetration at the contact point. Being a ball winner.
Yeah,
there's a lot of draft jargon that is a little bit suspect, but it's the way. Listen, I like Chris Sims when this kind of thing comes up because he just leans into. I like guys with big butts, big thighs. I like long arms. I like length. Listen, that's just the way that it is, man. You got to do that with these guys because big guys do matter in the NFL. They're the guys that win. So the Ravens taking their time getting this pick in all the way down to 2. Do you think they're considering moving back potentially? Adam Schefter with an interesting tie selection here.
Can we get a poll in the chat?
Schefter versus Rappaport?
Yeah, Schefter versus Rappaport. I was going to ask if
there is a correct answer on this. Logan, I'm trying. It's hard. Okay. It's a lot going on. And we've been here for we're in hour 3. Jordan says it's your horseman. Oh, okay. Logan, what's up? Logan says he's going to blow my mind. Okay. Scroll. Yeah. Did I miss something?
I don't know. I don't think so. I think he's about to.
Okay. Tanner Sexton. Oh man, miss you too, man. So it is the Tanner that I know. If you're ever in town, dude, hit me up anytime. We'll go get drinks, we'll get dinner. I would love to hang out. Paul says rap sheet 200%, man. Rap sheet always is the interesting with the Ravens. Who do you think the red guys are? You think there's the guys they like, but they wouldn't draft them? UDFAs? That's probably what it is.
Maybe. I'm so interested.
It's probably UDFA targets. Jarvis and Hans.
Jarvis and Hanson. You can Dalvin James Cook. James Dalvin Cook. Do you know their middle names? Okay, what's coming?
No, I think that's what it is. He's saying that they're the same. The brothers have the exact same names. Is that true, Logan? Are you 100% sure about that?
That's crazy. No way that's real.
I wonder, here's a question. Do you think the Ravens were hanging on because they felt like a team could potentially want this? Because they're right in front of...
And their parents really
Hey,
couldn't think of anything
conspiracy, right? The Ravens waited all 10 minutes to put their pick in. Why? They're wanting to trade back. Why do they think they can? Can you tell where I'm going with this? Who's right behind them? Minnesota. We know that Minnesota has been sneaky into this quarterback class.
Yep.
Were they saying, hey, we are open for business?
Calling, like,
anybody that wants to get,
Rams?
well, they're just like, if you want to jump Minnesota and get the quarterback, yeah, Tampa Bay, come back up. Seattle, come get a guy. New England, how about y'all?
That's crazy. I mean, yeah.
What did? Oh, never mind.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I'll go find it.
Did you want to see Daddy Ben and what he said?
And he had thoughts on Jack Campbell. I was curious what he.
All right. What? 22nd pick. There it is.
My wide receiver 2, baby.
There it is.
Stay flat. The run on receivers.
The run on receivers happens
So
now.
I was right.
And I don't think Minnesota could pass up a receiver here.
Well, maybe I'll tell you this much. I don't think Addison gets out of the first round at this point. With him being
but guess what?
Pull up the wide receiver big board. Is there that's kind of the clear tier, right? Where it's those 4 guys, and then it becomes not like we have our own opinions, but what is the consensus opinion?
The consensus opinion is Jordan Addison.
Yes,
Johnson. So do we see Hyatt go in the first round here?
Well, or a wild card. Josh Downs,
Kevin
Cedric Tillman.
Byard 3. Okay, next fact. Titan safety is Kevin Byard Jr. the 2nd. His son is Kevin Byard the 4th. Who is Kevin Byard?
Logan,
the 3rd?
okay, that one you have to be making up. I refuse to believe, unless maybe Kevin. Does Kevin have a younger brother that's also named Kevin Byard and he's the 3rd? If he is, I need to meet Mr. Byard because this dude is Mr. Grandfather Byard, the original Kevin Byard, because he's the big baller that started all of this. Dude, Zay Flowers is such a good player. Minnesota, that is a fantastic pick. I think Zay Flowers has serious potential to be the number 1. I think Zay Flowers has the potential to truly be the number 1 talent when all is said and done in this class in terms of receiving talent. I think he is that good, and I think Minnesota nailed this pick. Unlike, not unlike. Excuse me. They are probably as happy about this as they were when they had the Eagles take, what's that dude's name? The Eagles right before them don't end up taking Justin Jefferson, and then they go with Justin Jefferson because he falls. Thank you, Jalen Reagor at right before them, and then Justin Jefferson. They're probably that excited right now because I bet this guy was high on their board. It wouldn't shock me if he was their number 1 guy just in terms of what they're targeting. The something we didn't really touch on with the Chargers going with Quentin Johnston. Kind of a weird pick considering who they have on the roster already. Mike Williams, and who's the second receiver for the Chargers? Yes, Keenan Allen. I've reached the point at the night where I've named so many people off the top of my head, I can't name people off the top of my head anymore. Keenan Allen and Mike Williams are 2 big-bodied receivers, kind of in the vein of a Quentin Johnston. Why? I was pointing out that they need. Are they planning on maybe JT? Do you think they're potentially taking a guy that is a tight end that has receiving upside
in the Vikings?
No, I'm talking about how the Chargers. They got a 3rd receiver now, kind of in the same vein of big-bodied, deep threat target in Quentin Johnston. It's kind of it feels redundant, does it not? For them to go to add Johnson to that room when they don't have an intermediate threat. So it's interesting. And we've got the Vikings here so Vikings are done. Jacksonville on the clock. Vikings on the clock. With Jacksonville up next, are we still feeling confident that Brian Branch? It was always Brian Branch.
That's what I was going to say before I went to the bathroom.
Is it always
Brian Branch? Was always the pick here.
Well, we think so.
What about? I feel like Miles Murphy could go here as well. Their defensive line has been on the decline.
To Minnesota?
No, for Jacksonville.
Oh, you want this back, by the way? People can hear you. Might as well.
Miles Murphy has been kind of on the decline, or not. Their line has been on the decline for a while now. And Miles Murphy or someone like by the way, Nolan Smith falling, which is not a total surprise here. However, I think a more position of need for the Jacksonville Jaguars here is like Nolan Smith or Miles Murphy. However, everyone has just mocked Brian Branch to the Jaguars this entire time. So like, it's not too far
I don't think
fetched to like see them.
I'm sure I'm exaggerating here, but I literally don't think I've ever seen a mock without Brian Branch to the Jacksonville Jaguars at 25 or 24 rather.
I've mocked them with Miles Murphy just because I think that's more need for them.
For the Jaguars?
Yeah. But I understand.
Based on, I mean, I don't know if you saw who they paid this week, whose name's escaping me, but they paid a big time, but who they gave a big time contract to a defensive front guy.
Is it the guy who got suspended?
No, that's the lineman. They get another defense. That's another offensive lineman. They're one of their left tackles. A defensive lineman. Logan says skim George Pickens. Who is skim George Pickens? Oh, slim. Oh, Jacob says big wide receivers are slim pickings in this draft. Maybe the Chargers just thought Johnston was a demand over supply pick. I mean, yeah, but that doesn't really jive with basic draft theory, Jacob. You either are picking BPA or you're picking for need. And unless your argument is that size makes you the better player always under all circumstances, which I don't think that you are because it's not necessarily true. You know, that's not. And I don't really know if that tracks, if that makes sense. Paul says, Jacob, that's why I like Tillman. Yeah, I mean, Paul, you've listened to the show. I'm huge on Tillman. I think that he's a better prospect than Hyatt. I expect him. I kind of think that he's going to go before Hyatt. But we'll see. I mean, it wouldn't shock me either way. I just think there's a decent chance he does. Hingham McCringleberry, what will fall apart first, FedEx Stadium or the Commanders? Well, that's a tough answer, McCringleberry, because both have already long ago fallen apart. Maybe not literally, but in reality, they like in spirit and heart, they have long since fallen apart. So the answer is I don't know which one came first, but it's what is done is done. Logan Grady, Addison is still my wide receiver one. I mean, I can respect it. I mean, you're in good company. Daniel Jeremiah likes Addison as well, but he's my wide receiver 4, or maybe 5. I'd have to check my board again, but yeah, it's okay. I'm fine with it. It's just not. He's not my cup of tea. I don't think he's athletic enough for his size.
I don't know if our viewers just heard my ASMR of making a screwdriver, but
you had your mic on, so they may very well have.
Maybe they did. Well, but
no one asked what you were making, so
they know.
Super free. I'm gonna go. This has gotten so warm. I'm gonna put it in the freezer for and get another
one. Is wide receiver the go-to for the next round?
For the Titans?
For the Titans, I think is what he's asking.
It's for me. It is wide receiver or tight end.
It is wide receiver or tight end.
And I think that you can't really argue otherwise.
I mean, you might as well.
Now, just in terms of pure
working.
In terms of pure value, you could argue if Levis is there, then value-wise, you take him. Obviously, people won't argue that, but just in an agnostic world, right?
We're getting close.
To
the pick is not in.
To the end here?
No. Oh, okay, thank God.
Okay, so
they have 30 seconds left. Love the ASMR count.
So we've got 24,
maybe
25,
we'll
26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. We've got 7 picks left after this one goes down. I'll be right back. I'm going to step away and not ASMR because I'm going to go munch on something.
Okay, so Easton's going to talk to his wife, I guess, or something.
My wife's not in the kitchen. That's very sexy stuff.
I didn't say that. I thought that was what you were doing. Titans have to trade one of their picks. I mean, maybe. Like if they're gonna trade a pick, I think it's in the 3rd round. I think they trade back in the 3rd round to maybe get a 4th. But going back to what's more important in the 2nd round, now that they've taken an offensive lineman, it feels very strong that Ryan Tannehill is just, we're doing it one more year with Ryan Tannehill, and we're just gonna go guns a-blazing.
It was always Ryan Tannehill.
If Darnell Washington's there, I like Darnell Washington, and I also like the idea of Darnell Washington. Like, I think we've seen more and more that tight ends have become a very big staple of teams' runs in the playoffs. Whether you look at Travis Kelce, Dallas Goedert, Hayden Hurst for the Bengals. Dawson Knox has been a tight end threat for a long, long time.
I am now going to go say hello to my wife.
Okay. If you get a tight end room, not to mention like Treylon Burks, of course you'll get a wide receiver in the third or fourth or fifth. But if you get Darnell Washington, like a duo of Darnell Washington and Chigakonkwo, like is scary. It's scary. Like if he's there, you have to take him. I think the Minnesota Vikings are taking a pick here. Let's see who they take. So the run on wide receiver continues. Jordan Addison comes off the board. So the next best available wide receiver here that we could see go realistically is Jalen Hyatt. If I had, and this is a big, like I said, yeah, Paul, versatile tight end. If you want a tight end that's going to be able to block, but also is going to be a dog trying to go up for the ball and run routes, Darnell Washington is your guy. I love Darnell because of the great blocking as well. Totally. Like he's super versatile. The run on wide receivers is happening here, which leaves the Giants now kind of stuck. It leaves Dallas kind of stuck. Those are two teams that have been mocked some wide receivers, but I think Dallas probably goes with one of the two tight ends because Dalton Kincaid is gone. However, I wouldn't be surprised to see like a Miles Murphy or something go to Dallas. The Giants, if I had to put money on it right now, gun to my head, the Giants right now, seeing this wide receiver board, are going to go with John Michael Schmitz from Minnesota with the 25th pick. I think that's just what's going to happen.
Who are we talking about?
John Michael Schmitz.
Wait, who did Minnesota take?
Jordan Addison. So the run on wide receiver continues.
4 receivers, baby. 4 receivers. Yep. 4 in a row?
Yep. So, okay. So,
what?
So New York just traded for the 24th and still have the 25th pick. Is that what I'm reading correctly?
Correct. They moved. Jacksonville moves back. Where did they move back to? What are the trade terms?
No. Because the Giants were next, and the Giants still have their
was
pick.
Next. Jacksonville was 24.
Yeah, and the Giants just moved up. Giants still have their pick.
4 was Jacksonville.
Yeah.
The Giants came up in front of their own pick to get 24. Jacksonville moved back.
Okay. No, sorry. ESPN was late on changing it because it said 24 New York Giants, 25 New York Giants. So
that's what I thought. Yeah, I'm with you.
Which means they moved one spot to get what?
Not Brian Branch because Jacksonville wouldn't flip. They're trying to beat Dallas to somebody. It's a divisional.
Jalen Hyatt?
Tight end. Mayer or Kincaid, their
guy.
But
they have Darren Waller.
Who cares? They want a second. I mean, Kincaid is a different guy, right?
True. Jags, no, nobody wants safety. Brian Branch, yeah. Marvin Mims to Tennessee. Can you talk a little bit to that? Why he would be a good fit for them?
Yeah, Marvin Mims is a stud. Like if you want a discount Jalen Hyatt, that's kind of what my comp was for him in our episode we did earlier this week with James Foster. We did the replacements.
Pick 240 to go up.
Okay, so
so a 7.
Yeah,
to move one spot.
It's free real estate. Jacksonville said yes. They're not gonna. They know that they're not gonna lose their guy. Yeah. So what was I saying? Oh, our give me more. We've got other suitors. We've got other suitors. I said in our episode the other day that it was if you want to listen, it's still a very good episode, even post draft, because it's great for tomorrow, really, because we did the replacements, the flip flops, and the name of it? Replacements, flip flops, and outliers of the 2023 NFL draft. And my replacement for like my bargain bin version of Jalen Hyatt out of Tennessee, who's probably going to go early second, mid second, was Marvin Mims. So I think you can get in the 3rd, maybe even the 4th if you're super lucky. Obviously, the Titans don't have a pick there; they'd have to go and trade up for him. But with Mims, he is just as athletic as Hyatt is. Hyatt, for a guy who's shtick out of college, like his calling card was his speed. Mims is even faster, and he's even more athletic in pretty much every RAS category of every athletic testing category. He is slightly better, or at the very least the same as Cedric Tillman. Did he play in a super high profile offense like Tennessee last year? No, but it's still Oklahoma. It's not the Oklahoma that it was when Lincoln Riley was there, but it's still Oklahoma, and he was the number one guy there, kind of with a bullet. Like he was the number one target and still was able to produce. So, sorry, I got distracted by something that's on your screen. He's somebody that would absolutely be. I think pull up my big board. Where is he on my?
Oh God. Big board.
Draft prospects right there.
Where?
First tab, yeah. Sheet 2. I don't know why it keeps changing that.
I don't know either.
Um,
Looking for wide receiver? Or?
Yes, looking for Mims. Wide receiver 9.
Yeah.
So he's my wide receiver 9. If I should have adjusted. Well, no, I believe my wide receiver 9. I have him right behind A.T. Perry and Jalen Hyatt and Jordan Addison. I have him ahead of Tyler Scott, who's been a very popular target for the Titans. I think all the smoke indicates the Titans like Scott more than they like Mims. But Mims was fantastic. Oklahoma absolutely has burner speed. I think he only comes in like 5'9". I'm not quite sure his measurables, so he's a little bit on the shorter. Well, maybe I'm misunderstanding that or misremembering. Let's pull up JT his. I'll grab it real quick. Marvin Mims.
I
was wrong. He's 5'11", so he's 5'11", 183. Low percentiles in terms of size, but his length is good for his size. What's up?
They get the 25th overall pick.
Oh, interesting.
2023, 160 and 240.
That's what you were asking for in your hypothetical.
Yes, I want more.
Would that have been satisfactory to you? Would you accept that as a GM? Oh no. I mean, Kringleberry, you should be asking even further on down the road. When is he going to steal money from people in Mississippi?
When is Jordan Love going to go to the Jets?
You want to know something crazy? You want a crazy, just off the wall fact? So you know the whole Brett Favre situation in Mississippi, where it's like, did his foundation steal welfare money?
Did he not?
My uncle, my dad's brother, my uncle Chris, was just recently retired, but he was for like 40 years in the FBI, and like his last case, he oversaw the prosecution of Favre and his foundation. He was in meetings with Favre for months trying to reach like an agreement and like plea bargains and stuff. And he told me that after it all happened. And I'm like, what are you doing in the Brett Favre situation? But anyways.
Paul says he likes Mingo, Jaden Reed, Tyler Scott in the third. I think all of those are fine for third.
All three of those. I mean, Scott's not going to be there in the third.
He's about to get sued, says Jacob.
By my own uncle suing me for revealing that he was in that? Maybe. I don't know.
He wants that back.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. He's an FBI agent. I didn't really clear that with him, so that was probably a poor decision. Let's not go spreading that anymore. Except he's not an FBI agent anymore. So, he's retired now from that career. So, Giants on the board. Pick is in. Who did they come up here to get? They were trying to jump Dallas. Do you think truly it was a...
I don't know. I think maybe it's like Murphy. Is it a corner? Like Deontay Banks is still on the board here.
Here we go.
I was right. I said it right there on the dome. Like maybe Dallas. Sorry,
no, you're good.
Maybe Dallas was targeting Deontay Banks there at the 26th, and they said he's still on the board. We have to go up one.
I mean, I'm not in the Dallas market, and I don't pay much attention to them because I find them annoying. But was cornerback really a need for them? I didn't think so. I mean,
not really, but I mean,
I'm not a huge fan of their cornerback one to begin with. So
I don't know. I mean, but he fell that far.
Listen, if they're going BPA down there in Dallas, I have no problem with this pick. I don't know in terms of
in New York
or in New York rather. Yeah, I have no problem. So for Dallas, it doesn't make sense that they jumped ahead of Dallas. But
Dallas does need corners.
It does. I didn't know that. That's the part I was asking. For New York, they are the most corner needy team in the entire league. So maybe Dallas was targeting a corner. I just gotta. So the Bills just traded up.
No way.
It's
okay.
I think ESPN's behind on the trade.
They are.
Unless this is bad info. Can anyone confirm? Did the Bills just trade? Yeah, Bills did trade. So they moved up to 25. So the Jaguars moved back to 27. The Bills trade up to 25. What do they need? So I'm gonna have to text my.
I just texted them.
Yeah, but about him coming in, and
that's what I just said.
Okay, you got it. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I got him. So what do we got here? What do we got? Bills trade. Yep, got
So
it.
who
I
are
love
the- who are
Banks.
the-
I like Banks too.
Who are the Bills jumping up
Um,
in front of Dallas for? Who are the tight ends?
Jalen Hyatt.
Dallas isn't taking Jalen Hyatt. I mean, clearly, my opinion on all of this is
Also, by the way, Colts fan Wilson with that pick right there with Deontay Banks pulls ahead of all of us.
Oh no, he nailed that one.
I think so. I think it's-
Dadgummit.
Well, he got 2 off or 1 off. Yep. Right spot, wrong team. That's tough. That's really tough. That's really tough. That's really tough.
I'm
That's
so
really
I'm
tough.
so happy about that.
So
Who won
Bills
last year?
trade
You?
up to the. I won last year and
I won
tied
the
the
year
last
before.
2 years. So
No, actually, you lost. You lost.
I lost,
in
but
the
I tied
playoff.
going into
You lost
the.
in the playoffs.
Yeah, whatever.
You lost on your own boy too, which is the saddest part,
Damn,
honestly.
it's tough. Wilson pulls ahead. Bills taking someone.
I bet they take one of the tight ends. I bet they go get like Kincaid, which would be a great pick, to be honest, just in terms of value.
But they got Dodson Knox.
Yeah, Knox is a more do-it-all kind of guy. I mean,
Did they not just sign him?
who, Knox?
Yeah.
I believe they did.
What if
give
it's
him an extension.
Bergeron? That'd be a wild trade up if they took Matthew Bergeron here.
It would be one. It would.
Jaguars received pick 27 and 130. So that's a 4th.
Gosh, how are the Jaguars getting this much trade back compensation?
So it's a 4th, a 5th, and a 7th
Yeah,
this
they've
year.
got so much late round compensation out of all of this.
Quite interesting. It's very interesting. Sounds like everybody in here is thinking tight end to Buffalo.
That's what I mean. That's why they jumped Dallas, right? That's why they jumped Dallas.
Is a tight end really what puts them over the edge, though? And if you're going with like someone like Kincaid, don't they need more pass blocking or run blocking?
We're talking about
The Bills.
The Bills. I mean, in terms of linemen, they could absolutely upgrade, but they don't necessarily need it. I mean, Mayer for the
Will
Blacks.
Levis still hasn't gone.
Look at his mom hugging him. That is so sad.
His mom doesn't look that old.
I
To be honest.
No, I know. It's impossible to not feel bad, even for players you're not a huge fan of, who are there and just sitting and
Yeah.
waiting.
I think. Well, I don't want to say it because I don't know, but I'm hearing a lot of buzz here.
I know. I think I know who it is.
I know. True. What Paul just said. No one needs safety. The Jags, I think, really like Brian Branch, and I think there was something to that.
I mean, people need safety. They just aren't willing to spend the first on it. The Jags are. Because they need it so bad. Here's Will Levis still just
Oh my
vibing.
God,
He's got girls on his arm.
he's got girls on his arm. He's got girls on his leg. He's got girls all over. Like, what is?
Well, one is obviously his mom.
One
of
is
them's
his
probably
sister,
One's a. You
but
think
they
one's
look
a-
the same.
You think far one's the sister and that's the girlfriend right there?
I would have to. I wouldn't think that the
How-
one on his lap is his sister. I would hope not.
Fair point.
Maybe, but you know,
We've seen some
he
weird,
drinks mayo, so like I don't know.
We've seen some weird folks in the green room before.
True, we have. His mom's a big time soccer player, apparently, according to her. So definitely has to be girlfriend, but they all look similar, like from different.
That's what they were giving me like Zach Wilson family vibes from last year. Do you remember Zach
Goddamn,
Wilson's family?
Will Levis stay away from Zach Wilson? He is from Kentucky.
That's what I just what did I literally just say? He's given me Zach Wilson family vibes from last year.
That's so funny. So everyone in the chat, I think, has understood the pick now. It's an interesting pick. Chris Mortensen said Levis's left toe caused some concern for a team or two.
The turf toe?
Yeah.
Like that it's a long-term issue.
So clearly, but like
what
important was saying that, like, clearly, sorry,
You're good.
Tannehill's turf toe or injury close
That's why
to
they're going to
it.
take them, because they're so similar.
Don't want to say it.
It's the best. It's the best 50th
Oh no, a toe
percentile comp.
affecting a QB.
Yeah.
It's tough.
How are we hanging out there, guys? We're nearing hour 4 of the first round. We've got once the Bills pick is done, we've got 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. We got 6 picks left.
That's counting for you.
I was just verifying. You trust me verifying. Here we go. He's about to call me.
Wait.
Yeah. I told him to wait a minute or two. Okay, so Kincaid to Buffalo. Let's talk about it. They can definitely use pass impact. Tight ends, guys that are going to be intermediate threats. Kincaid is I pull up my big board real quick. He's my tight end 2, I believe, right behind Michael Mayer. I think.
Sorry,
we got so many boards. It takes a second.
You have missed 3.
Oh, 3. That's right.
Washington.
Yeah. All right, we got our caller here. Are we ready?
Yeah. All right, we have a Buffalo Bills fan.
So welcoming in to the show, Sean Murphy, our resident Buffalo Bills fan, who they trade up to get their guy, assuming they're going up because they're afraid of what Dallas might do right there at 26. Dallas can't be happy, but I'm sure that you are, or maybe not. Are you happy with this pick, Sean? What are we thinking? Are we surprised by this pick?
I'm happy about it.
Are you sure? I'm not sure how sure you sound.
I mean, I'm a little confused, but I'm happy.
So why? What's the confusion?
I'm tired of playing second fiddle to Travis Kelce. I'm glad we're getting our QB one of our own.
Yep.
I'm confused because we just extended Dawson Knox.
Right.
And he was used a lot this year, especially towards the end of the year, and I feel like he's got a lot of potential. But our TE2 spot was a massive hole, and this allows us to play some more
complementary football, really.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
That's the thing that sticks out to me, Sean, and you know this team better than me, but they definitely were using him in a way, Knox that was definitely the tight end 1 because he was the most talented guy in the team by far. Your tight end 2 role, and those traditional roles for tight end, your first guy is the more receiver guy. The middle guy is the do it both guy, and then your tight end 3 is the basically an extra lineman kind of guy. If the idea here is we can bump Dalton, not Kincaid, we can get Kincaid, make him our tight end 1, bump Knox down to 2. You may have a force multiplier there. And not only do you have a guy that has been comped multiple times to Kelce, but now you might have the best tight end 2 in the league in Dawson Knox, because when he's able to play as second fiddle there, like that has to have some impact on his ability with both of them on the field. The 2 tight end sets in Buffalo are about to get pretty disgusting.
Right. No, and the whole offseason has been like, all right, how are we going to get Josh Allen another weapon? Is it going to be another receiver? And this is another weapon. You know what I mean? I'm happy with this. And then, a lot of it's like, okay, how are they going to replace Beasley? They needed a safety valve so bad that they literally called Beasley off the couch.
From the grave.
Right. We can start making the tight end the safety valve for Josh. And I think that'd be great. Big body on the field, never a bad thing.
Now, Sean, you're the resident Buffalo fan here. I'm the resident Bengals fan here. Do you think Dalton Kincaid gives you an extra 13 seconds on the offense? I'll hang up. I'll hang up.
Yep, appreciate that.
No response. No response. I will say this. I like the pick.
I like the pick, Sean.
I think in terms of needs now, and you tell me if I'm wrong, it feels pretty clear that they need to get some help on the offensive line going forward, looking to tomorrow. Is that where you're looking for them to potentially go?
Yeah, absolutely. I think they got to keep protecting Josh, keep helping Josh out. They've gone so defensive heavy in the last few years.
Yep.
They need to balance it out a bit more.
So
trust the guys to develop.
Let me ask you this: in terms of, and I don't know, I'm not going to pretend I know the situation on the offensive line to the minute with the Bills. What's the position or positions of need that are greatest? Is it, or do you need a tackle that can maybe take over for a lackluster guy? Or we know Titans fans know Roger Saffold, who had a better year than many expected him to, at least in terms of availability for you all last year. But then they kind of there's definitely a ceiling there. He's on the older side. Is it inside or outside that you're looking for them to potentially target?
You see, I don't know. I'm looking at top names off the board. I think is Dwan Jones still available?
In terms of tackles, big boy DeWandre the Giant is still available, and you've still got Anton Harrison, who make up like in the consensus board. Those are really tackle 4 and 5, and that's the last of the upper crust tier of guys, but they are still there.
Sure.
And then listen, what number? Do you know what pick they have in the second round?
I don't. I think it's the same, 27.
Right, but it's like so that means it's in the like 60s or 60s area probably. Yeah. So there is a chance that you can get Matthew Bergeron out of Syracuse there, who's kind of the guy that might be viewed higher as other teams. But I'll tell you this, in terms of interior offensive line talent, there is a ton available on day 2. I mean, the Cody Mocks, the Osiris Torrances of the world.
So I've seen Mock and Bergeron in a ton of mock drafts for the Bills. I love
Okay,
the pick,
so the Cowboys just made their pick with 40 seconds left.
Hang on. Sorry, go ahead, Sean.
I do know that that Cyrus did visit.
Right.
I've heard that he's not the right fit, but I've heard that Cyrus did visit, and so Bean is normally all about his top 30 visit guys. So we'll see.
Hold that thought real quick, Sean. Before you go, I have one more question for you. But what were you about to say about the Cowboys?
I was just saying, like they took their entire time here. They took all the way down to 9 minutes and 30 seconds. They took all that time to make a pick here, and they seem pretty happy with it.
Well, glancing up, they kept showing Michael Mayer like that was the pick, but if they took so long, that does add some intrigue. We'll find out here in a second who they went with. The last question before we let you go, Sean, and this is a question from my guy Tanner Sexton, who's a friend of mine from high school in the chat here. He says, how much is the running game going to improve in Buffalo if they aren't able to secure a top running back in this class, which I think may still be a target of theirs later on, and this is a deep running back class. Do you expect it has been a little bit of a shuffle situation in Buffalo with the running backs this offseason? Do you think that it's an improvement? And do you think that improving with running back talent is more important for the Bills running game? Or is it really they need to get better run blocking talent?
No, we don't have a mauler guard.
Yep.
We don't have a guard that's going to pull and run you over. We just don't.
Well, then you know who you want? You want big boy bowling ball Steve Avila out of TCU in the second round. That would be the perfect run blocking mauler for you.
Right. Yeah, I think once we get one of those guys in here and really feels good about where he's at with the playbook and everything, that's when we're going to see the running game improve. I think we've got enough talent and definitely enough bodies to stay healthy throughout the season to have a successful run game. We just need guys that can push up front.
All right, well, we will see. And, Sean, we appreciate you calling in, man, giving us a little bit of insight on the Bills. Congratulations on your stud potential Travis Kelce. Hopefully that pans out like folks think it might, and have a great rest of your night.
Hey, thanks for having me, boys.
All right, that is Sean Murphy, our resident Bills fan and a great friend of both JT and I. We've had the pick tipped in the chat. We won't name it yet, but not what you would have expected.
It's kind of what I already said, though. He's one of the options that I was giving the Cowboys.
Just in terms of BPA, because he was considered a potential top 10 guy, and here he is at 26. You think they're just going? I have a thought, but let's hear it real quick so we can announce it.
Mazi Smith.
Oh, so that pick
Wow.
was a guess by Kenneth there. So I keep thinking thank you for following the rules and not tipping picks in the chat. We're just guessing. Okay, it's our fault for assuming you're just tipping it. You're guessing, which is totally fair. We appreciate that. Mazi Smith is a guy that I don't know if I had him in my final mock in the first round, but
I had Nolan Smith going here just close to Dallas.
I think Mazi Smith was like my first guy out, but he's my defensive tackle 2 in this class. I think he was often really overlooked by a lot of draft evaluators, and that's a guy that absolutely is going to be a mauler. He's definitely a 3-down player. He can play nose up or as a 3-gap, 2-gap, 2-eye. Like he's very talented and versatile inside. He's not going to be an edge versatile guy because he's so big. I mean, look at this fella. He's huge. This dude's a monster. That's the combine runway that remember we saw.
I like how he decided not to wear a shirt.
No, it's been a couple of the big boys. They've done this. I think they gave the big fellas an option if they wanted to go shirtless because
yes,
your boy Paris
Mazi
Johnson
Smith
did
is
it
no
with
Jalen Carter, always second fiddle to the real big Bulldogs in Philly. Sounds like we have an Eagles fan in the chat.
Yeah, but also to be fair, that is kind of a cope pick. you see your division rival. I mean, it's so funny to me. I love the dynamics, JT, of how you
Actually,
see.
the tippers got it wrong and corrected themselves. Lol.
Oh.
So there you go.
How, Kenneth? How did they? That is so strange. Okay, interesting. I don't know how you can possibly get that wrong unless you're just guessing, but not you, but the tippers. So what was I going to say? Oh, isn't it funny the way that these divisional rival dynamics work, where it becomes a one-upmanship game when you see a team like, the Eagles move up and they get their guy, and then the Cowboys, the counter is I got to get Mazi Smith. We've seen it in the AFC South somewhat recently. You see the success of Derrick Henry, and then the culture like, bring us a dude. Let's get us a guy that can compete in that way. You see the Jaguars double down on receiver during the Henry dominance era. You see the Dameon Pierce to the Texans move last year, who I'm not sure they saw him as a potential stud, but they certainly were looking for good running game. Like, we see this all the time when it comes, and then also within division. You know that the Bills the number one thing that Sean said coming in here, and I guarantee that is the sentiment of a lot of Bills fans. We're tired of being, 1B in the AFC and getting run over by this Travis Kelce guy. Let's go get the guy that's like Travis Kelce because we want to beat our rivals.
Nolan Smith falls 3 more picks, and the Eagles just build George North.
Oh no, guys! If you follow me on Twitter or listen to the shows this week, what did I say, JT? After tonight, the number one team everyone's going to hate is the Eagles. And if they get it is Georgia North, because they'll have Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis. They'd have Nolan Smith. Who's the linebacker was like a first round guy, and then the injuries made him fall back last year.
Deontay Wyatt?
What I'm gonna look it up. But they got a linebacker who was hurt last year. Or was hurt last year. They drafted last year, and then
Hassan Reddick?
No. Eagles picks 2022. It's killing me who this guy is. Nakobe Dean. He fell all the way to the 3rd round because of the injury concern. He'll be ready to play this year. You're going to have Jordan Davis, Nakobe Dean. No, it's happening. It's happening. Nolan Smith's going to them. It's happening. Dadgummit. It's so annoying. Oh, unbelievable how much they've been able to build up that team up there. That's crazy.
JT's struggling. I'm not struggling. It's just I don't remember who they'd taken the 2nd round last year because I wasn't paying that much attention.
Who wouldn't be struggling on the 4th hour of a live stream when we're a couple of drinks in each? Like, that's speaking of drinks. Where is mine? I keep misplacing it. I think I left it in here. I'll be right back.
Guys, what does that mean? What does it mean that he misplaced his drink? How did us two meet?
College. We were music majors at Belmont University in Nashville. Little known. We don't have to tell the whole story, but we both went to school for music. I lasted 2 years before I changed to journalism. JT didn't change journalism, but he lasted a semester in music, not in the school, but in music. Didn't you change?
Did you leave? I'm not hitting. JT's my best friend I've never met. You know what, Logan?
That's awesome. That's so cute.
That's really cute.
That is cute. Logan, remind us where you're from. Is there any possibility you'll be in Nashville ever?
We'll go grab a drink. I don't care.
1,000% we will. Name the time and place. But hang on. Didn't you do one semester of music school and then go to
one semester
sports admin?
Yeah, so no, I did Indy. Oh, damn. We got to go up there for the combine then.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Easton's music was fire.
That's right. Well, he's the Make the Season Bright era
on Spotify.
Tanner, as big a deal as Make the Season Bright was our senior year of high school. In college, when people got caught wind of that, because I went to Belmont where JT knows there's a million incredibly talented serious artists, which I could have become, I guess, if I stuck with it. But I was never the music writer kind of guy. That's the reason I did a Christmas album and did covers. I got an instrument. I got a voice. Beyond that, I'm not super clever. JT knows in groups we were in, I was notorious for being the guy that would just make up my own part because I was not good at part singing or sight reading. I got a good ear. That's really all it is. I got a good ear and a good voice. That's the end of the list. But I'll just say this: Mid-Season Bright wasn't quite the success in college that it was.
Is that his girlfriend? It was his girlfriend. None of the blondes.
She
And
was
is it-
Zendaya. That was the girl you thought was Zendaya, and she was sitting across.
I'm
from
sorry, guys.
him. Or is he actually Mormon? And this is a polygamous situation. He's just with all of them. We don't. I don't know. We need to look. Can you Google?
Wow, Brian Branch doesn't go. Anton Harrison goes to the Jaguars here.
Could this have something to look? Look at the guys in the background. They're so surprised. Look at the guy in the red hat. Dude in the red hat is so shocked. So that is so interesting. Another tackle off the board. I don't think. Are you surprised that Anton Henderson goes in the first? I'm not.
Not as much. So this is a big.
Hey,
pick
by the
for
way,
me.
Logan, at the very least, when we're at the combine next year, we'll come hang out, or you can come hang out. One of the two. Paul said acapella group. Yeah, that's right.
I mean, once we get past this Bengals pick, I'm down to just like shoot the shit with everybody, and we can just answer as many questions as we want.
Paul,
uh,
search Pitchman, and you'll find our acapella group. They're maybe the best in the nation.
We are the best in the nation.
That's where JT's going.
I'm going to New York to see them.
They're
win
one
it
of
all.
they're in finals of ICCA. If you've watched Pitch Perfect before, that competition that they're in the show is real life. There are over like 150 groups in the whole world that compete. And the group that we were in for years, that we went to finals, it got ruined by COVID, but we were in finals. They're going back this past year.
We need to share the screen and do the wheel after the Bengals pick.
Okay, yeah. Or after, you mean after Cincy? I mean, we want to get Cincy's pick in here, right? This is your boy.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
But I'll say this: it is fascinating that the Jaguars were wanting to move back over and over, even though they clearly weren't targeting the guy we thought we were targeting. They were targeting rather. Like this is a situation where I guess they just knew that this guy would be there. Although JT, I will say this: do you think this has anything to do with the news that came down yesterday of one of their left tackles, not their better one, Little is his name. This is the better one, but one of their left tackles who was a potential starter this year getting suspended for PEDs. That came down, I think, last night. Could this be a reactionary pick to that, or do you think this was always the move for them? They'll never say, obviously.
I'll never say. I mean, if the Bengals are here,
Trevor Lawrence got to protect him, right?
I just think it's kind of a layup for the Bengals here right now.
Mayer? Or
Mayer, Branch, Joey Porter Jr., Miles Murphy are all home run.
I was about to
picks
say there's a
in there.
There's a who else is still on the board? Would you be mad at Nolan Smith?
I wouldn't. That's what I just said.
Well,
Nolan Smith.
Here, go to pull up PFF. They've got the best remaining players. I just want to look at the full board.
Let me see.
It's under draft tab, big board. Scroll up. Wait, go back to draft. I may have missed it. Draft tracker, very bottom one. Oh, best available. It's second tab.
Gotcha. So Will Levis, Nolan Smith, Brian Branch. Like I said, I'd be pissed if they took Osiris Torrance.
Now, why?
It's just not something they need.
So, do they need any line? Like DeWandre the Giant.
I would rather them take. I've been out on DeJuan Jones. If the Bengals took DeJuan Jones here, as we're walking up here to see, this is a big pick here.
Would you be mad if they went down to Washington?
I would not. Okay,
your guy.
I'll take it.
That's your guy.
Yeah.
That's your guy.
I've been high on Miles Murphy this entire time. I think he adds. Oh, his family's a Braves fan. Oh.
Go, suddenly I'm high on Miles Murphy. I'm higher on
Suddenly
Miles.
I'm a little lower on Miles Murphy. No, listen, I think Miles Murphy is a great ad for the defense. I think there's a lot more value for them to get a.
We've reached the Easton is spilling things on himself portion of the evening.
It's tough. Notice how I had 4 and a mixed drink, and I still am not.
I'm not clumsy from the drink. I'm just being clumsy in general.
I think Miles Murphy is a great pick for them. Obviously, they had trouble getting to Patrick Mahomes last year in the AFC Championship. I think Miles Murphy is the best edge left on the board that has the size.
Can I ask you a question about Murphy and the fit with the Bengals? You know the roster better than I do. A lot of the talk about him as a tweener is like,
he's going to be versatile.
well, he's a lot like Skoronski. We both end up with guys who can play more than one position. But remember talking with James, the floor with Nolan or with Murphy is that he could be a great off-ball linebacker. Now he's not quite the tweener that Nolan Smith is, but he's I don't think am I mixing him up with somebody? He's kind of on the lighter side. He's just really athletic. He's not crazy small. He's just small-ish, but he's crazy at first. Unless I may have this backwards. I may be confusing him with Nolan Smith too much.
He might be. But I know that was like kind of a.
I know he's super athletic. That part I know.
I mean, Miles Murphy is
What's the numbers?
6'4", 268.
Okay, I was wrong. But he did do really well in his testing.
Did the Saints have a first round pick? Yeah, they're up now.
And guess what? They better take Nolan Smith, or we really are about to see Philadelphia become Georgia defense north, which is going to be so depressing.
It'd be tough. It would be tough. Sam Hubbard 2.0, I think, is perfectly put by Logan.
You think so?
Yeah.
And you compare him with Hubbard, and they can just maul.
Yeah. I think it's what they need to get after the defense. Now they
were they really
and that kind of told me that they weren't going offensive line in the first round when they got Orlando Brown. They got their blue chip offensive linemen. In the second round, they'll probably go.
Who are their
safety? They'll probably go like an Antonio Johnson in the second round here. I think is what they'll do. Third round, they'll take like a Zach Kuntz or something like that in the third round.
You get a value add for a
value add. But besides that, it's really a lot of value picks for them for a team that's going to go into this last year of Joe Burrow's 5th-year contract and just kind of like try to win the Super Bowl now.
Yeah, that's a good. I mean, Doritos Livers just asking who's replacing.
Who's replacing Bates?
You got to get a safety eventually. I mean, if Brian Branch drops like a stone,
but I mean, you can't count out Cam Taylor-Britt or Dax Hill learning
just
from
developing. I mean, Hill
Jesse Bates for nothing.
Well, Hill as a prospect was, if he reaches his ceiling that he had as a prospect, he is that replacement.
Yeah,
that's the reason
why
it took him
Logan
at first
said,
last year, right?
Michigan
First round.
last year. Yeah, Dax Hill.
Yeah, I know he went to them. I just didn't know where.
He didn't play a lot, but he learned a lot from Jesse Bates and the other guy who he's got a small name. His name is Small, and he went to Carolina, and I can't remember his name for the life of me.
When was he drafted? Recently or no?
Yeah. God.
Okay, you find that. Here's my question for you, though.
Yeah.
Who were the two Von
Bell?
Yes. Okay. Who are the two starting edge players or are on the roster that not Miles Murphy? Like you've got.
He's gonna start opposite of Trey Hendrickson.
Yeah, I know it's Hendrickson, and who was the other guy that was the other starting edge and is now going to be replaced?
That's right. It's someone they let go. I don't remember his name.
Oh, so that forgettable. They don't have a star second guy. So that was a need coming in. Was an edge player.
They're gonna have him, Trey Hendrickson. They just re-signed that linebacker.
What is this movie? Okay, I'm sorry. Say that again. They just signed a linebacker.
So that wasn't really a need. But Miles Murphy is going to shore up that defensive line to the point that I think Cam Sample. Yeah.
That was Drew Sample.
No, that's the tight end.
Different player.
Yeah.
There's a Cam Sample.
I think so.
Oh, okay. Also on the Bengals.
Yes.
Okay. Cool.
Who was your biggest non-quarterback surprise that fell?
Nolan Smith by a million miles. He was a top 10 player on a lot of boards.
Jacobs is Joey Porter Jr.
Yeah, it depends on who you ask. Those are the two. For me, I mean, JT, didn't I say on one of our videos or one of our shows of the day?
Will Levis is mine.
Yeah, they said non-QB though. Non-QB.
Not bad. Brian Branch still being on the board after Jacksonville.
But he's talking about faller, most surprising faller. He's not fallen in terms of where he was expected to go.
Personally, I drafted him as high as Green Bay.
But you thought he was going to go before Nolan Smith?
Mm-hmm.
Porter Jr. does not surprise me. I know I said on a show earlier that I was kind of thinking he might fall. But we'll see.
The defensive end from Tulane from last year. Yeah, that's the guy that they had kind of rounding out the end. Friend who is also a fan of both the Cowboys and Bengals just said, would have preferred would have much preferred Nolan Smith for both Cowboys and Bengals, which is, I get it, but Miles Murphy is the more complete guy to give you production straight from the get-go.
Nolan Smith for Bengals and who else?
Dallas, who I believe took him, yeah?
No, they're talking about Nolan Smith. Wasn't that the text? Nolan Smith over. They didn't take Nolan Smith. Nolan Smith's still on the board.
Oh, Mazi Smith.
Mazi Smith.
My bad.
Different Smith. Yeah.
Different Smith, yeah.
All right. So the Saints pick us in. We get to find out whether or not the Eagles are about to become number 2 of Georgia's defense up there up north. We shall see here at the end. Hey, I get points for that on the mock though.
That's a perfect Saint.
That is the most.
It is a perfect Saint
in terms of length. In terms of the kinds of guys they like to get, he is 1,000% for Saint. I'm 100% with you. And it looks like the whole family wearing. I think that they may have made a foundation for his late younger sister who died last year, which was a big part of what made him a tough valuation. Yeah, he was super underwhelming, and I'm not super high on him as a prospect. But he was the number one recruited player at any position coming out of high school for a reason. He's a stud. He dealt with a tragedy this past year that with a college kid, like you don't know how that's going to impact them in the middle of the football season. And you know, we don't know how that impacted his tape, but when he flashes, like this Georgia Tech game that they're showing a lot of here, that was if you played like that all year long, you would have been a bona fide top 10 guy. He's got inside out versatility. Absolutely. I think he'll be used more inside. In Clemson, he was used in and out all the time.
Okay, let's do our thing.
Can I answer this one question real quick from Tanner? He said, no, it was a question. I swear. I'm just surprised. Yeah, no, Tanner, you're not crazy at all. On the PFF board, he was the 13th overall guy. He was my edge 3. The reason why, Tanner, that he's fallen this far is because he's such a tweener.
Everybody gets look inside afterwards. But however, we're gonna do our
real quick though, Tanner. My thing for him that's so funny, we've been talking about it all season. His mock draftable web, he's the 10:30 o'clock guy. Yeah. It looks like 10:30 because all of the measurable side of the web are 0th percentile stuff, and all the athleticism side of the web is to the moon. And he's a guy that is at worst, the thing is his floor is so high because at worst he's an edge. In college he was an edge, but at worst in the NFL, he's going to be a stud off-ball linebacker who's able to be used in a lot of blitzing packages and sub packages. But if he's able to be an edge at his size, he'll be a true outlier. He's really, I think he's in the 230s in terms of weight. Mm-hmm. He's relatively short. I think he's like 6 foot or something. So all of his height, weight, everything for an edge, very, very small length. Like the length is a big concern against really long tackles in the NFL. Is he going to be able to reach and get in? You know all about this in terms of basic 101 with football, but that's the concern. The floor is what makes him such a valuable prospect, and the crazy athlete, like at the edge position. We've never seen somebody that had such productive tape in college and is so freaky athletic when they do their testing. That hasn't been a success in the NFL. Like athletes work. Big guys work in the NFL, but crazy athletes work, especially when they have positional versatility like a Nolan Smith. So if he falls out of this first round, I don't think he's going to. I think he's about to be the guy with the Eagles, but if he does fall out, he will not be. I'll tell you this. If anybody ties on our mock drafts, the first guy I would pick to go off the board early tomorrow is Nolan Smith, because there's just no way he falls that far.
All right. So this is what I have.
Giveaway time?
Giveaway time. Let's do a giveaway. This is what I have here.
John Mike music.
So I'm going to click to spin.
This is it.
This is it. This is the entire thing.
Jacob Singh.
Of course.
One of the horsemen. Jacob. Soft claps. Congratulations. Congratulations to Jacob. You have won the hat. Dude, I know Jacob where he's from. Where's he from? Jacob, where you're from.
Where you're from.
Well, we're going to ship you the hat wherever you're from, but
of course that just happened. Like
Was he when we named our horseman? Was he the Grand Poobah?
He was the Grand Poobah.
Yes,
like you can't
truly is the most deserving guy. You can't
you,
give it to a more deserving
you can't
person.
tell me I rigged this because I
No.
just showed you online.
Why
that-
it says
that I
GG's
just did
Jacob.
this,
Well
like-
done, Jacob. Roll Tide.
Yes.
He says, "Oh, okay." Spin
again wasn't legal. You know.
You want to just piss people off? See
Yeah,
who would have been the next guy?
Remove him. Who was the next guy?
Who would have won if
Just-
Jacob hadn't
just click
existed?
it.
Just to tick somebody off here. It would have been John Mike.
John Mike, who
a
didn't.
personal
Okay,
friend
okay.
of ours. Would
Well,
have been an easier ship.
No, but we never would have given it to him. So
Oh,
let's
true,
go
yeah.
to the
Who
next
would've- who
person.
would've really have
Who
been?
would have really? Who? Let's see.
Van Winkle.
Van
I'm very sorry,
Winkle.
you come in third. There
I'm
is no
sorry,
price
man.
for third, but
It
take
is.
solace in that.
But Horseman.
Jacob said, "Logan, you're a loser." Jacob, where are you from?
Horseman.
Remind us.
However, when I
Update the big boards here.
when I update the big boards, we still have a prize for you guys. Remember, we offered this mock draft challenge for all of you.
Don't know what the prize is going to be
The
yet.
prize was
That has to be changed, but we're going to find something. I just don't know what.
I was told there was a prize,
I
and then
know.
it got changed. But there's something coming your
There's
way.
gonna be a
Whoever
prize.
wins,
We'll see.
promise.
We'll see.
But Jacob, DM the Hot Read Podcast account your information.
I think that same kind of prize is going to apply. I just got to get another one.
Okay.
So
cool.
yeah, we've got a
Um,
prize in mind. The Eagles here.
For
There's just.
sure.
Do you see any way the Eagles don't go with? First of all, can the Eagles get enough people in their draft room? Holy crap! That is a ton of people in there. How
It kind of looks like cookies. Yes, Paul, you get cookies for winning the.
We
Yeah,
did say we'd ship cookies. That's true.
if you get one in the right, so we have to go back like.
Jacob says, Easton, I'll text you my address because we all have your number.
True. Okay, just text him your address. He'll get it to me. I'll ship it to you. Boom. We're great. We're solid.
I'm racking my brain. I'm trying to remember. I know he's told me where he's from.
They took him. I'm officially mad. Did they take him? Nolan Smith?
Yeah.
Is this what's happening?
No,
Do we care anymore?
This is Jalen Carter, but I mean they're gonna.
Oh, okay.
They're gonna take Nolan Smith.
Oh,
I'm about to retweet my tweet about the Eagles being the team that everybody hates.
okay.
So Tanner saying,
I'm gonna
who
call
does
my
Kansas-
Eagles friend and see what he has to say.
Okay.
About this.
Tanner asking, who does KC draft? Let's look. Can you look at who's left? Because that's a great question. Joey Porter Jr.
DeWand?
Maybe. No. They go Felix and Adiko Uzama. I bet they go with Uzama.
You think
Edge
so?
out of Kansas State. They need an edge. They need an edge bad. He's a first round grade from a lot of people. That's my guess, Tanner. But honestly,
So
it's
guys
kinda-
like Brian Branch, Michael Mayer, Joey Porter Jr., DeWan Jones, and Osiris Torrance and Will Levis fall out of the first round.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. There's a lot of good guys.
Makes a lot.
There's a
It makes me pretty mad that I'm not going to be here for the second round tomorrow.
It's going to be interesting early. I'll say that. It's going to be very interesting. Look at how much fuzz our shoes in the same spot for 4 hours is dug up. That's hilarious.
It's a lot.
Has anyone this is so random. As a relatively new homeowner, has anyone ever had, or place owner, have you ever had a wool rug? I've never had a wool rug in my life, but I've also not owned rugs much in my life. We found out the hard way when we got some wool rugs that they're beautiful and they're cool, but they shed so much. Every time I vacuum, it's like I kill it.
16 people still watching.
It's like I know.
to-
We've reached the wool rug conversation hours. I every time I vacuum this rug once a month because it gets so fuzzy. It's like you killed a bunny rabbit and put it in your vacuum cleaner. It's kind of bizarre. But I guess that's the way it works.
Come for the draft talk, stay for the wool rug.
I'm
talk.
pretty sure we promised wool rug talk in
I
hour
think
4.
we did.
Oh, the Dude Perfect guys are here. This is hilarious.
Are they announcing it?
I don't know. They have microphones on. Wait, what? They're here with Travis Kelce's mom? Okay, I'm sorry for y'all listening if you can hear this, but I have to turn this up. I need to know what's going on.
That is Travis Kelce's mom.
Are we on live television about to find out which of the two sons Travis Kelce's mom loves more?
Think so.
This
Fun
is
fact, guys.
hilarious.
The Dude Perfect guys could not afford as good as seats as me at the Kentucky Derby last year. So
Here we go. Oh, boo. No, it should have been Jason. Dadgummit.
it's tough.
They're playing the selection music through the advertisement that paid for them to be here in the first place. It looks like they're wearing some derby outfits out here.
A little bit, yeah.
Do you hear? If y'all watching at home, do you hear the boos? Unbelievable. And he's wearing. That's fire. Actually,
Your call has been forwarded to
Wow.
he's clearly so excited that he does not want to talk about it. Unreal.
Hello.
Yeah.
Okay. Welcome, Eagles fan. What are your takes?
How does it feel that everyone hates you now?
Yeah, I mean, we're used to it, all right? It's normal. I feel like I'm sitting there, and the whole time I'm thinking, oh, my God, we're really just going to become George North. We're really just going to George North. And, like, last couple seconds, I'm like, no, they're going to pick Brian Branch. Like, up to that pick, I was thinking Brian Branch. But the Eagles...
Because it's a more position of need, yeah?
I mean...
Edge was a big
they're
position
signing,
of
I think so,
need.
yeah, Eagles love their DMs. They have, like, 50 of them all the time.
Well, it's the defensive front is aging, so this is a future pick as much as it is a now pick.
Yeah, I mean, Josh Sweat and Hassan Reddick are both like mid-20s, but the third person always, and Nolan Smith can always play off ball a little bit more too.
Who's the
like,
third guy? There's another guy that's really old. I forget.
So after trading a fourth rounder next year, grabbing Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith in this draft, how are you feeling?
I mean, I'm happy. I think this is like the second best thing. The only thing that would have been better is if somehow they got Jalen Carter and Bijan Robinson, but that's like praying to like next level things. That was way too.
Now you had pretty big thoughts on Jamir Gibbs going 12th to the Lions shortly after Bijan went. What are your thoughts on that?
That was crazy because I feel like they could have gotten him with the second pick they had later in. I didn't think of any team taking him before like late 20s, right? Like nobody thought that.
Interesting. However, you did have, I will give him credit. If he wants draft notoriety here,
Okay.
He's been, my friend here, the Eagles fan, has been saying all along the Commanders were taking Emmanuel Forbes over Deontay Banks or Joey Porter Jr. If you'd like to finally give for the record why you thought they would take him over anyone else.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so personally, I had him as CB3, right? Like, just off of, like, first words, I don't care about the size. I think he's just good. And then Washington specifically I thought would take him because, and this is going to sound crazy, but I think he just looks like the Washington football player. Like, he looks like he's going to wear the jersey well. That was the reasoning.
And you know what? He did. It worked. Congratulations on your Georgia players. I hope they don't work out for you. All right. and we'll talk to you later. All right. Goodbye. All right. Well, we have one pick left here.
I'm kind of ready to be done here. It's been a long night. I need to sleep hard to recharge.
It's been 4 hours and 17 minutes.
Look at this. Is so frustrating that they do this. And they leave an empty one for the next one. How are they allowed to do this?
That's tough.
That's so annoying.
Either way, it's been 4 hours and 17 minutes. Currently at the 4 hour and 17 minute mark. Before we talk about the last pick, we've had 14 viewers minimum on this stream here.
Yeah. It's been awesome.
Can we just talk about how
you guys
fucking
have been
crazy?
Fantastic.
JT just cracked a new beer. Hell yeah, brother. I ain't fucking leaving. I just dropped my first F-bomb. Yeah, fuck yeah. 2 rounds tomorrow night. Guys, I will not be here, unfortunately.
But he might. He might have to jump in on the stream on occasion. I'll see if
when the Titans pick
how unhinged he is.
When the Titans pick, I will call in from Citi Field in New York to join Stoney and Easton for this second round here. It's been a wild ride tonight.
It has been a wild ride, and Jacob says 2 rounds tomorrow night, which There are 2 rounds, and we've been very laid back, just kind of hanging out in this first round, at least the back half of it. Tomorrow, with a lot of
I mean, what else can you do?
yeah, and well, the thing is, like with a lot of these guys, folks know who they are. We don't need to talk about traits or necessarily where they're on the big board or anything. Tomorrow, it's a lot more guys that I think y'all maybe aren't as up on if you've like not spent a ton. Maybe you're a draft nick like we are, which love it, awesome. But just in case, we're gonna go through a bunch of stats and talking through the evaluations that Stoney has done, evaluations that I have done, our big boards. Do and don't draft players, all of that. So it's going to be very informational tomorrow. A lot of fun. Can't wait. Day 2 it's the best round of the draft, in my opinion.
It's the deepest.
It is just in general. I mean, every year I prefer day 2 because you have 2 days worth of picks. You have 2 rounds worth of picks.
They're calling someone right now. The Chiefs are calling someone.
They've waited to the end here. Do you think it's dumb that they didn't just let Pittsburgh become the last pick of the? He's vibing. Wait, is that Andy over there? That's Andy, right?
No. Andy was still left there. He had a
that dude looks a lot like Andy over there in the corner. It's funny.
Andy had a very interesting shirt on here.
Who do you think they go with here? And Duke Uzama is my guess.
Adebaware.
That one, either one would work.
Imagine they take Mayer.
I
think they take a tackle or a defensive edge.
Yeah. Although they could take Branch. It wouldn't shock me if they took Branch because they've needed safety help.
What if they take Joey?
They don't really. Do they need cornerback help?
They always love taking corners.
Don't you think it's dumb they didn't?
Letting everyone know, Easton begged for reviews. I leave one telling everyone JT is the boss. Easton stops reading reviews. Wow.
We did not check the last week. Listen, our shows have been long enough the last week. We'll be back to reviews with the rest of the summer. Okay, don't.
You know
worry.
what? I'm going to read it right now.
I'm going to read it right now. Show we can.
I can go read it right now. Which one did we not read? Because I would not be surprised if they take a small press corner, like they always do. Like that's something they would do.
Apparently, neither does Logan.
Steve Avila would also be Chiefs take Uzama. Yeah, they trade for him. Great.
He's talking about Anadike, not your Uzama, different Uzama.
CJ Uzama.
It's bothering me. It's bothering me that there's going to be 2 Uzamas in the league now. I didn't know there were 2 Uzamas in the world.
It is. It's tough.
Don't you think it's dumb that the league didn't let Pittsburgh just become the last pick, or that like still do 32 picks around?
They should
just bump them up. It's
dumb.
Should. It's dumb to me. It's dumb. We can turn this back down, by the way. Can y'all, just for reference, can y'all hear the TV in the background on our mics or no? Hey, Jacob with the Esteban Avila. I love that his name is Esteban Avila.
Is it actually?
Yeah, his first given name is Esteban Steve Avila. He went Steve. I think his parents were like Polish immigrants or something. But Esteban is such a sick name.
It is.
Esteban Avila, that's an amazing name.
They can't hear the TV in the background, so whatever you have on it.
Wow, that's impressive. You said 99%. Is the 1% in the last couple of minutes when we've turned it up? Wyatt? Paul can't hear it. All right, well, we have.
Thanks, Ken.
We have these in.
Thank you for.
We're here for science. I just turned off noise canceling mode on our mics. Does it pick up the TV now?
Either way, maybe 1 or 2 blips earlier tonight he could, but yeah, when you turn it up. Either way, thanks, Ken, for hanging out tonight. I appreciate you guys coming out for tonight.
Oh yeah, y'all are the best. Thank you very much, guys.
Now we can barely hear you. Ooh.
Noise canceling mode, really doing work. I will turn it down though. These little microphones are awesome. No free shouts, but these are sick. Hollylander, wireless microphone receiver. You can use them on your phone, your computer, your camera. Easy little things to wear. The receiver's like this size. You just plug it in. So cool. We got it for the draft. Makes life very easy. Tonight would have sucked if we'd had the freaking arms the whole time.
It would have
It
sucked.
would have been annoying. Here we go.
Oh, okay.
Where's
Who
the
is this?
commissioner?
Who is this?
I think this is the owner of the Chiefs.
Who is this guy?
Told you. They need an edge. It's a very solid pick. Logan,
Yeah.
thank you. Audio has been excellent.
So let's
Wyatt, keep noise canceling on for sure. Heard you loud and clear. Good to know.
let's run down the board before we leave here.
All the picks.
No, like who's
Oh,
left?
who's remaining? Okay, yeah. Best of who's left here.
Will
Obviously,
Levis, of
Will-
course. Will Levis and
Here-
Hendon Hooker are
here's-
both on the board here.
Here's the question: how early does Will Levis go tomorrow? Over under top 20 next picks? Like
Does
how
he
many?
go?
How many picks
Does he
before
go to the
goes?
Rams?
When do the Rams have a first pick? Are they even in the second round?
I want to say they're 34.
Okay,
They're
they have a
they're
second
with
rounder.
they're with the wherever the Detroit Lions were tonight.
Well, hit,
so
hit the
38.
draft tab and it'll show you actually right next to best available.
You look, I think they're 38.
36.
36th.
Okay.
Where
Look
they're
at, look at next to needs. Running back, tackle, guard, center, defensive line, edge, linebacker, cornerback, safety. You should have just named the things they didn't need. Although, why do they not have quarterback on there? Well, I mean, they
Matthew
still-
Stafford.
Yeah. But do they
JT, the review is on Easton's phone now for eternity.
did
Hell
he
yeah,
text it to me? Thank God.
I hope so. Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, he sent me a picture of it. Dadgummit. All right, fine, Logan. We'll read it on the next show on next week. All right. Gee.
There's 12 people even after the show. Who is this? Who is this? Is that Pink?
Yeah, they're doing fight for your right.
Is that Pink, actually?
I didn't see. Hang on.
Who actually sings that song? I don't know.
Oh, in real life, no. You've got Fallout Boy though coming out.
Okay. Best available. Will Levis. Brian Branch.
Oh my gosh.
Michael Mayer. Joey Porter Jr. falls out of
I
the
said-
first round,
I
which
said-
you
I
said
he might.
would have
I
happened.
said he might.
Osiris Torrance, some guy that we were very much out on.
Yep.
Leaves the first round. John Michael Schmitz, I was in on for the Giants.
He'll
Obviously,
go,
that
he'll
didn't
go
happen.
early tomorrow.
He'll go early. Cam Smith is another guy that I think will go early tomorrow.
He could be a target for the Titans at 41. We know that they're considering cornerbacks. We know that they are.
I don't know. So the guy's around 41 right now. Considering the board has gone pretty to like it's gone
It's
according to plan
the top
minus
30-ish
like
guys have been jumbled. We didn't expect the order that they went in, but it was kind of the top 30-ish guys.
So 38 through 47 here. Okay. Josh Downs and Tank Dell are at receiver. Personally, I still that is not Pink laughing emoji with the sweat. Who is it? I don't know who it is. I don't know.
I still. Oh yeah, dude. That's
JT Easton, I proposed a dynasty fantasy football league in the Horseman chat. Eyes emoji. We may have something coming.
Jacob pointing out Tillman and Hyatt still available.
Tillman High is still available. Dorito Leva. So who won round one for sure?
Do we have to even answer this question?
I don't know. Who's your answer?
The Eagles. What are you talking about?
You think the Eagles?
100,000,000% they won the first round.
I think the Texans
They
won.
came out with 2 top 10 players.
I think the Texans or Cardinals won.
What was the Texans' haul? 2.
CJ and Will Anderson.
Correct. What picks did they have? 2 and 12. Eagles had 10 and 30, and they came out with 2 top 10 picks, despite having 10 and 30. 2 top 10 prospects, according to most. Like, I'm with you. Like, it's those 3, right? We agree it's those 3. It is Eagles, Texans, Cardinals were the big winners.
Yeah. It's tough. I just think for what they got away with, Houston Texans did a lot with what they had today.
I mean, 1,000%. They should be very happy with their draft. Very, very happy.
Paul Baki says JT won with his apricot IPAs. I agree. Yeah, no, for sure. Patriots big winners too. Pats, Texans are going to be a problem. Where does Levis go?
Hey, shout out this draft for ending so early. We were like 11:30, 12. It's 11 o'clock.
It is. Wow. I was looking at my computer clock, which is on Eastern Standard Time.
I know.
This is great.
Yeah.
Like this
Jacob
is good.
saying
This is
you're
good
right.
draft.
How about those Texans getting the idiot QB Anderson?
Um,
Tanner, last question. You want to answer this last question? And then I don't know how much more before we get out of here. You got anything else we have to say?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think we're good.
Tanner, we'll answer this one. Where does Levis go? And my answer is I have no idea. Like, can you pull up what teams are coming up? I know we just had that.
That's what I just said.
I know. I need to look at it again because I didn't think about Levis. Oh, there we go. Perfect. So you got Steelers up first. No. Cardinals, no. Lions, you could see it, right? You totally could see it. I don't think so because Brad Holmes,
Rams?
the GM, loves Jared Goff like a long lost son. The Rams potentially as a Stafford successor. Stafford, the injury still a question mark. Logan, awesome. Thank you for being here with us.
Pick 32. Call it with the.
Oh, try to figure out who it is. All right, we will. But hang on, let me finish answering.
Sorry.
You're good. Colts, no, obviously. Rams.
I think it's
certainly possible. Seahawks, possible. Raiders at 38, very possible. So there are 3 teams in a row before the Titans, with LA, Seattle, and the Raiders before the Titans at 41. Now, could you see the Panthers? Obviously, no. Could you see a team like? No, I mean, the Saints wouldn't. They just got their guy in Carr. They're not gonna. So I think that those 3 teams have all. If Levis gets through those guys, if you still hate the idea of Levis at 41 for the Titans, then that is scary hours. Like, you should be on watch for that. I think Levis at 41 would be a perfectly fine, reasonable pick and a great value pick for a guy that I still firmly stand behind as a first-round NFL talent. He should have been a first-rounder. Clearly, the league was not crazy about him. I think that the thing that did it was not his tape or his talent, JT, or his weird tendencies. We've heard that kind of unanimously around the league. The interviews, people weren't crazy about the vibe in the interviews. They weren't crazy about that. So now we want to answer the last. Logan says if we nail the 30-second pick, he will send us $32. What are the positions in need? Remind me for the tag or for the okay. So tackle, linebacker, cornerback, safety.
Brian Branch. Oh, what if it's DeJuan Jones? Who did they take? Who did the Steelers take in the first round? I already forget.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. They traded up. I forget who they take.
It took like 14.
Roderick Jones.
So they're not getting to tackle.
No.
I bet they go
Brian Branch
because they need cornerback and safety, and that's 2 birds with 1 stone, right? I bet they're ecstatic going tomorrow.
For a different pick here, I'll go Joey Porter Jr.
Yeah, one of those 2. Yeah, Porter Jr. just in terms of talent at cornerback and the value of getting him in the 2nd round.
I think I'm going to take him.
Okay. All right. In terms of guys the Titans are going to potentially target, we can just go ahead and say, like Will Levis, if he's there. If Michael Mayer falls to
guys in the 2nd round, if he's there, if Michael Mayer's there, it's a home run pick for the Titans. It really is.
Yes. Darnell would be a great pick.
Josh Downs. I really hope Hendon Hooker and Will Levis
are somehow gone.
Hey,
can we pour one out for all that Hendon Hooker as a first-round quarterback talk?
You mean
top 10 overall pick?
Top 10 pick?
Yeah. We can go ahead and pour that one out. It's not quite happening, guys. Sorry to break that one to you. You want to sign off and get out of here? We're at the 4:30.
Yeah, let Tanner, thanks for joining in. Appreciate you.
Dude,
always.
Awesome. Hey, great to hear from you. Let's get lunch or a drink sometime. We'd love to hang out. Thanks for everybody
Paul,
being here.
Thank you so much for
Jacob,
being a horseman.
Good night.
Not only a viewer, but a horseman.
RG, thoughts on
Thank
Mayer
you.
at 41 would be a unbelievably phenomenal pick. He's a do-it-all tight end, would be fantastic. A first-round guy you're getting in the 2nd.
Jacob, congrats on winning the hat. DM, Easton,
Wyatt, good night.
Everyone.
Have a good night.
Wyatt,
Everybody sleep up and hey, be back here tomorrow with me and Stoney Keeley. We are super stoked for all the craziness that's going to ensue. So definitely be there for that. We'll be back. It starts an hour earlier tomorrow. It starts at 6 tomorrow, I believe. So we'll be live at 5:45 to kind of talk through the aftermath, maybe get some thoughts on round 1, get some thoughts on what's coming up on round 2, and we will rock and roll. So make sure to be there. JT, been a pleasure. Been a good time.
Yeah.
Thanks for everybody tuning in. And for producer JT, I'm your host, Easton Freeze. This has been NFL Draft Live / the Hot Read Podcast, and we've had a ton of fun. We'll be back here with you tomorrow, 5:45. Be there, be square for the best night of the draft, rounds 2 and 3. Ton of value. The picks go faster, and a bunch of guys come off the board. So come and see the Titans make double the picks. At least, maybe more. Who knows?
Maybe more.
Or maybe less. Who
Maybe
knows?
trade back. I don't know.
You never know. All right, so we'll be back tomorrow, and until then, we will get some sleep and be back
See
with
ya.
y'all. Get some sleep, and we'll talk to you tomorrow.